Over here we got some foosball, got a little dining area out here, one pond out here, got a little baby seat, know what I'm saying? Kitchen where we be feasting at. Look at all this right here. Eating good, living good. You know, this is the front. I mean, look at that. Look at all of us out here, all of us Roman Catholic Jesuits out here living good for this Roman Catholic Jesuit money, getting paid to stop the awakening, the Hebrew Israelite awakening. This is the crib right here. You want to make some real good money? Become a Roman Catholic Jesuit, man. Or you can become an urban apologist. Start making videos against Hebrew Israelites and get paid, because they finally done exposed us. Letting y'all know that we've been getting paid and I just can't hide it anymore. All right. So go to the boss Abu. You got to holler at him. If you want the money, go to the Roman Catholic Jesuit Abu. I'm going to go ahead, send y'all a picture to his YouTube channel. Check it out. Subscribe to his channel. Send him a message. Put hashtag CIA, especially if you're an Israelite, for Catholic Israelite Alliance. You know what I mean? Holla at him. Hashtag CIA. He gonna get you your check. Upload your first video against the Hebrew Israelites. You're gonna make the money. He gonna send the check via wire. And you can live like this, man. Come on, man. What y'all doing? Come get some of this Roman Catholic Jesuit money, man. We ain't playing with y'all. Hey, yo, what's up? We out here on the beach, Fort Lauderdale Beach. Yeah, you know, the boss of Boo, he dropped us some bonus money, you know, especially on vocab. Shout out to you. You know, gave us a little bonus since that Richard Katz thing done popped up. So, you know, I got me a little bonus, a little something, because I've been sharing them videos. But yeah, we out here, you know, we popping water bottles. You know, we ignoring the models because, you know, we got wives and stuff like that. But yeah, man, if y'all want some of this money, man, look at all this right here. Come on, man. Come on, apologists today. Sign up. You're an urban apologist, man. You can live like this. Get this money. It's good money out here. What y'all doing? These Roman Catholics, man, they're paying good bread right now because the movement is hot. They're trying to stop the awakening. It's hot. Get some of this, man. Salute one.
So this is a call for all the Judases, Jasons, and Jezebels who want to betray their brother or sister for the white man to get a check for you to live better than all your people. Because I remember Paul was saying it is better for him to suffer with his people, right? But everybody ain't got the spirit of the Most High. You see that? So it's going to be a lot of you Judases, Jasons, and Jezebels that's going to betray your brother and your sister. His call and vibration is going out to you wicked ones, to you ones that don't love your own people, to you ones that want to sell your brother and your sister short because the love of God is not in you. We knew that this was going to happen. The scripture says it in Matthew chapter 24. It said, in the last days, some shall be offended and betray one another. And if you drop down, it says, because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. We in that hour. Persecution is at an all-time high for the true saints of the Most High, Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. And it's not going to stop. He said,
do me a favor, type one if y'all can hear me. Yeah, this thing is saying something about no sound. Let me try to stop and bring it back in and see what happened. All right, maybe now it'll work.
I am, there also will my servants be. We examine ourselves, make sure we're not going off. Don't go to the left into the deep waters.
What do y'all think about this sister right here? In light of that video, what are your thoughts?
Don't go to the right, back into the world. Don't go to the left or to the right. But stay on that straight and narrow. Follow Yahweh Shai. He said, if any man serve me, let him follow me. And where I am, there also will my servants be. So if Yahweh Shai got portrayed by Judas, you better know if you're a true son of the Most High, you're going to be portrayed as well. And probably 9 times out of 10, it's going to be your own family member that sell you short. Because we are not greater than our master, right? And what he had to go through, we have to go through, right? So stay strong, family. We
And she looks so innocent.
are at the end. The he who shall endure until the end, the
She looks regular.
same shall be saved. Repent, return back to the Most High, keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Shalom.
All right, you heard the message. If this can't convince y'all, I don't know what's going to convince y'all. Every bit of information that's dropped has been shared. Listen to some of this.
Type of a thing, whatever, West Hills, Calabasas, you know, that whole scene. So I grew up there, and my parents grew up in Christian households, but actually converted to Islam when they were in college. So I grew up pretty much in a Muslim household, you know, fasting Ramadan and, you know, with the Muslim schools growing up, you know, type of a thing. And so we grew up in that environment. But as we got older, our parents got more into like spirituality, like Sufism and those types of things, and like therapy and like working on yourself, these types of things. So the latter part of my childhood and those things were in those, you know, those like sciences and outlooks or whatever. And then as I got older, I randomly just met this girl, and she introduced me to a place called the Kabbalah Center in Los Angeles. And it was like the information and the wisdom really resonated with me, because my parents were really like into therapy and like working on yourself, but at the same time they were in spirituality, right? And so when I went to the Kabbalah Center in Los Angeles,
the Kabbalah Center, not any regular old Kabbalah Center, the Kabbalah Center in Los Angeles. Yeah, at least Leo, the Kabbalah Center in Los Angeles. Now, who in here Israel? Whoever in here Israel, did Kabbalah come from black Israelites? You black folk that's Israel, not Jewish people. You black folk that's Israel, did y'all invent Kabbalah? Or was Kabbalah handed down? Zohar and all that, was that handed down from your people?
It was like it brought those two things together, that like you could work on yourself.
Because I noticed that y'all folk get mad at some folk over here because every source y'all point us to, that light bottle is there too. Them folk that look like Dr. Brown and Professor Henry, they did too.
And transform yourself within the frame of spirituality, and there's specific tools, you know, that exist in the spiritual system that allows us to, you know, transform ourselves, ultimately reaching our potential. So that got me in, and I was there for like several years, and then eventually I left, and then I went on this path of what they call Orthodox Jewish conversion in Los Angeles, right?
And that Orthodox Jewish conversion in Los Angeles, wait a minute, he all over the place now. What he into? Orthodox? He sound like them other folk got to convert him. What the other man played in? Let me pull up that TikTok. That other man said, do y'all want to remain Israel, or do you now want to become Jewish? What he was into? He was just searching.
Which is like, there's really no such thing as conversion in Judaism. What they have is a concept of becoming a ger, right? Which is a stranger. So
somebody call Kofi right now. Let's get this. Let's get some Bible on all of this right here, because the masters are getting ready to speak.
Once a person takes on the law, the yoke of the Torah, they become a stranger to the other nations, and they become a part of that body of people who bring righteousness into the world. So I did that, and so went through a formal conversion, and that was like 2013. And well, first let me go back. It was 2003. I started at the Kabbalah Center, and so I was there for like several years, and then I left, and then I went. To Orthodoxy, did a formal Orthodox conversion, and I was in 2013, and then in 2016 I came to Israel, and I came here to learn at some of the finest institutions here, and so I've been learning here for the last several years.
All right,
I
so
became ordained as a rabbi.
Now he in the geographical land of Israel.
Twice here, and currently finishing up actually becoming a rabbinical judge, Dayan. And so I'm doing that now as well. And so that's been this, I mean, as a brief, in short, on one foot, my story.
Wow, all praises to that. And I'm paying attention to you. I'm just sharing the video to all the groups as we are live too. So when you see me putting my head down, I'm just sharing the video to everybody so it can get out. Definitely did not know that much of your background like that. I haven't got a chance to hear you on Zion in depth with that. So that's a beautiful thing, a rabbinical judge. I remember I read the letter about the Igbo. So what struck me to pick you up, I seen on Facebook, let's see, it was about a year ago, it was in a conversation. Hold on one second, because I don't want to get his name wrong. 1 second here. I know Rabbi Demoto was in that conversation as well, and there was another person that was in that conversation, and he was you guys were mentioning that the Igbos on the slave ships, and he was saying, let me get his name so that way you can remember exactly who I'm talking about. 1 second. Okay, man, I don't want to butcher his name. Manishta.
Boy, this better be good. I came out the hospital for this one.
N.A. Manishta. That sound familiar? I think he spells his name
Rashan.
Rashan. Shayas Rashan. SHAISRISHON. He has.
I did an interview with him.
You guys were on Facebook discussing the Igbos, and he was saying that basically that he doesn't think that it was majority of on the slave ship Igbos, and you had mentioned to him about the rabbinical letter about them ruling Demota ruling that Igbos were descendants of Hebrew Israelites, and that kind of caught my eye, and so I wanted to get your opinion on. Because we've been researching and studying.
Are we on one page? Those Igbo, are they all Israelites? Are we on the same page with that? What story is out here being floated around? Let me hear the story.
Igbos as well, and we wanted to know: do you agree? We're saying from the research that we got that majority of the slave ship were of Igbo stock or Hebrew Israelite stock. What's your take on that?
Yeah, so we'll start like this. So there was a ruling in 2014. This is how my interest got into this, because I really didn't know so much about it. The Hebrew Israelite thing, like I just fell in love with the Torah, right? I just fell in love with the laws of the Torah, the system, the spirituality, the transformation, all those things I fell in love with. But 3 years ago, I found out about a ruling that was made. I found out it through actually an African rabbi who I started to learn underneath, who's still my rabbi today, Rabbi Pinchas Eliyahu, who is the president and chief rabbi of Africa, but also the president of the African Jewish Federation. So while learning at his institution in the old city of Jerusalem, Dostina Kadisha, you know, he showed me like how the head rabbis, Rabbi Chaim Kanetsky in blessed memory, made a ruling.
Okay, we're gonna have to look up that African Jewish Federation. Is that anything got to do with Israelites? African Jewish Federation?
Right, because in the Jewish world, everything is all based around rabbinical rulings, right? So he made a ruling through the research and the rabbis that went out and did all this research. Some traveled there, some people knew people who traveled there, but through their research, they were able to determine that these people on these individuals in the west of Africa were in fact descendants of Israelite tribes. And not Hebrew Israelites, but Israelite tribes, and they originated when the temple destroyed in the 2nd century. In 2nd century, Jews migrated everywhere. Jews went into Africa, Jews went into Europe, Jews went into the Middle East, Jews went as far as Asia, right? And they went and created environments, communities, children, the whole thing, right? And that's what, but the west of Africa, just like you know, everyone knows on the east of Africa, the Ethiopian Jews that are there. Everyone knows the Beta Israel, very famous. There's also another group called the Limba Jews, which are in Central Africa, like Zimbabwe, Botswana, South Africa, that area. And then on the west, you have the Igbos, and you also have Yoruba. Now, the Yoruba are majority not Israelite, but there are a faction of them that were, right? And so you have that, and then you also have a whole Bantu dynamic where you have a lot of Bantu tribes or connection to that are all throughout Africa that have like what we would call Israelite traditions or whatnot. So the issue in the west of Africa is that. So when I found out about that, not only did I find out about it, I got put in contact. And years ago was the beginning of this whole relationship with the Igbo community in Africa. So I'm on the phone daily with either young people that are in Igbo land or other places in Nigeria, or their elders or other rabbis or just different people in general, right? And I even have friends here in Israel, because I'm in Jerusalem right now, that are also Igbo. And you got to talk to them. Right, you have to talk. They'll tell you that our ancestors were sold into slavery. They came to America, and they'll give you the rundown. It's a part of their oral tradition in their community. Now, when you
just said right there in Israel that there's Igbos.
Yeah, there's Igbos here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We didn't know that.
Yeah.
They have a small community in Tel Aviv in the south.
Yeah, he said they got a community in Tel Aviv, and they'll tell you that our people were sold into slavery and came over here. So I guess they're confirming through an ancient oral tradition. That's what I'm getting him saying. But y'all know I'm slow. That he making it sound like that they're bearing witness that there was an ancient tradition that we came over on the slave ships.
And then I have a couple friends of mine that are studying at universities that are Igbos, and I spent a lot of time learning Torah with them throughout the year and all things. So we have a very good relationship, but they will tell you. You know what I mean? They'll tell you about their history and that type of thing. Now, the connection between the Igbos and the transatlantic slave trade, everyone knows that. Now, the thing is, that's accepted. Now, the thing is, in America, there's over 150-year-long history of African Americans building institutions in the United States that were around Israelite culture, right? One of the most famous ones is the Israelite Board of Rabbis, the International Israelite Board of Rabbis, and they were established in I think in the 1920s by a group called the Commandment Keepers, which was Rabbi Matthews, Rabbi Levy, Rabbi Ford. But even before them, in the 1800s, 1850, there was Israelite organizations that were created, and they were creating churches or synagogues, what you want to call them. Now, that institution exists all the way today. I just did an interview a month ago with Rabbi Fournier, and he's the head of the Israelite Board of Rabbis. He's also He's also the head of the New York Board of Rabbis and also Chicago Board of Rabbis, right? So we went through the whole history of over 150 years of African Americans and Hebraelite Israelism and the ones, and then you have the newer camps today that come out of, you know, the last like 50, 60 years. You have, you know, groups descending from people like Abu Bivens and other individuals. Also, I just want to note too that Israel has the highest amount of African Americans living internationally, live in Israel than anywhere else in the world. More than Liberia, more than anywhere in Africa per capita, right? There's close to 11,000 African Americans living here, most of which are would define themselves as Israelites, not Jews, and they live in the south of Israel in a place called Dimona. Right?
Yeah, I've had them on here. Sar Adama.
Amadia.
Yeah,
exactly. He's so me and my wife not this summer, but last summer we stayed with them out in there for like over a month, and just really got absorbed in the culture and everything they're doing, veganism and whatnot. But they make up the large portion of African Americans living here in the land. But I think they're one of the greatest examples of African American self-determination around this belief system by actually coming here in the 1950s and establishing a community here. The country was created in 1948, 1950, Black people here. You know what I mean? And we were here before even the Africans got here, right? And so we came here and they established the only self-sufficient African American community that was created by African Americans, for African Americans, sustained by African Americans, and that type of thing. So they're very dear to me and close to me, and I'm very close to that community as well. So it's a big story. It's not like something I've innovated or, you know, came up with. This has been a part of our history and our culture. I remember my grandmother telling me, you know, about the songs that people used to sing in plantations and how they were connected to Psalms and these things. And so it's a fascinating thing. But yeah, that you could make a strong argument that the high majority of the African Americans, I'm talking the 80 percentile, according to Remy Alona. I don't know if you know who Remy Alona is, but he's a big historian. Also,
yeah, we have Remy on. Yes.
Oh, you guys had Remy on. Okay,
yes.
Perfect.
Uh-huh.
So he'll tell you too. But it's an accepted thing. I mean, now in terms of, you know, there's a lot of immigration issues or whatever, but that has nothing to do with religion or spirituality. Those are state issues. So, but in general, by and large, a very large portion of the Jewish community knows that there are Jews in Africa, and they're part of the culture and the community, and just trying to figure out how to make the whole thing work.
Oh, praises. Yeah, you know, I heard you say, Igbos over there. Did they share any migration patterns from how they left Israel the first time before their ancestors? I'm pretty sure they have information about how their ancestors left Israel and came back. Mm-hmm. I mean, did you hear any type of migration patterns with that? And like you said, go ahead. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so a very good friend of mine is a man by the name of Rabbi Kish. I call him Rabbi Kish, right? And he's one of the directors of the oldest synagogue in Nigeria. And he talks about it, and I did an interview with him myself, and he talks about the different migrational patterns. So one, if you go all the way to the Torah, when the Exodus happened, not all of the Israelites left, at that time with Moses, and that's why the mixed multitudes had a space to join in, right? And so he says that a lot of those people who were there migrated in deeper into Africa after that happened. Then the second is during the time of the fast track that, long time to the first temple, right? And when the first temple was destroyed, people migrating to Africa from that. And then also when the second temple fell, everybody went to Babylon. Some people went there, and then also during the time of the second temple, when the Romans came in, right? And in that dynamic, so it's been a constant dynamic of from their tradition of people, Israelites going into Africa. He said they came in and did so many innovations, whether it's through war, whether it's through medicine, medical surgeries. All these things were the Israelites, influencing the people of Africa, right? In doing what, you know, you see Jews doing all over the world. You know, they go into a society and they build it up, and eventually somehow they become subjugated and become second-class citizens. And so that's what happened in Africa, on the west of Africa specifically, and that was the precursor to the transatlantic slave trade and them being sold.
You mentioned Rabbi Keach. You said he's the rabbi over in Nigeria.
He's a director. He's a director of the oldest synagogue.
Of the oldest synagogue in Nigeria.
Yeah.
How do you spell his last name?
Yeah, Kish.
Okay. Oh man, I would love to have him on here.
Yeah, he's on my social media too.
Yeah, I would love to reach out to him and get him on here and because with Rabbi Mordecai, you know, it's a lot of these camps. We're not affiliated with any camps, and they're kind of giving us a bad name of the hatred that they teaching and spreading only our people can get saved, and it's just a bunch of nonsense that we disagree with, and it's causing a division in our people because a lot of our family, like we grew up in a Christian church as well, and I have Islam in my family as well, and but you know, we got a lot of people now because of these camps and because of the division. A lot of people don't believe this. A lot of people don't believe that we have the descendants of Israelites that were on those ships, that we're the descendants of those ancestors. And you get people, I'm pretty sure you heard of Garfield, and people that's coming against this saying they're debunking everything, but they don't understand. And I want you to explain, if you do know, how important oral traditions is, because that's one of our customs and culture as well. And if they're saying that these are thousands of years of oral tradition, everybody can't be lying, you know. And yeah, so what's your take on
yeah, you know, the thing is on that, like, you know, guys like Garfield, these types of people, pseudo intellectuals, that it's like, you know, the reality is that, you know, when we look at societies around the world, right, no matter what part of the continent it is, there was a group of people in that society that had, you know, some type of weapon, some type of force, whatever, and they went and they captured all the natural resources, right? So in the book of Genesis, in the beginning, it lays out everything. God gave everything. God gave us water. He gave us livestock. He gave us, you know, birds, land, agriculture, the whole thing, right? So the society we live in today is like a group of people, for various reasons, took those resources and then created a mechanism for it to be redistributed to the population, right? And so part of that redistribution comes through this indoctrination process that they call school or education, right? And so within that education indoctrination process, you eventually get to the point where you get old enough where you could join the workforce, and then you can, you know, basically get permission, right, to make money, to take part in these resources that, you know, these other people have subjugated for themselves and their ability to distribute. So within that education process, that allows you to be indoctrinated to accept that this is the method that you need to go through in order to survive, right? Because if you don't eat, you drink, you die, right? That education system also constructs the how we understand reality, how we understand ourselves, and how we understand, you know, where we come from, who we are, and where we're going, right? That's what the whole thing is there to design. So when people, like, I'm not trying to diss Garfield, you know what I mean? But I'm saying when people like him come in, they come in with this DNA, A1, B1, this, and triple GGX, and this one has this thing, and blah, blah, blah. That don't mean nothing in Torah. These are all constructions and all designs by European society.
So DNA come from the white man to help control, because all that what he just said, that mean nothing to me. Y'all already know I'm slow. All what he said about from Genesis and people been trying to control water, that's all garbage to me right there. That's just me personally. But y'all will take some stuff that I don't accept, and it's okay. And it's absolutely okay. Let's keep hearing what he's saying right here now.
that was designed.
So DNA is garbage. You get people off death row. It's good enough for child support. It's good enough for everything else. But DNA isn't spiritual. But people are not talking about spiritual Israel. Y'all say there's no such thing as spiritual Israel. People are proven pure bloodline. But because it's Bible and it's pure bloodline, DNA can't be used because it came from white folk. It's still making sense to y'all, right? Because I'm so lost. Everybody else could use it. You could use it for murder cases and death row, but you can't use it for the claims that I know I'm bloodline and I can prove I'm bloodline.
Trying to keep Black people, specifically Black men, in the smallest of places, right? So there's nothing in European education that uplifts us and shows our greatness. It shows our ability to resist, right? You'll hear about a Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, which are great men, right? Or maybe a little bit about a Marcus Garvey, you know, these types of things. But in general, that is usually Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, right? And those were people that were fighting ultimately for levels of integration to a degree, right? And so the whole notion of the greatness of African Americans and the spiritual greatness of African Americans and where we come from had to be something removed from the educational process if you're going to create a society based around classism where Black people were at the bottom, right? And African Americans specifically were at the bottom. And then now you create a situation where the poor white feels like he has something and he doesn't go and riot and go into the Capitol building, right?
Okay, Red Letter said he don't think he's saying that it's garbage. He just think that it's keeping people away from their oral tradition. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. Oral tradition is important.
And you have people above them. Yeah. You have people above them that, you know, justify the poor white person because they're above the Black person, right? So the whole social sciences that were created were designed by that. And so that's why the Torah and learning the Torah studies are so important, because really nobody can. But African Americans, the history that has been recorded and how it's been structured is actually poisonous to our intellect, is poisonous to our well-being, is poisonous to our mental health. And everything that's been designed thus far in America as it relates to us has been a microaggression from our true identity and our heritage and our greatness.
Wow. Yashia, you got any questions over there?
Yeah, it's just it's uplifting to hear him come on and share this information with us. And we want to thank you, brother, an awful lot. And I hope that it's a lot of people that listen to this and hear this and that they are uplifted as well. But I do have a couple, maybe one or two more questions about the slave ships in Western Africa. So we know about the obviously about the Igbos and about the letter and all of those sorts of things, but so what I guess I'm trying to see if you can either confirm or deny, even if you have knowledge of it from your travels and your studies, is that there seems to be a record of other Israelite groups outside of the Igbo and the Yoruba. Like I've read about the Bamileke and other groups over in Ethiopia besides the Falasha. And so would you have any knowledge if any of those groups got put on the slave ships as well? Because my position has been, from studying this for over 20 years, is that it had to have been a seemingly a vast majority of bloodline Israelites that was placed on those slave ships. I'm not saying nobody else came, but it appears that it was more of us that were put on those ships than any other ethnic groups over there.
The majority of people that came over here were bloodline Israelites. That's what we're all working on right now. That's what and he said he's been studying it for 20 years. Let's see what the Chief Rabbi have to say on that.
Regardless of the tribal names that we may have acquired while we were over in Africa on the run, or assimilated and over periods of time. And so, do you have any insight into that? That's the first question.
Yes, definitely. They're I will put them underneath the Bantu kingdom, like the other tribes that are there that also practice the Israelite traditions, that also migrated different. It's a big story, you know. But the thing is, there was an African king by the name of Muhammad Bello. Have you heard of him? Muhammad
Yes,
Bello?
yes.
And so he wrote about, he said that African people, he said, we're not savages. We didn't sell our brothers into slavery.
Listen,
But we sold the Canaanites who were living here and dwelling amongst us for over millenniums, right? So they, even then, now that's not to say that at some point, maybe some Africans were sold at some point or whatever, but the high majority of those people that were sold were people that were from Israel. They call them, that's why they called them Canaanites. And these people were sold in the slave trade because they were seen as second-class citizens. They were seen as the other, and they were not really allowed to really go outside of their tribes. They didn't really like intermix per se, and they had certain customs and traditions that were different, and it made it easier for them to give to the Muslim Arabs that were, you know, basically the ones who took those slaves and sold them to the Europeans in the West.
Wow, that's big right there.
Yeah.
And so, I got another question. It's stemming around that one. You wow, impressive. There's a group over in Cameroon called the Bamileke, and then there's another group over in Rwanda. So I'm trying to recall the name of that group. They have a rich oral history as well, and I was trying to figure if you knew anything about them. And I'm trying to recall the name. I think you know who I'm talking about. The group over in Rwanda. If they based that movie off of it.
The Tootsies and
The two seasons. Yeah. Thank you, Bear Watt.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, I can't speak so much on Rwanda, but I do have met a lot of Congolese Jews. And actually, my rabbi is from Congo, and he's actually a chief there as well, as long as being the chief rabbi of Africa. But he's there, and then I've had other friends. I went to a learning institution. One of the learning institutions I went to here in Israel was named Or Sameach. There was guys from Cameroon there learning too. You know what I mean? And really smart guys. Like I said, they're just, the whole thing's scattered. You know what I mean? There's just people and there's communities here and there, and everyone's trying to make sense of it. And now, you know, since 1948, the establishment of the state of Israel, now is like a whole new era of who's what and where everybody is, and, you know, all these other things. So that's, yeah, we're out here.
All right. Go ahead, Yashia.
So this is uplifting. So one of the things I wanted to make a statement about is we will be able to perhaps tell our grandchildren exactly where they come from in a few years, huh? Maybe. And that's my mission in life, to be able to do that, because that was taken from us. And secondly, it seems like we may be getting a bad rap about things going on over in Israel, because from what I'm hearing, it's a lot of the people over there in the land of Israel, and they are being included in some of the things going on over there in terms of education and studies, and being just being over there in general. So can you elaborate on what it's like for one of us to be over there in our ancient homeland now that it's, you know, it's other people over there now?
Yeah, so, you know, I think one of the you know, main big success stories is the Demona community, you know, because they kind of like just came and, you know, just packed their bags and say, hey, we're here, you know. And you know, and you have to give them credit. You know, they had the chance. They wanted them to, like, I mean, you know, I'm an Orthodox Jew.
Thank you.
And they presented that to them a few times, and they didn't want to do it. They wanted to keep the Israelite traditions that they have, and
absolutely.
And those types of things. So, they deserve their credit for having their integrity to who they are. And, that first generation.
I want y'all to hear the brother information before Garfield come with his Brooklyn magic, with his interference.
It was tough. It was a big tug of war with the government. They didn't want to buzz this. They were threatening deportation. I think they even deported a couple people. I think it was like 4 people they deported in the past and things like that. But it was a big tug of war, but they persevered and they established their own communities, their own schools. And now this later generation, the next 2 generations now, they're just integrated in society completely. Like there's tons of African Americans serving in the IDF, hundreds serving in the IDF as soldiers. You have African Americans involved in government, involved in outreach, involved in business. Most of those kids you wouldn't even, it's one of the most fascinating things I've ever seen was spending time with the Damona community, especially the younger generation, like people my age and younger. Like they speak full Hebrew, and they have their own fashion. It's crazy. It's like it's a combination from like American and Middle Eastern, and and they're just proud of who they are, and
yes, they should be.
Yeah,
yes, they should be.
But people, they have a great reputation. Like people that when you ask people about the Damona community, they're outstanding, well-spoken, presentable, just no problems. They're not, they're an example of a great community here in Israel. They still have their own struggles and challenges, with the government and these types of things in different ways. But overall, I'll say one of the biggest contributions the Damona community brought was veganism to Israel.
Mm.
They're a high. I don't know, like a lot of competitors in the market now, but there was a time where majority of the vegan food that was sold here in Israel, specifically Tel Aviv, was coming from the Damona community. Because they have factories out there and everything. It's a huge establishment.
Wow, they got factories.
Yeah, they got factories.
Wow,
I visited them. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they got factories out there, and they're producing tons of vegan food, shipping it all over the place. So,
all over the world?
Yeah, I'm not a part of their business model, but I know they're shipping back in America, and they got affiliates in America, and also Africa too. They have people in Kenya.
Oh wow!
Yeah. The Damona community they continue to spread out. Many of them are in Africa, Ghana, Kenya, places like this. And I met some of them because they have a New World Passover every year, and it's a celebration of when they came to Israel, and so they celebrated as their exodus from America. And so everyone comes back in town for that. So I was able to, not this year, but last year, spent a lot of time. So I met a lot of the brothers who came into town from Kenya and Ghana and these different places, and hearing their stories and what they're doing. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, and we're going to even push it even further. We've already started. I've started conversations with members of the government body here in the Knesset to work on different programs where young African American kids can come that work in the spaces of high tech and technology, and spaces of finance, spaces of healthcare, advocacy, to be able to do internships here, to be able to position themselves for even jobs and these different dynamics in the Israeli economy, type of a thing. So this is just the beginning. And then also, having a system where the government sees it's to their benefit to have a close, or they already do see it to their benefit to have a close relationship with the African-American community. I know there's a lot of politics now, so people, Israel, Palestine, this, but Netanyahu's had a lot of meetings with the Congressional Black Caucus in the United States and those things. So it's a lot going on. I mean, like I said, I know it's a lot of politics around everything. I don't want to get into that, but the point is just saying that the future of African-Americans in the state of Israel is going to continue to grow, and it goes all the way back to the 1950s, right after the country was established.
Oh, that's awesome. So I wanted to, because my mind was racing, because I know over here in America, Christianity, a lot of our family members and friends, people listening on Facebook and YouTube, really don't know who we are. Like they you mentioned that majority of the stock on slave ships were Israelites, but what was more important, that the key thing the bell rung to me is you're over there speaking to Igbos and different people from Africa, Kenya, and they acknowledge this, and this, a lot of people over here, the people that's trying to go against us and say this is not true, they say basically FS Cherry and are the ones that started this movement over here. But you're over there in the land speaking to people that has been over there and know all the history for thousands of years, and they're giving you these migration patterns and all that. And so what I wanted to touch bases on with you, speaking to the audience and everyone else, you mentioned earlier, if anyone wasn't listening, that majority were Israelites, descended of Israelites. How did the courts look at this when they ruled? I know it because I got a copy of the letter. They ruled that they were descendants of Israelites. How did they look at this and say, look, the Igbos over there are descendants of Israelites? Because we do know technically I think it's over 40% of African Americans have Igbo blood in them. I might be wrong about the percentage. It could be.
I think it's over 60.
Okay,
I
so
know
it
it
could
was
be
in Jamaica.
Way over 60.
Oh, so it's way over 60. Okay, way over 60% of so-called African Americans have Igbo blood in them.
Yes, he did.
So how did the courts come to the rabbinical courts? Because I heard you said you're studying to be a judge as well. What was
Dunamis, that's where you saying the oral tradition came from when Cherry preached it back in the days? I think that was more said that these folk trying to get some of y'all to come in the rabbinic. I can see how they trying to get some of you black, you wild gang members. That's what they looking at y'all as. Y'all to come under the authority. But if you don't know the history, you'll slide under it anyway. He was studying Kabbalah and everything. Let's just see.
What was the process for that, for them to rule that they are the descendants of the Hebrew Israelites that you know of?
Well, this has been something that rabbinical courts have had to deal with for sure since the inception of Israel, but even throughout Jewish history. There's been so much displacement and people moving from one place to another, people losing any form of identity in terms of paperwork or proofs of who they were and their background. So there's many different methods that is used. One of the main methods.
There's many different methods that are used. Go ahead, Dunamis. Let's hear your hate.
Hey, no hate. Good morning. Hotel. Shalom. Bring. I like how you said that the records are lost. Making it seem like not just black Jews, but also those light-skinned Jews as well can have a claim to bloodline descent from the original Israelites.
He didn't even start yet, Red Letter. Red Letter, this interference. You ain't even said nothing yet. Go ahead.
How he's saying that, because we talked about before, on both sides, right? Mm-hmm. No one can really show and prove they go back to the original 12, right? It's all faith. Either faith.
Time trying to fight so hard against the light-skinned small hats.
Yeah, so it's just like at the end of the day,
most YouTubers in Awakening, they fighting against the light-skinned small hats. Them people fake, them people fake, them people fake.
And we said years ago, if they would say that they're the people too, there'd be less of an issue. But when you want to say that you're the original, others are fake, all that kind of stuff, it raises too much. And the whole standpoint, you want to say fake because of beliefs, that's one argument that we have seen throughout Jewish history, but just say because they're fake of the bloodline. And we know that so-called blacks in America aren't homogenous genetically. So what do?
How do you say the only thing teaching you that we're not homogenous genetically is DNA? They just said DNA wasn't right and exact.
And
they
that's
the people that came over here. We are one nation.
That's weird to me. So DNA is a social science, but he's using anthropology, which is a social science, and then you have converts. And the whole bit,
we don't even want converts.
Yes, and this goes back to Flumenbach that talks about Israelology. I think even Rabbi Wardo, his church might subscribe to. I'm not sure that someone's a Jew or Israel by the customs, but that's raised arguments. So what do you do about converts who keep the customs? What is Jewish blood? What is Israelite blood? What do you do for those who don't keep them? So it's just like within this community, we've had different arguments of what's the standard that we're going with, and it seems like he's putting down natural sciences, like genetics would be a natural science, like chemistry, biology, physics, right, and going with social sciences and a standpoint lore, and this is beliefs. Because now they're making up numbers. Okay, let me see. To be fair, all right, when a rabbi says not about DNA, he may have an ecclesiastical definition of Israel in mind. In other words, he may believe it's simply about who keeps the Torah.
Well, nobody can say they pure bloodline. If you keeping Torah, you keeping Torah then.
And then he might be on a mission.
Brag. I'm talking about you got folk in here bragging, even on this panel, bragging that they pure bloodline. They know they pure.
Yeah, and what we're most excellent saying, it might be he's on a case to get proselytes, to get this message going, and eventually, like we seen with Dana Stevens, with the Book of Mormon, right? Like we seen with Rosenberg and Rudy Rockman, that they'll come through saying that you're Israel, but then all of a sudden they said, well, y'all got to keep the law like this, and try to just convert folks.
Read.
We always seem to go back to the old argument that somebody being fake. Let's just stick with who we are, and they could be who they are. Yeah, but
how can my Asian sister say, I know I'm pure? How can she say something wrong? I'm slow, y'all. I'm slow. She said she knows she pure. How long your family been over here?
Yeah, that's weird to me. Because I'm with you, Red Letter, but Red Letter, you're different. Not many people like talk like you in terms of you know it by faith, you don't harp on certain things. Majority of people, it's a crux. They have to be fake. And the same metric that they're going to use to showcase, and to me, what the rabbi is showing, other people are going to use as well. Just like how we had the old buddy who came through Pharaoh yesterday, he's using the same method that a lot of Israelites are using, say they're Israel. Migration routes, lore, and things of that nature, right? And I'm saying that is included in it, but he's going to lean more to a lore and pseudo, which a lot of Israelites tend to go to. The rabbi clearly accepts converts, since he is one himself, a convert to Orthodox Judaism. Bring out the next game, just like even with Remy Iona. You got to go Jesus. So then a couple patriarchs send their children of the second wives away from the congregation. DNA is reliable, yet unreliable. So the second set. That's
stuff like that I don't really understand.
I hear you, Brother Brew, but that's why when people talk about DNA and bloodline, that's why Phil Fox will come. That's why I understand Phil Fox come through and say a lot of stuff is European concepts. It comes to not just bloodline, but that's why converts are seen as natural born. They've come into the assembly. So folks
who deal with the Bible alone, how does the Bible look at converts dealing with the Bible alone? Forget these guys on the panel. The words from the Bible. Does God recognize? Oh, they're going to take me to 144,000. I can't even do it. Let me feel you. Let the video play. I know where they're going to take me. Because they're 144,000. Just like them white folks when Jehovah's Witnesses were starting, there was a special 144,000, and everybody was preaching that. Then when Jehovah's Witnesses start growing, never mind.
But Berean, would Caleb be from that tribe of Judah?
Is he bloodline? Is he part of the 12 tribes?
He was chosen by the tribe, Caleb, right? And it would seem that he's a convert, probably an Edomite.
Oh Lord, you get.
And he was chosen. So now, if we're going by that, it's 144,000. This with one, what does that really mean? And two, this is where we're going to the whole concept of bloodline kind of stuff. So
the way they even separated the covenant coming in the wilderness and the strangers, or the mixed multitude, and how the mixed multitude was separate from Israel when Moses came down. I'm hearing stuff. I done heard stuff this month I ain't never heard before in all my days in Sunday school.
No,
mess around with these good church folk here.
Now, Brian, when you hear the making of the camp, is there a red line and they have a part that's for the converts and the strangers?
Apparently it was like that, and I never knew that all these years.
But where does scripture say that?
I don't know.
It just seems like folks dwelt in the tribes, and you have some just converted. And it got.
I'm thinking that they was messing with each other, marrying within each other, and they was all one people.
Yes. And it just dealt with the religious ceremonies. If you're not fully converted, you can't take Passover.
Mm.
And you're not circumcised. That's why, Brent, again, that's why I had a 2-3 months conversation about circumcision. Is it important?
Them folks saying the mixed multitude was destroyed. They was the ones missing the food, not the Israelites. I don't know where first that, we gotta let this video play. They said the mixed multitude was the ones complaining about the food and wanting to go back. It was only mixed multitude. Red letter, you believe that? Fair use.
So, Brent, so you tell me the mixed multitude, the strangers got Aaron, a bloodline Levi.
Got him to worship. That's correct. When Moses went up in it, that's correct. They're the ones that gave up their jury.
So they're so powerful.
It was the mixed multitude, the crowd that they heard coming down when they thought it was war. It was the mixed multitude acting crazy in Egyptian. The Egyptian was coming out of them because they was ritual Egyptians, but the Israelites stayed pure. They was waiting for Moses.
So when they were worshiping Aaron the high priest, the gold that he received, he got that from the mixed multitude, not from the Israelites.
He bloodline high, he know how to make the golden calf. Boy, y'all gonna leave me alone. Listen, God's son, y'all finna leave me alone. That story, that math ain't mathing, but y'all wanted the math.
Idea of traditions, right? And being able, and that's why you can't, when it comes to identifying who is Israelite and who's not, you cannot use any secular sources for that, because they don't have any mechanism to do that. Even the state of Israel doesn't use DNA to do that.
Okay. Wait a minute now. See where he going. Let's hear him out. One thing we got to do is hear him out.
Because if it's about DNA, you could find people all over the world that say, "Oh, I got this DNA," and they come and show up, and hey, I want property and this and that. And
is it illegal over there? I heard that. Is that a rumor? It's illegal to take a DNA?
I think it's illegal to use DNA as a mechanism to prove your Judaism.
Okay. Go ahead.
But in general, I don't think it's illegal, but it's not, you can't do that, because I'm saying anybody, the way migrational people all over the world, I mean, anyone could say like, oh, well, I just took this DNA test and it shows that I have 30%, Ashkenazi Jew, Sephardic Jew, or this type of a thing. And that's not it. So what we do is we have a series of mechanisms, but one of the things that we have is tradition, right? Meaning that there's a history of people who identified as being Israelites, being Jews, whether it's them being buried in Jewish cemeteries, whether it's them having wedding documents, whether it's being able to show that they're a part of different communities, synagogues, there's all these types of things that, people should, but at least has to be shown for at least 3 generations, right? And so now the thing about the Igbo dynamic is that they have records that go back for over 1,000 years. You know what I mean? They have kept records because they have a property thing there where it's like you have to have inherited land and these types of things. So they had to keep track of who's who for these reasons, so they don't have internal wars and battles. So so that's on that side. So the way it was used with the Igbo community specifically was there's different groups of rabbis. There were specifically different groups of rabbis. Like one rabbi, one famous rabbi, you mentioned his name, Rabbi Eliezer Demota, who's a very good friend of mine, a colleague. He physically went there and lived with them, and he did all the anthropological research. He did all the interviews, and he was able to trace the traditions, and they call it amunana. Amunana is like is their tradition, and he was able to trace that all the way to the second.
I have that video. Is that the one? Is this just for the record, because I want to share that video with everybody. Is that the one where he's sitting with them in Nigeria and he's translating what the elder is saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Got that. I got that video. Yeah, I got that video.
So he actually went there, but he's not just a regular. He's also the professor at Antwerp University. He's also the head.
Wait, the gentleman that he was translating from.
The brother who was doing the translating, Eliezer.
Brian, hold on.
He's a professor at Antwerp University, and he's all.
Now there's 2 things. That a noonism. What does that mean?
I don't know, fascination and
No, I think more brought out. I think a Nunism is
this right here. You mean?
yeah.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Debo, the motives working evil land was fascinating and should be examined. Yeah,
That's
but
the gentleman I was translating that I just walked back in on, right?
yeah, but there's a term.
Okay, go ahead.
But there's a term, a Nunism. I don't know more. You put it in the chat. What does that mean? Because it's one thing to be a Nunism and another thing to be something else. But it's a classification why that's important. We use that. But Maria, I think hopefully more can put it in the chat. When you talk about Jewish burials and marriages, does the Bible tell you? Does the Bible tell people how a Jew's supposed to be buried?
No, you need that come from tradition. That come from the rabbis, and them explain that later on. Like
In the
how you give an explanation on how to do that.
In the Talmud, the Mishnah,
Yes,
oral
correct,
tradition,
correct.
right?
That's how come some of that have to be connected to original Israelites. Some Talmud has to be corrected to some original Israelites. Some of it.
Because I know that's against and fascinating what they're saying, what he's saying, but shouldn't there be some pushback because now he's going into oral tradition the Bible doesn't talk about.
Over here, golfing don't stop none of your nonsense. The whole thing is we red letter. I'm wondering if we can admit some of what we're seeing is mixed with what we would call rabbinic. Rabbinic is Revelation 2:9, 3:9, small hat, 2 curls on the side, light skin. Some of this stuff that you black people doing is rabbinic is mixed in there. So either y'all with that mass conversion, y'all was mixing with them folk, y'all confused on the history, or they're making moves to bring y'all under the authority. And y'all can't even see it happening, and they're using certain people to bring y'all under the rabbinic authority.
How they'll talk about the Christian church, the black pastors, and all that kind of stuff. Here comes a black rabbi. He hasn't, if mine said he didn't graduate yet.
Hey, didn't graduate, wasn't a fully convert.
No, I think he hasn't gone through the fullness of becoming a full. I'm not. And I think a Nunism, someone who's forced, a Jew that was forced into another religion. So more with that, don't they have to convert back to Judaism and go back to a full conversion to be fully recognized? That's what I think the game is.
Hey, Bereen, peace and love to you. Dunamis, peace and love to you. I think what we're missing is that, remember, he's now the self-proclaimed rabbi for the West. This gentleman who's on the screen, who is really not a rabbi in the first place, right?
So he's the leader. He's the leader. He like what's his name with the commandment keeper back in the days?
Remember when this
Grand Poobah?
Yeah, remember this gentleman used to go on Clubhouse and he used to talk about how these guys are not Israelites, y'all is fake. Remember when I said to you that if you notice, Tudor Parfit and Edith Bruder has made a semi 180. What they have done is they have said these people are not Jews, they're not Israelites, and they may have come in contact, right? If you read Edith Bruder's book, Jews in Africa, right? It's well detailed. It's the best book to read about Jews in Africa. So what happened now is when you watch the conferences that they keep, they're more like a Christian church now where they're welcoming every group to convert. But the main group that they don't want to convert is African Americans. All of a sudden now, this gentleman that you have on the screen came out and said, Garfield, I want you to interview me, right? Because this guy right here, Chief Rabbi Mordecai, right? Watch this. He has a book, a writing called Nefloet Beretz Ham, right? He's basically saying in there, he don't say that you guys are bloodline. He don't say African Americans are bloodline. He says that they are Ham, but if they turn from the wickedness, they become.
Hey, yo, Garfield, I promise you right now.
And that's how Black Americans are Israelites.
Garfield, you better be right and exact.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, this is the problem. We are gullible. This guy, ask him. If you notice, he danced around the question and gave some history about the Igbo. See, the Igbo thing is kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky. But I'm saying this to you, African Americans who are watching. I'm not an African American. I'm a converted African American to citizenship. I'm a Jamaican. I am telling you, this gentleman here, you should take whatever he said. You shouldn't take it with a grain of salt. He could call me pseudo-intellectual all day. I don't care. I don't take that stuff personal, bro. I've heard worse.
Because they brought your name up specifically.
That's how I know I'm the top dog around here. You have to bring Garfield name up. I'm the top NIGGA around here. Let me put it that way. But listen, remember, this guy grew up in Compton, converted, moved to Israel, is signing with the quote-unquote small hats, and now he's telling you he's come back now, and he's going to tell you that you can be Israel. You are really Ham, but you could be spiritual Israel and become spiritual Shem. Let me tell you something. I have the book right here. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you in a few minutes, Barry, through your phone, through text, so you could see it. I don't have to be a hater. I don't have to hate on the Bible. I just keep it real. The issue with a lot of people is this, you know. We want to make everybody Israel. Every culture. Oh, I have a story. I have a this, I have a that. In Jamaica, they have the 12 tribes of Israel. They say they're the only Israel in Jamaica. That's what they say. The Rastafarian group, 12 tribes of Israel. They got a 12-tribe chart based off of astrology and all that foolishness. And said African Americans and everybody around is not Israel. Y'all is fake. This is what this Jamaican group says. If I wanted to be all about Jamaica, I'd go join them because I want to be Israel too. I want to be chosen, so I'm going to go join that group. It's craziness. Everybody has their own selfish claim to claim who they are. And that's the problem. Don't worry about what my agenda is. My agenda is to be truthful and to bring the information to the people. I don't care what side you swing on. The truth of the matter is all these people are trying to find an excuse to fit African Americans. Look at what he says. He says Igbo people, right? The other day, me and Moore had a conversation, right? And I pulled out a chart. And the chart said the people from Central Africa, Senegambia is where most of the people come from. Right? The Igbos, 50% of the Igbos on the slave trade was landed in Jamaica, where I'm from. In Jamaica right now, we have John Canoe in all those different things based off of Igbo. When we say uno, Jamaican say uno, that's an Igbo word. We still have the culture in Jamaica right now. We still have it. So I'm not worried about being an Igbo or whatever. The issue is we're trying to make a population of 196 million. 30,000 people out of the group, we're trying to make them, and they're genetically the same as the other 196 million. We try to make those people specifically Jews, and they're not even following the religion like you believe in the Torah or the Tanakh. They're believing what the quote-unquote Revelation 2:9 or Revelation 3:9 Jews believe. So you're saying that they're real, but come on. We got to stop playing this game with these African cultures. They all saw the Ethiopians get elevated in helicopters and say, hey, you know what? We want to go to Israel too to get out of this war zone that we're in. It's been going on since the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and they're still coming about. It's being rehashed over and over. This guy said he had a vision in 1976, the Safeway guy. He a Muslim his whole life. Oh, I got a vision. I'm Israel. And all of a sudden, yeah, people in America saying, you see, the guy in Ghana, he's Israel. And he had a vision. I had a vision last night. I was Israel. That don't mean I'm Israel. We crazy over here, man. It's crazy. I don't know how.
Wait a minute. Back to this guy right here. This guy wrote a book. He got in touch with you?
He got in touch with me. I have the messages on Instagram. He wants me to interview him because he's now the rabbi for the West, for lack of a better term. He wants to be
so that. What you think? What make him want to get in touch with you?
Because he's trying to promote himself, and he's gonna contact you too. He's gonna come on your show. He wants to promote that African Americans have the ability to be Israel. But what he's gonna forget to tell you is that he considers you Ham. So he plays this Igbo game like most of. So
he believes in converts.
Exactly. You see, the issue with this Mordecai guy, you can't trust him. He was against all of them on Clubhouse. Then one day out of the blue, 7-8 months ago, he changed his whole tune and wanted everybody to convert to be a Jew. Yeah, because then they're using the Igbo argument. The Igbo argument is very sensitive because remember, circumcision, the Igbo boys, some of them got circumcised between 1 and 8 days. They would get circumcised. So now when you see that in the tradition, you're like, oh, they must be Jewish. But remember, they also pull out Jeremiah 17:4 and say, "Oh, we forgot our ways." So if you forgot your ways, how do these people remember that they're Israel when the circumcision?
Yeah, we're drawing that they bethink themselves.
But circumcision is in Africa from over 6,000 years ago.
Before Abraham.
On the walls of Algeria, you got images. I could show you right now on the screen. I got images of this long. They're showing the gentleman's private part and showing circumcised on the walls in Africa. So Africa already had it. Whether it's 1 year,
way back, way before Abraham.
And plus, they circumcise women. That's a regular thing. They don't do it now. Recently, now they stopped doing it.
You're trying to fight the West and helping them fight against it.
They've been doing that. And if you look at their diets, you look at their origin stories, you look at everything for them. Even when you look at the genetics and you see a little West Asian, European markers or whatever.
I'm back to the hospital, man. I still got my wristband on. I'm gonna sneak back in the hospital. This Bajan chick said, Garfield, truth hurts. She said, you give her Canaanite vibes. Yo, I'm getting off the internet.
No, Bajan, that's one of my fans. That's one of my fans from my site. Oh
man.
That's one of my fans. I love Bajan melanin. I don't know if it's a man or a woman. I just love the fact that I don't know if it's a man or a woman. I don't know who that is. But they stalk me all the time. I get stalked. They push Rastafarianism. So it is what it is.
Man. Go ahead, Mo. What you want to say about this dude here? This rabbi, the rabbi.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to know when he asked Garfield for the interview, because I've talked to him on Clubhouse a few times and whatnot. And to me, I can he's almost like a BHI rabbi minus the Esau doctrine and the 12 tribe chart, etc. whatnot. And he seems like he's going off the Rabbi Harry Rosenberg playbook of using the Igbo argument, etc., to try to get African Americans to become rabbinic Jews, etc. Right? But when I've talked to him, he seems like he leans heavy into the Igbo argument and the Rabbi Demota ruling and whatnot. He works really close with Rabbi Demota, etc. When I've heard him talk on Clubhouse a few times.
So you never heard him speak against the small hat people, like he might be down with them too.
He's a small hat.
Hey, yo, Garfield.
He is a small. No joke. No, I'm not even joking right now. He is a small hat guy. He is.
Yeah, he's an Orthodox Jew, and
this is what he sent me more, and I could screenshot it and text it to your phone.
Yeah,
do these guys know?
Yeah, send me his book, Garfield, because I haven't seen his book.
Oh man, yo,
all right. Good. I was wondering if you're interested for me and the chief rabbi of Africa to come onto your show and talk about the rabbinical pay decree he wrote for African Americans from the transatlantic slave trade.
What that mean to you, Red Letter, when they say rabbinical? No, I need ads in here, because if y'all ain't gonna tell the truth, ads gonna tell the truth. What that mean, Israel Grace, when y'all say rabbinical, when people in the larger world say rabbinical? I gotta wait for this. Because y'all trying to pull some. I know what's going on here. Y'all trying to pull some. Y'all don't even know what's happening right up underneath your noses. They taking over your awakening and bringing y'all under the authority of the rabbis.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is this, man. I'm gonna say this to everybody. Just pay attention. I'm gonna send it to Moore. I'm gonna send it to Bereen, and y'all could read it. It's specific.
Read. This is NTA. This is them right here. So he's not even messianic. He's not even messianic like them. He don't believe Jesus died and rose again.
He's an Orthodox Jew.
100%.
And those people are behind him 100%. And you're telling me he's teaching that African Americans are Israelites? You really think that?
So what's the difference between him and Remy Iona?
There's no. Hold on. No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Remy Iona says that the Hebrews come from Igbo land. Igbos are the original people. He said it on my interview. He said the Igbos are the original. We don't need them.
Yeah,
he said they come from Igbo and they became Hebrews later. They all come from Igbo land. What are you talking about? Ola Uda Equiana said that the Jews were what? The Hebrews or Israelites were white. Abraham and them was white. And when they got to Igbo land, they became dark.
Garfield.
Come on, you guys act like I'm saying something out of the norm. This is the fact.
So the main difference between this guy and Remy is that like is kind of like what Garfield was talking about. So like, but Remy is part of like the crew that doesn't want to be a rabbinic Jew. He wants his version of Igbo Judaism to be its own thing. They want their own nationalism, etc. Like they're like Igbo BHI basically, right? This guy here, Rabbi Mordechai Ben Abraham and whatnot. He's going to want to bring people into like again the rabbinic route, more like the Rabbi Harry Rosenberg route. This is why again the whole concept of this is why I keep focusing on the fact and like Dunamis was talking earlier about like the ruling that Rabbi Demota was a part of specifies that the Igbo are anusim, meaning that they would have to convert back to Orthodox Judaism or convert to Judaism to be considered Jews.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I think. I know. Remy don't.
Yeah.
New Testament people right here.
So okay. So with these folks, so oh my God. So NHIT with prophecy, Remy and the chief rabbi. I know it's the chief rabbi. I don't think he subscribed to Lashon Kadash with the name like Mordecai Yosef Ben Abrim. They understand prophecy to understand who the people are, or you're just using them for history and anthropology. This is this is wild.
Well, how are they helping you, American Messianic, believing Jesus was a black Israelite? How are they helping y'all nation build over here?
No, exactly. Thank you very much. He does.
So this is what they're gonna say, right? Like they'll lure you away from the Messianic concept, like, and they're gonna recognize that like the BHI wants some form of nationalism, etc. Because like that's their focus, is they're going to certain portions of the BHI. Because like what Abu talks about in terms of that pipeline from the BHI to the rabbinic Jews, like no, it's real. It's been real for decades. It's been real since the beginning of this thing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of ties and roots with rabbinic Judaism and the BHI movement and whatnot, right? And so these people know that, like Rabbi Mordechai Abraham talks about that all the time and whatnot when I was listening to him and whatnot. And he was even talking about Abba Bivens in this, right? So he tries to draw that link and then like, you know, hey, you know, like you can. So in Dimona, those, to be clear, those Israelites aren't Jews and they're not citizens either. They're residents, right? He'll talk like
those were the people where they came from, Chicago back in the 60s.
Yeah, exactly. And so
it was never get put out a few years ago, right?
Yeah, but they'll also talk about like if you become and converted and whatnot, you can be full citizens and whatnot, and we can come support your communities more and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? You can build synagogues in your communities. We can come support all them kind of things and whatnot, right? There's a big push toward there's a lot of money going into rabbinic Jews, going into African American neighborhoods and whatnot. You can even look in this was happening with part of the whole the situation with Nick, what's his name? When he got caught up talking stuff about the Jews, part of his thing he had to do to make good with them again was to work with them to go back into the neighborhoods and whatnot and bring rabbinic Judaism back in the neighborhoods and whatnot, right? They're making a big push at this right now. You know what I'm saying?
So how are they spending money? I thought they was a synagogue of Satan. How are they gonna spend money and come and influence y'all? This math ain't math.
And bring this is like that verse that didn't Jesus say that you travel here and there to make a convert?
To make a convert.
So it's just I don't know. This
all I'm gonna say is it's so he could call me anything you want to call me, a pseudo intellectual, all type of names. I'm loving it. And thank you, NHIT, for bringing me up. It shows how relevant I am within this community.
Roddy Brewer, they said that all these devils is trying to do to get in front of it so they can control the narrative, to control the awakening.
So that's crazy, right? You see, the Igbos have a very rich culture. When they have a rich culture, when you go back to pre-colonial time, there's historians who have documented their oral traditions from way back before colonialism. Now, all of a sudden now, there is a tradition in Igbo land, I think with the Igala, where they said the Sephardic Jews came over and converted some of the people there. That's the only tradition I've ever read in Igbo culture outside of the new colonial stuff that talks about Jews at all. Outside of that, they all claim they come from the Benin region or they come from where they are, or Yoruba area or whatever. They don't say they come from nowhere far or whatever. They don't. This is something new. This is nothing. This is within the last 300-400 years. You don't find the Igbos saying that. The oral traditions I have, when I interviewed Remy and I started reading them off, I started reading off the oral traditions. He could not go against them because he saw that I was using Nigerian experts or Igbo experts. So if he went against them, he's going to look foolish. So he's like, oh, I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with that person. I'm familiar with them. But the truth of the matter is the people, the scholars don't agree with this. This is something where somebody has a motive. I understand there was a letter to the Netherlands and they talked about the people being circumcised. That's fine. But it still don't make them Israelites. Every time we find a custom, we quick to say the people are Israelites. They do it with the Native Americans. They're quick to say they're Israelites. You go to Australia right now, you see somebody getting circumcised. Oh, that means a Jew. The Jews don't have a monopoly on these different things. They don't have a monopoly on not eating pork. They don't realize not eating pork was in parts of Egypt. It was part circumcision. Whenever the Egyptians captured certain people that had fights against them, if you weren't circumcised, they would cut your hands off or something like that. Circumcision's been around in the ancient Near East. It's not the Bible didn't invent it.
It's not exclusive to God's people. It was a sign of the covenant, but existed already. This is beef, fair use.
Also a judge himself, and he's the head of the international court, which is called the Avadia Alliance, and he's the head of that as well. And they deal with all international issues, like people from not just Africa, but all over the world, South America, Caribbean, all types of stuff. They deal with that, and so he's an expert in this area. So he physically went there and put in the work and the time, and it's somewhat dangerous over there because there's a lot of conflicts with the Nigerian government and the Igbo people with the Biafra situation, and so that exists over there. So he went over there and he did that. But even before then, there are other rabbis who've been going over there and also gave rulings even before Rabbi Demota was there. You know what I'm saying? Like I mentioned, Rabbi Chaim Kanetsky and his crew, and his crew, Rabbi Blessed Memory, and his team of rabbis, right? And so, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, the issue, and even when Demota went there, the issue wasn't whether the Igbos are Jewish or not, or even all the rulings. None of the rulings were about whether they're Jewish or not. Everyone's already accepted that. That's not the issue. The ruling is the best way. The issue was the best way to re-assimilate them into the mainstream Jewish community because they've been so isolated for all this 500, 1,000 years, 1,500 years. You know what I'm saying? Right. So that was the issue. The issue has never been were they Jewish or not, were they Israelites or not. That was never the issue. The issue is how to re-assimilate them, and there's different perspectives that was given. One was given by Rabbi Chaim Kanetsky in blessed memory. Another perspective, and that's coming from more of an Ashkenaz perspective of how the Ashkenaz dealt with people who were separated from their history and from their lineage. This is the way they did it. Right, so this is the same mechanism that they would utilize for the Igbos, and you have a Sephardic approach, which was used for the Beta Israel, which was a ruling by Rabbi Avadia Yosef in blessed memory, and so he had a perspective, but that's coming from more of a Sephardic tradition. So all the way that rabbis rule is that they don't just make up things themselves; they use the mechanisms that were used before them in applicable scenarios. Right, and so the both rulings are not about whether they're Israelites or not. That was already unanimously accepted. The issue is reintegration and what is the methodology to achieve to do it.
All right. Oh wow, that's amazing, man. I got one more question, of course. I don't want to keep you all night. I know it's about 11 something, almost 12 o'clock over there where you at. But in Spain and Portugal, right?
I was going to ask. Good.
I think we have a lot of history over there because I've seen, we read books and stuff where they saying that they deposit us also into Africa from Spain and Portugal as well. Are you familiar with any of that?
Yeah, I've heard about a lot of things with that. I heard a lot of the people from those areas actually came to Africa when they were expelled and moved there and integrated with Africans, taught certain Africans, they joined in, these types of things as well there too. It's interesting, Rabbi Demota has a book coming out, and it's a controversial topic, but it's Black Jews and their slaves. And it's about the Portuguese and how a lot of the Portuguese were big players in the slave trade, right?
I heard him speak about that.
We need to acquire that book. Tell them
Reach
What's
out
the-
to Demota. Just send him this interview. Say, yeah, your boy Mordecai. We talked to him.
Yeah. I remember
So-
he said publicly too that he had to reevaluate because some of his ancestors played a part in the slave trade. You know, and hey, that was big for him to say that. I had so much respect for him mentioning that. Yeah, so go ahead, continue though.
I didn't hear him say so much about the part of his relatives, but it very could be because he comes from that part of the world. His history. I just in case he hears the interview and be like, hey, I didn't say that.
Yeah, no, I seen it. I seen it
It's fine.
in Garf interview he did with Garfield.
Ah, okay, so that's what. Okay, so it wasn't with me.
I seen it, so I'm not saying you said it. I seen it, and I rewinded it back twice to make sure that's what he said, and I respect him for that. I mean, that's something that he said he discovered down the line.
So with that point, one of the things that he brings out in the book, which he just told me about, I haven't read it inside, but one of the things he talks about is this: he brings letters that were written by the Portuguese slave traders to their rabbis when they were going into Africa, places like this, because many of the Africans they were getting all were circumcised. And many of them had Hebrew names, or they identified with Hebrew-like names, right? And so they wrote letters back to the rabbis saying, like, these guys are circumcised, they have an understanding of Hebrew, like, what should we do, you know? And many of the rabbis responded back and said, those are your brothers and you need to let them go, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So he brings that out in the book. He has the letters. He could show you the whole thing. He is a
Can
real
you spell
historian.
his name, please?
Yeah, Demota. I think this was a D-E-M.
I got his name. I got the spelling of Demota's name, Yashi. I got it.
All right.
I got it. What's the name of the book, though?
Oh, the book is not out yet, but I think the cover he sent to me was Black Jews and Their Slaves.
Black Jews and slaves, okay.
Black Jews and their slaves.
And their slaves, okay.
Yeah, like the relationship between both.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try. I'm hoping, praying if I can get him on here too. Because
I'm sure.
Yeah, I will because I'm real fascinated over when I heard that elder speaking. I watched that video twice, and spiritually, I felt the words coming out of his mouth, and I was just curious. I don't think he even been over here. That elder he was speaking, he's never been in America before, has he? That you know of?
You mean Rabbi Demota?
No, not Demota. The one Demota was translating for over in Nigeria in that video.
Definitely not.
Yeah. See, this is what kills me about all these other people like Garfield and all of them. Rabbi Demota is an anthropologist, and I do know from reading about anthropologists, one of their studies is hands-on studying the people's identity, language, culture, etc., like that. And none of these guys over here, these so-called fake scholars, have even been out in the country to even study these people, but yet still they're batting down, saying even the people over in Nigeria is lying and all that. It's saddening that everybody is not doing the proper research to even take in consideration to look this stuff up, because and it's not about just a race thing. It's about history that has not been told, and that's what my concern is, and that's why we wanted you on here. So we got a question.
Hey, Barine.
Oh, you see it good? I was just getting ready to ask.
Okay, so let me see.
Hey, Barine, it's very important to add something to this. The guy at NHIT is in your audience, right? I want to know, he said, Garfield, you have lied on several things. I want to know why NHIT is hiding from me. I want to know why they're hiding. You see, they call my name because I am the guy when it comes to this information. Why are you running from Garfield? I'm a liar. You have the opportunity to come on here and prove that I'm a liar. You see, the thing is, people listen to Barine for several reasons. Some people listen to hear Barine go against the Israelites or the guests to go against them. Some people come on here to hear if they are the Israelites. The issue with the Bible, Garfield has no problem with the Bible. I just don't think it applies to anybody in modern day time period. That's just how I feel. The Bible is for its time. The Old Testament for the Old Testament time period, the New Testament for the New Testament. And I think we're reading it today, and 2,000 years from now, we're going to have people having the same arguments that we're having right now, but it's going to be more high tech. You're going to have better technology and everything. The issue now is with the NHIT. You made a claim in the audience. Come on here and make that claim right now. If you're man enough, stop hiding behind a computer and come and talk to me right now on Bereen Show. Because what I'm saying is, if you believe that you're an Israelite, no one can take that away from you. The fact is, I'm just not convinced. I could have a position. I don't bash the Bible. I don't bash your God. I don't bash none of that. I'm just saying the information. Why human beings can't be Africans. It seems everywhere somebody goes and they do something, they have to be a Jew. And this is just going on too much. I could come in the lion's den. There's nobody in the audience that's going to agree with Garfield because you're a Bible believer and you want to hear that, hey, I'm an Israelite. Let me hear what Mordecai got to say. Mordecai is tricking y'all. Y'all can't even see that. This is the dude that's on Clubhouse almost every day, used to bash Israelites and said the small hat people is the right people and he's an Orthodox Jew.
I can't, but yo, I don't want to believe that.
I'm gonna say this to you, Bereen. Listen, if people want to believe what they want to believe, that's what it is. I'm telling you guys, if you all you have to do is if you have your belief, like Bereen said to me one day. Bereen said, Garfield, I'm standing on my square. I'm paraphrasing.
Yes.
No matter what you come with, I know where I'm going and what I believe. That's how everybody should be. But we're too sensitive. We hear something that's possibly oppositional to what you believe, and you're like, oh, I can't stand him. That means you're not secured in what you stand on. So whatever I say shouldn't bother anybody because you know where you're going. NHIT, give me an hour. I would love to talk to you, but you're going to answer my questions as well. Listen, bro, I'm here for the questions. I'm not here to ask you no questions. You said I'm a liar. So I don't mind the allegations of you saying I'm a liar. Fine. I'm not perfect. I may have lied. Hey. You know, maybe I could admit I lied about something. So just point it out to me. All I'm saying is I don't believe African Americans are connected to an ancient Near East culture. I don't see it through the 12 tribe chart way. I don't see it through 70 AD. And we could do a chronology of people and where they are in history. Chronology. We could do it. So at the end of the day, Russell Higgins, if you think I'm lying, come on down. Garfield, you don't know what you believe. First, he was Kemet. I was never Kemet. That's the first thing. I was never Kemet. I was a Christian. I was into Rastafarianism at one point, and I was a part of the NOI at one point. So what? No, I'm not. What it is. All I'm saying is, if you have a problem, NHIT or even Russell Higgins, come on down. Come on down. I'm ready, and I'll be right here. He said in an hour he'd get off. I'll stay right here and wait for you for an hour. I could work right here on my computer and wait for you. You see, the problem is we don't like oppositional talk. We like to put information on and don't be challenged. Simple as that. We gotta be able to have conversations without internalizing the information and take it personal. I don't take anything. You call me a lie, I don't take that personal. It is what it is. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Israel Gray said, facts, Garfield don't see straight. Yeah, of course I don't, because I don't believe the way you do. But at the end of the day, though, let's bring the issue to the forefront. How many slaves came to America? Almost 400,000. Do you're saying all those 400,000? The majority of them was even Igbo. So now you're listening to this guy talk on the screen. He said the majority of the Igbos were the majority of Igbos went to Jamaica. How come y'all ain't saying the Jamaicans are the Israelites? 50% of all Igbos in the slave trade came through Jamaica. How come nobody in the audience is saying, hey, the Jamaicans are Israelites? No, because it's like you're taking a picture and you want to see me, Bereen, Dunamis, and Orthodox more take a picture, and we stand up and say, yo, let me see the picture. Send it to my phone. I want to post it on Facebook. More gonna be like, yo, y'all took the picture too quick. My eyes was squinting. Let's do it over. That's what it is. You believe in the Bible and you want to see yourself in it. So you have to ultimately see yourself in it. This is why I always come on here and said Christ is the only solution, because if everybody believes in Christ, you would have no debates. You'd be no debates. I have salvation through Christ. That's it. That's it. But guess what? You have to be this guy, and the white guy is the wrong guy, and we don't want to save them, and then it causes all type of confusion, and y'all argue every day. That's why y'all on here. Y'all want to hear something that makes you comfortable. I'm not here to make nobody comfortable about anything. I'm here to find out the truth and to speak the truth to my understanding. So whether anybody in the audience want to challenge Garfield, I'm free today. I'm game if Bereen is down. I'm free today for anybody's information. I'm free. Today I'm free. But if we're gonna be in the audience and be
No, I don't want them in the audience. I want them to come up here and deal with your I hate Israel dissent. Come on. Come on. I'm a friend of the camp. Come somebody deal, because I'm sick of God for myself.
Hey, Brent, hold on real quick. Hold on.
I'm getting ready to start. I'm a Israel
I just got a question for Garfield.
Hold on real quick. Hold on. I see J Jax in the chat. Happy birthday, J Jax. Many
Happy
more.
birthday, Jax.
May I bless you and your family.
Love you, J Jax. Love you.
Hey, real quick, before it gets into the stuff with the chat and Garfield and whatnot, I would like to say something about Rabbi Demota, because before it gets lost,
discombobulate Garfield.
Before it gets lost in the sauce, I just want to say the Rabbi Demota did some fantastic work where he went to Igbo land for 30 days, and he made a daily recording for every day that he was there and put it up on SoundCloud for anybody who wants to go check it out.
I just got a question for Garfield, though, because he just said, who don't say Jamaicans is Israelites?
He told you, Garfield.
I thought I was off mute. I'm sorry. No, the issue is not that. I'm saying that he said that the Igbos, because of Igbos coming here, that means the majority of African Americans are Israelites. This is what he said, the gentleman on the screen. I am saying that 50% of the Igbos in the slave trade came through Jamaica. I don't hear nobody saying most of the Jamaicans are Israelites. I don't hear that.
You don't see the 12 chart on 12 tribe chart?
That they're Benjamin.
It definitely got Jamaicans on there as Israelites. So that's a lie that you just told.
No.
Yes,
Are you understanding the context of what I am saying? You see,
is Jamaicans on the 12 tribe chart? The 12
why
tribe
aren't
chart or
you
not?
guys? I'm talking about you guys. When he made the argument about the Igbos, I said more Igbos came through Jamaica than anywhere else. So why aren't you and him saying that about Jamaicans? Because it's not politically right for him now. He's trying to be accepted by an African American audience. He's not going to say that. That is my point.
I know
about the 12 tribe chart. Of course,
I don't know what them brothers got going on that's on that screen, but a lot of stuff they talk about, I don't agree with. But you made a statement saying you ain't distinguished between the two. So that's all I'm saying. You said we don't say Jamaicans Israelites, and we do.
Okay, so me talking about what's his name? Not Remiona, Mordecai saying is because I said that makes me. You see, you're quick to say I'm a liar.
But you got to put separation. You can't group us as a whole. Because they Israelites too.
He wants some distinction. He said all of them. He tried saying all of them. Some people here who believe that's what he tried to say. Jamaicans are Israel too.
Yeah, of course I know about the 12 tribe chart. I debated that. But what I'm saying is, why isn't that guy pushing that all Jamaicans? Because more Igbos went to Jamaica than anywhere else in the slave trade. 50% of the Igbos came through Jamaica.
I agree with the Abu in the fact that I think that if they can make their way to Jamaica with the same argument that they're trying to give African Americans, they would happily do that, and they're probably going to do so when they can.
Daddy?
What's up?
Okay, fair use.
Can he speak on Telerad and the temple that was in that land? I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're saying, Brother Ryan. I sent you a link if you want to join so you can explain to him verbally. I sent you a link to your email, but I don't understand. I don't think.
I think he's saying like there's a place in the south of Israel called Arad. So he's probably talking about that place. Arad. Actually,
Okay.
there's a lot of Hebrew Israelites live down there, and some people there was like people there were certain buildings and things built there. So like some people say, oh, this is where Jerusalem was, or the temple. These types of things. That's what I'm assuming he's talking about. I don't know, but
is that your question, Brother Ryan? And does anybody else have any questions for Rabbi Mordecai? He said, yes, that's the place. Okay, so yeah, he elaborated on it. And anything else specifically you wanted to know, you can type that in too, or you can come on if you want to, brother, and ask the question. Anybody else on the stage, do they have a question for Rabbi Mordecai?
Just on that point, just that southern region getting closer to Jordan and in those different areas, those are the areas that were like designated as like the cities of refuge, right? That's
wow!
Where, that's where that whole area. It was 3 cities that were separate cities that were there created.
Is that out of the Torah too? Those particular areas?
Yeah,
city of refuge in Torah, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think the last week's Torah portion.
Wow, that's deep. That's deep. Sister said Temple of King Solomon. I don't know.
That's in Jerusalem.
That's in Jerusalem, right? But I think she was asking if that was in that area.
I mean, there's people who say that. You know what I mean? Like it's like a thing. Like I mean, some people say like that type of thing, but unanimously, everyone agrees since the Ottoman Empire. You know what I mean? And before that, the old temple is in the Holy Temple is built by King Solomon is in Jerusalem, where I'm at right now, and in the old city of Jerusalem. So,
right. Okay, here's Brother Ryan now. Hey, Shalom, Brother Ryan. You can ask in depth your question. I don't know if he answered it.
Hey, Shalom, everybody. How y'all doing?
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom.
So the reason why I asked about Telerad is because I had seen some videos some years ago with Joshua Amaril. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. I know he does a lot of tours over there, concerning the land and whatnot. And with the reason why I'm so curious about that place over there, that temple that's over there, is because from my understanding, like there are signs inside of that place, and I'm sure he's not the one that put those signs up. And so those signs that's in that place, showing possibly or supposedly where the holies of holies were and where the judges were and this and that. And so just wondering if you knew anything about it, because to me it was fascinating, so just wanted to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I've heard people say stuff about it. I mean, actually, like through this conversation, I'm like more curious to go down there and visit it and see what's going on and check it out myself. But I don't know, but I'd say you come to the Jerusalem, you come to that holy temple, you go inside it's areas you could go into that have been excavated. You feel the power. That thing, the temple, that Jerusalem, it's an unbelievable power that you feel, and you feel God's presence.
You see this on the screen? Let me read this for y'all on the screen. Why do y'all allow a Jamaican to come and speak on Black American issues? Anybody want to say anything on that? Dunamis left. Dunamis Guyanese. Why do y'all allow a Jamaican to come and speak on Black American issues? Why is that? I can't say I'm even surprised at some of the stuff y'all be saying in here.
Yeah, Barine, you said Dunamis is what?
Dunamis Guyanese. My mama Guyanese.
Would she say something towards Dunamis, who is with you on here every day?
This is what I'm saying.
So this is why she can't be taken serious.
And we got people of all type of descent in here.
Idiots.
But she probably thinks she pure though. She probably thinks she pure blood.
She can't prove none of that. She can't prove none of that. They can't prove none of that. It's all a belief. That's why I say in Christ, all things are possible. That's all you need. You don't even need to argue about if you're a bloodline or not.
Man, he sounded like met by faith alone. By faith alone. These folks just believe it, and it's just, I don't know. Then they'll bring up anything. They'll bring up who believe the Bible, and they'll bring up to the prophet. Then they'll bring up this other guy that don't even believe that Jesus died on the cross. And then I don't understand. It's not working. It's not.
Look what last time Baby said. I thought you believed Black Americans and Jamaicans were Israelites. So
this is definitely different.
Hey, by the way, Naphtali,
Unlimited Keys. Yo, Keys said that's a great question.
what makes it a great question? Because I'm curious about that myself. But Naphtali, just so you're clear, Yap Gang will debate you on DNA whenever you want to, sis.
It's just the fact that Garfield always got smoke for African Americans on God Said Son. Godson said. NHIT said, keep Garfield on, please. I got about 30 more minutes. All right, I gotta hold them on now. Let me go call them. Let me tell them I gotta hold Garfield here hostage. Ushers, lock the back door. He gotta stay. He said 30 minutes, you're gonna be ready. He said 30 minutes. That's it, Garfield. Y'all, this is the last day he shall be no more. The enemy y'all see today, Israel, I'm talking to y'all. The enemy y'all see today, you shall see no more. Ain't that what Moses, ain't that what your good book say?
Oh, man.
This one said Garfield got an ungodly laugh. Yo, I promise y'all, these folk in here different. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what. Let me hear what my brothers and them. Let's finish hearing them out. Let's finish hearing them out. And look at God. We got about 30 more minutes.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know, I'm not saying Telluride, but I think Telluride, that area was where the cities of refuge were.
Okay.
In Table. So I think maybe those structures were potentially connected to that. I don't know.
Okay. And because from my understanding, isn't
Harris,
it like either in the Negev or real close to the Negev?
Well, the Negev is considered the south. Negev is like desert, right?
Right.
So the south is a desert.
Okay, so and another reason why I'm asking is because if it's there, then to me, just my opinion, I'm looking at the desolation of the land, and from my understanding, that place. Now, this is what I'm hearing. I don't know a lot about it. That's why I'm asking you, because I know you were in the land, right?
I'm in Jerusalem.
Okay, nice. So, from my understanding, you know, even off of scripture or whatnot, so it's supposed to be desolate. And that place, from what I've heard, it used to be buried. Like they found it was buried under a whole lot of sand. So, you know, again, I mean, I know that you've elaborated on it or whatnot. I'm just, you know, trying to pick your brain about it because I've been having questions about this place for so long. And since you're in the land, I definitely wanted to, you know, get more about it. But
the thing is that one of the things about, you know,
who is this beyond out of darkness? This is Ash. She said, no, not all Israelites. Come on, beyond out of darkness. You want to say something, Garfield?
Nah, Maura said, what makes that a good question? So I say it's a good question because the people that was referred to in the original question about Garfield being in affairs of Black people, he's making that question from the fact that we know that we would be in the wrong if we went to Jamaica trying to contribute or control the thought process of the people there.
Even if you lived there for how long you been here, Garfield?
Over 25 years.
Over 25 years. That don't qualify him to speak in America, to vote in America, the same thing to have a driving license in America?
What I'm saying is that we're not, so it's a little bit of an unfair fight. He could move here and talk on affairs of Black people, but you don't really get that from Black people trying to do that, moving to Jamaica.
That's
I
because
don't.
of
I don't
us
think. I
living
don't think
on
that would. I don't think that would be allowed. So
See,
that's why he made that comment.
that's a very stupid comment you just made, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because you would never say it to Dunamis. You're only worried about the information that Garfield is saying. Dunamis is not even from here. He's from Guyana. I just found that out now.
I mean, the same.
Why?
The same.
Hold on,
The
hold on.
same. The same applies, though.
Let me finish. It's because
the same applies. So nobody can talk here that got
about
busted in their parents.
exactly.
Nobody
I'm
can
not saying that.
make it a born of Cuba or Mexico.
They're worried about
I'm.
Garfield's information. That's it. I just said it earlier. It's what I am saying. It's not that I'm Jamaican. It's what I am saying. So they got to find something. Oh, he's Jamaican. So was Garvey. What about the guy that's Wentworth? What about Ford? They wasn't from here. All of these people not from here. So
Well,
what
we
do you
know
say?
Jamaica didn't accept Garvey. That's why he came here.
No.
He was a rider. He was totally different. He was somebody that Jamaica rejected.
No. You see, get your information correct. He came here to meet up with Booker T. That's why he came here, my brother, because he loved Booker T's program. So he wanted to emulate Booker T. That's why he came here. But Booker T died before he got here.
And he got the majority of his support here.
Right. When he went to Jamaica, he was hailed as a hero. He carried on his programs and did what he had to do when he went back. So what are you talking about? Get your facts right.
And the same would apply. And the same would apply to Dunamis, according to why he's saying the question. His question was in the affairs of black people. I'm not saying that you're not black, but we've been noticing this.
So you tell me who could speak here. You tell me who could speak. Who could speak? Well, if you're born in America from two American parents, tell me who you think qualified to really speak.
I believe that there's a slight distinction amongst us, even though we're all together.
Go ahead.
Is there a problem with that? We're a conglomerate of people. Now, hold on. We're a conglomerate of people mushed into the pot of black. But within that pot of black, we know that there's some differences.
Hey, can I say something right quick, man? I got
Go
a
ahead, Matt. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say this is precisely why we don't disagree. We disagree so much on what black means. Because there was a conversation that we had a while back. Grace and peace to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. When we asked the question, what does it mean to be black? And you had people that were willing to say Osama bin Laden is black if you give him a name like Jeremy Johnson, right? Now we're seeing that the definition of black is being very, very restricted, where Jamaicans don't qualify as black people.
Wow.
Dunami doesn't qualify as black people, despite the fact that we could share similar ancestry and common ancestry. So now the term black is being really restricted definitionally, right? Where it's excluding people that we're then going to include when it comes to the 12 tribes chart, who's Israel, the transatlantic slave trade, where we are. So this is exactly why, and I think me and Keys were having this conversation where he said we need definitions for terms and the terms get mixed and mingled, but then we see exactly why we don't have consistent definitions, because these things get applied based on the argument. So when the argument needs to be expanded, then Osama bin Laden is black, dark-skinned Indians are black people, Egyptians are black people, everybody's black when we need that definition to expand. When we need that definition to restrict people to make an argument, then Garfield is not black. He can't speak for black people, right? But then when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade and where quote unquote Israel went, Garfield's people are Israelites. They're black people, right? So I just wanted to bring that out to show this is exactly why we disagree so much. And this is exactly why we need definitions, because the definitions change based on people's arguments.
The hood definition of black don't change. If you like Steven off of Django, your black card gonna get revoked. That's just how it go.
And it's been like that.
It's been like that.
All right, fair use.
The temple itself, there's so much history that's not nothing to do with the Israelites. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot. I mean, obviously you have Israelite history with, you know, King Solomon and King David buying the land, the whole thing. But still, like, I mean, there's been many nations that have come through here. You know what I mean? Babylonians, Greeks, Romans, the Muslims, Ottomans. You know what I mean? Like, you Turks, all types of people have, you know, coming out of this, and Christian crusaders. So there's been a history of a whole bunch of, you know, great things and a lot of violence, a lot of bloodshed, right?
Right.
So, you know what I mean? Like, so someone wants to say that, like, it's just a random spot that all of humanity is continuously congregated at and had conflicts or whatnot, you know, whatever. I mean, the key thing is, you know, we need Mashiach. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We need that. It's time to go into this new era. And we should be begging for Mashiach, you know, all of us, like, for that clarity to come and, you know, create the right balance that, you know, humanity needs.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you, brother. Thank y'all for letting me come up and ask this question.
No problem, my man. No problem. You're always welcome, brother Ryan. We're going to have an uncomfortable question for you right here. And you can hang out if you want, Ryan. That's on you, my brother. If you think we're going to hold you probably about 10 more minutes, Rabbi, so I know you got to get some rest. This might be an uncomfortable question, but Sister Diaspora in our community, she asked, how do Hebrew Israelites that moved to Israel from America view the gay parades that are held in Israel? Because I know it's one of the largest in the world. Do they pray and fast? You know, is it an issue over there with that?
Yeah, so the gay parade happens in Tel Aviv is one of the largest in the Middle East, not necessarily the largest in the world. And, you know, the thing is like this, it's like, you know, it's been like so much abuse of Israel, you know, throughout the last 2,000 years. And, you know, it's like when I talk to, you know, Hebrew Israelites, right? So people say, oh, well, they're not really Jewish, you know, they have different beliefs, it's the whole thing. But the thing is, it's like, we know that they descend from these people. We know that America has removed their history. We know that all these things have happened. But at the same time, you know, we have to accept our people where their conditions are. We have brothers that were willing to kill for money. We have brothers that are willing to do all types of heinous things, and we have brothers that are also gay, you know what I mean, and all these different things. So the dynamic that people try to weaponize the fact that there's gay Jews is just that, it's just weaponizing. It's all types of Jews. You got Jews that are willing to hurt someone because they're gay. You know, you have people who are gay. You have people who want nothing to do with it. You have people who are accepting of it. You know what I mean? We are a people of all conditions. And when you think about the full redemption, right? Everybody has to repent. Everybody has to correct themselves. And if the collective group of Jewish people that are here, now obviously everyone's not here yet, right? We still need more and more of the Jews, especially in America and Britain, to come back. In other places, of course, but specifically these places to come back into the land and establish themselves. But if we represent the embodiment of humanity, you're going to have gay people that repent, just like you have people who've murdered that have committed, the people who are corrupted that repent, people who have done all types of things. So we shouldn't discount each other, especially when we accept that we've been through torture and abuse, that we shouldn't, you know, discount our brothers because of sexual orientation, even though the Torah forbids it. And it's wrong by the Torah, and at times, you know, the times of the biblical courts, it would be chayv nisa, you know, it's a death penalty, you know what I mean? However, the point is just saying that we're in a process of redemption, and we need all the aspects of disconnection of God to be here in the land to repent, so we could create the collective energy for all of humanity.
All right. Got that. Anybody else? Any questions? Anybody in the chat? Anybody here on the platform? And while we're waiting, Rabbi, tell us a little bit about your book, man.
So, you know, the book, I would say, like, the book gives a comprehensive understanding of what Judaism is called. Mind of the Black Jew.
Boy, they ain't had no scripture for none of that. They got scripture for everything else. They ain't had no scripture for that brother on that.
Hey,
But
Brian.
go ahead, Dunamis. You want to speak on that? You ain't, because you Guyanese. You ain't. I don't even know why you on here talking.
Brian, isn't the whole point about this about a diaspora of a people that was scattered,
Spread out people all over, scattered in every nation,
all nations and whatnot? Not weren't folks saying for a long time this is Americentric, and folks no, it's not. It's about Bible. So you have to be a so-called black in the United States to speak on the awakening and the movement. Even though there's slaves that stopped off in the Caribbean, then were carried into the mainland.
and then came yes.
So what are we doing, Brian? I thought about bloodline and all that kind of stuff.
I'm lost.
So now we have Tariq Nasheed talking points that if you're a tether and all this kind of stuff. But I thought about people coming back to their heritage who lost it and were scattered all around. But only Americans can speak on it. That's how it works. So when the Ashkenazis come around and say that they're the only ones, it's the same kind of spirit, it seems like. There's a certain group that can speak on something, even though it's about a scattering of a people. And they have to use other people. So when the Africans want to speak, all that can be used for is just their DNA and for the storyline, and that's it.
That's all. All them dudes from over there, ain't no sense in even talking to them folk from over there.
So what are we really trying to achieve here?
Hmm.
Is it just folks trying to gain dominance? And it's just an American United States, I can't say American, United States Black Power movement. But that was scripture, the Bible. And we don't have a definition for black that we've been asked for a long time. What is black? So this is wild. So bring all them Caribbean folk that added to the movement, that added to Black Power, that added to liberation theology.
All of the Afrocentric movement, everybody. Farrakhan, Biggie Smalls, everybody. Heavy D, this is a mess. This is a mess.
Keep them out.
What we done turned this thing into?
All because we disagree that they're Israelites.
Yo, this is
all
a
because
mess. This is another level of a mess.
Yep.
And I've said, I know Garvin says none. I've said some.
Oh,
but it says, but
I don't believe any of them. I don't believe not one of them. Not one. Not one. And by the way, too, I'm saying that with of course a pause on it, because I don't believe in talking in absolutes. You know what I'm saying? Because then all somebody got to do is just show one person. But I'm saying coming off them slave ships, I don't see none.
But how you gonna? But you will mess with that too, Golf. That everybody conceded at least a few. You said not one.
I don't see none. I don't see none.
So Bree, all that Marcus Garvey talking about going back to
that means nothing.
That was a ploy of the white man to get folks to go back to the mainland. That was a ploy of the white man.
Listen. You see, this is the problem. African Americans, I don't speak for them, but their history is this is why my next book is called Made in America. I'm giving African American culture its props. Rastafarianism that you see people are running around in Jamaica was started in Chicago. A lot of people don't know about the Pithy Bible. Marcus Garvey and Poston and all those people. For years, I didn't know where my father got this name from. My father's name is Marcus Poston. I only found out 2 months ago why his parents named him Poston, because obviously they were a part of the original Rastafarian movement.
Yes.
Marcus Poston is a part of the African American part of the Rastafarian movement you don't hear about. And the guy, Leonard Howell, who Garvey didn't like in Jamaica.
That was preaching over there. He had to connect over here.
Right. He's the one, and he gave African Americans their props and said, yo, they're the ones who influenced me and started this. He gave them. So now I'm telling everybody, listen, all these people that started these movements, a lot of them were Caribbean, Jamaican, Barbadian, wherever.
A lot of them. That's so crazy.
It don't matter to me at all where they're from. All I'm knowing, those movements shape the culture of African Americans. Whether you hate Nubians, Whether you hate the Nation of Islam, whether you hate the 5%ers, whether you hate the Moorish Science Temple, whether you hate the Hebrew Israelite movement, no matter what you do, this is a part of the culture that we grew up in and learned about, and we descend from that culture. And we live amongst the people who descend from those people who ran those movements even today. So at the end of the day, listen, you can't run and disrespect. Even Malcolm X's mother was from St. Vincent. Poor St. Vincent, as light as she was. Farrakhan's father possibly was a Jew. His mother was from St. Kitts. Come on. All these people who are main players, let's throw them in the garbage because they're connected to Jamaica.
Wait, what? Why do you guys allow Jamaicans to go and speak on Black American? What Black American issue? This about the scattering. How about y'all people? So how we gonna
and I hate that laugh. Garfield got to go. I was trying to hold him for NHIT, but he got to go. I hate that laugh.
You are.
Does this speak to a deeper problem? Not just the awakening. The other brother, let me play that TikTok. The other brother said, he said the people from Venezuela, people from Mexico, the white mob, everybody in the feds. He said everybody stick together except blacks. They don't ask somebody Latin that's coming in where they from. Only blacks in the federal penitentiary. I'm like, wow. And he was saying that to prove that there was a curse or something wrong with us, that we different. Does this speak to a deeper problem, what you see on the screen, Dunamis?
Brian, we've been told you are what your father is. We are scattered. We lost our identity, right? And now there are issues that are gathered around African Americans, right? So-called blacks in the United States. But with this movement, it's more than just the United States, unless all is just American-centric. The 400 years, when it started, who the people are. So it just comes down to certain people want to feel special and above their own brothers and kinsmen.
Hey, Barine, you better throw Mike Tyson out because his daddy was Jamaican. Throw him out.
Wow.
His daddy that left when he was a baby was Jamaican. Tyson. Mike Tyson's daddy was Jamaican or is Jamaican. Throw him out. Forget about him being one of the greatest. Can't be because his daddy was Jamaican. This whole talk about Jamaicans can't speak. I live in America. All my children are born in America. They're all citizens. All citizens. So, well, two of the women that I have children with are what you call ADOS or FBA. So what does that make my child? Jamaican or FBA?
And then Garfield, when your children have children and their children have children, are they gonna call themselves Jamaican or are they call themselves Americans?
It's all this is why I hate labels. I've been saying it for 8 years. I hate labels because labels, all they do is divide us.
Oh, that's true. Garfield's son that was born here. What's your son then? What do we do with his son?
Yep. All my children are born here. All of them.
Wow.
All my children. And I tease my daughter teased me and says it's my fault. She don't know her Jamaican side. Yep.
And as a matter of fact, y'all tell me, according to the Bible, what to do with Garfield. You and your Caribbean people don't have nothing to do with FBA. Now, for telling what we do with Garfield and Garfield's kids.
But is the FBA started by Tariq Nasheed? Is Tariq Nasheed a believer? Or is that I don't know. Is Tariq Nasheed a believer?
Yeah, that's getting messy. Hey, Garfield, how many times you was told you was part of the tribe of Benjamin, fam?
Guess what though? I gotta tell you something you probably don't know about me. My dad was literally born in Cuba, so I wouldn't even be Benjamin. I would be Manasa.
Yeah, but the question was how many times. So you was in the community long. Like I'm saying, like how many times did the Israelites come to you and tell like, hey, you part of the tribe?
Oh, you Benjamin? Yeah, you bet. Yeah. Tazarek used to always come to me and Ashar, and then I'm Benjamin.
I'm saying like, so he can be here and be solicited for being the tribe of Benjamin, but he can't be here and have an opinion on being solicited for the being the tribe of Benjamin. That's crazy.
Look what Ryan Harris put. Love Garfield kids, but stone Garfield.
I knew somebody was going to say that.
And then Brian, and then this guy
hold on, Dunamis. It has nothing to do with Jamaicans. It has to do with Naphtali don't like what I am saying. You see, all you got to do is step up and beat me up. That's all you got to do. That's all. I'm waiting for that guy too. I hope he said 30 minutes.
No. He probably be in 15, 20 minutes.
Brian, what do you think the chief rabbi is trying to take them for?
I don't know, but between that one, Naphtali comments, I don't know what these folk doing. These folk got an agenda though.
Yeah, the chief rabbi convert, and then we'll get y'all aliyah and Israeli citizenship,
and then you'll be
and then you'll be good. So
let me see how many of them gonna do that.
One thing, go back to the interview with Demoda when I talked about are the people over there accepting what you're saying. You know, there's a little gripe going on with the main people in Israel and what Demoda is saying. Pay attention to the paperwork, family, and you're gonna see not everybody accept him saying the Igbos is X, Y, and Z. I gotta go back into some interactions with him. He's a very good guy, by the way, Demoda. I love his energy, I love his spirit. And but I'll say this: I have never bought the Igbo as a culture being Israelites or Jews. I do believe in trade routes because of where Niger is located and different areas that Jews were in the area. There's no doubt about it that Jews were there. What they were
doing.
Go ahead,
hold on, Garfield. Queen, she right there. I want to hear some of this right here. Go ahead, Queen. You're muted.
Hey, most high bless, Doreen. How are you doing today?
Bless you, sister.
Yeah, so I'm on here because I really want to just say this. I hear a lot, I couldn't help myself. I was listening to what Garfield was saying, and then I had to say this. I don't speak on the behalf or anything for the Jamaican people. I know they have their own struggle. The last thing I want to do is get up here and say, 500 years. It's like, no, that's my people's history. I don't go on your people's history and then tell you what you're not and tell you what your struggle is. That's not fair. And a lot of these places, like you say, you're from Guyana, a lot of these places we can't even go, as us African American blacks, we can't even go into. So it's just interesting how I know we're all trying to figure this thing out, but I'm going to have to get up here and say, you guys say you're not the Israelites, then you must not be, because the spirit is not bearing witness. And if the spirit isn't bearing witness, then that's your calling, and that's okay. But that doesn't mean it bears witness for all of us. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, girl, y'all heard that, right? You bear witness with that. If you don't feel it, you don't feel it.
What do you mean that you can't go to the Caribbean countries? What are you talking about? You have a passport, right? So is the government stopping you from going to those countries to buy land to build?
So, like for instance, with South Africa, they are the requirement to be able to establish a visa is very hard and complicated. There are no resources or any type of welcoming back, any type of welcoming home, anything to try to help us to come back home, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you're saying South Africa.
Well, right now, specifically South Africa, I'm hearing some things in Ghana. They're bulldozing a lot of African Americans' homes. Also, they are, selling land to us that is fraudulent and taking the land back. There's a lot of, things that are happening that we already have our own problems. We don't need to come over to our land and then people scamming us and taking advantage of us, our ignorance, because we don't know too much about the land.
I hear you, but sis, that's South Africa, Ghana. Garfield from Jamaica, my people from Guyana and South America. So what's stopping you? What's stopping you from going to Jamaica, Guyana, and those places? You're talking about African countries now.
Well, that's that. But let me say this: your people in Guyana have your own struggles, right? You all have your own issues, your own history. Do you hear any African American black people coming around and speaking on you all, telling you what you're not, what you guys have accomplished, what you have not achieved, what you need to do, what can make things better or worse for your people? And we respect you all's history.
Hey, hold on, Dunamis. Let me
Go
say
ahead.
one. Let me say
Hold on,
one.
let me
One.
say this. My phone went out, and it wouldn't be respected if we were to do that. If we were to get up here and say what you guys are doing, who you guys aren't, what you guys have not achieved, who's trying to big up who's trying to get these different things. The same is said for the Jamaicans. They have their history, they have their struggles, the sugar cane, all that. I don't get up here, and all of us African American blacks, we don't get up here and talk about it, but I can't help but see Garfield talking on the behalf of African American blacks. You're not us. It's okay. You're not us. So won't you speak on your people, what they need to do also, and also give people, if this is wrong, then that must mean you're not an Israelite. You keep saying you're not, and that's okay. But that doesn't mean that all of us aren't. That's those of you, your people, in your past. If you very well may not be, and who am I to continue to beat you guys over the head and tell you that you are? And that's what I'm saying.
Hey, first of all, I've never spoken for any African American in my life. Not even, I've never done that. I have given my opinion. It's a religious conversation based on history. So Garfield can't talk about history. Throw out all the historians in the world who are from Jamaica or the Caribbean who taught here and taught African American history. They're not allowed, based on what Naftali is saying. It is one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard. If you don't like what I'm saying, beat me up and prove it to me. And if you don't want to prove it, so what? I said to my Jamaican Rastafarians too, they fake as hell. I say to everybody, I used to have a show every Wednesday where the Rastafarians used to come in and stone me. They used to stone me, I mean, electronically, of course, because of the person that you had in the chat, Bejan. Where do you think I know her from? From those Rastafarian shows where I'm going in on the Jamaicans and this fake Rasta movement. So I go in on everybody. It doesn't matter if it's about the Bible and history. I'm going to talk about it, whoever you are and wherever you're from. If it applies to you, it should. Listen, if it applies to you, it applies to you. But the thing is, in Jamaica, my mom used to say this: if you throw a stone in a pig's pen, the one that squeal get licked. And right now, you're squealing like a mother. All right, let me stop right there.
I don't believe I'm squealing. You know what? I'm squealing because what people like to say when you over here in America, when people say squealing, that means you're ratting, and that means you're telling. And yes, here I am. I'm telling, and I'm letting you know. You have spoken on the behalf of Black people. You say we're not those people. No, you're not, and that's okay. Like I said, you say it's the dumbest argument. Teaching that we're apes and monkeys, that we're descendants of apes and monkeys, that we're Denisovan, that we're of Neanderthal, that we're of all these subhuman species. Teaching of that is actually the dumbest argument. And whenever you're ready, I'm willing and ready to have that conversation on evolution. I study, and I'm very proudly knowledgeable in evolution. And you want to talk about how dumb it is to teach that excuse me, not you, but a lot of us African American blacks and descendants of slaves are the true children of Israel. For me to teach that, but it's okay to believe that we're apes and monkeys. Now that there is more knowledgeable. That there we all need to throw away the Bible, throw away the history of the Bible, but we all need to pick up this white man who was a racist, by the way, and taught that we were monkeys and apes. This is better. Excuse me, primates. I guess that sounds more scientific.
Now, someone asked,
Hold on. Is she saying that what I'm teaching, is she speaking on me? That do I get offended that I'm Jamaican and she's American? Is she speaking on me when she says I'd rather teach this than teach that? Are you speaking on me, sister? How dare you talk on a Jamaican? How dare? You see how stupid it is? If you're worried about evolution and now you want to debate evolution, now you want to have a conversation.
You hearing what she's not saying, man. You not hearing
Hold
what
on, bro. Did you interrupt her at all?
Tell him what you said. Yes.
Did you interrupt?
You trying to make a straw man against? You trying to make a straw man against her?
Did you interrupt her when she was speaking? So why are you interrupting me though? Oh, because I'm Jamaican? Maybe because I'm Jamaican. That's what it is. Hey, listen, man. If you want to have a conversation on evolution, it's not my expertise. I could get some people for you to argue that argument with. I really don't care. I talk about history, archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, and genetics. That's what I talk about. I talk about biblical history, and that's what I talk about. If you want to have that conversation, I'm right here, right now. All right. I'm saying that if anyone out there wants to have the conversation, I'm right here. I'm free today. I'm free all day. Now, at the end of the day, me being Jamaican has nothing to do with anything at all.
Well,
If I was an American, what would be your complaint if I was an American? Because I'm
I
technically I'm an
tried to
American.
come on to your show yesterday and you kicked me off. So, you know, I was
Yeah,
going
because you did some
raise my
stupid.
voice. I
You did
didn't
some.
interrupt you. I was
So
very
let's
patient.
so let's go right here. I'm right here right now. Let's go.
So what were you about to say? Go ahead and finish.
I'm saying me being a Jamaican has nothing to do with anything. You just don't like what I am saying. I never said. I'm saying that I don't believe African Americans. I don't believe Jamaicans. I don't believe anyone that came off the slave trade is connected to the biblical text. That's just how I feel based off the evidence. If you feel different, bring your information. Let's rock. Let's go.
Well, I wish I had time. I'm picking my daughter up from college right now, so I can't talk right now. But Garfield, I'm gonna hit you up in Messenger on Facebook and we can set up our own time. How about that?
We could do
Okay, that sounds great.
We could do whatever you want to do, American lady.
Okay, Garfield, we've been waiting for it. Now my man is here. Now, Garfield, you asked for this, Garfield. Would you like to? I hate that laugh. Would you like to put up your screen? Now you ain't finna just button. You gonna let my man talk? I hope I don't need to put everybody else out.
You can pull everybody out and let me and him get it in. It's all good. I'm here, man.
Shalom. Hey, Shalom. I don't have a real long time because
of course you don't.
No,
let him talk. Go on, I'm using myself.
Let me make this clear. First of all, Garfield, I can tell you don't know I'm the same person that you used to talk to all the time. I told you before that I went under the name of Barawak Bynes. I'm the same person. Barawak Thornton and Barawak Bynes is the same person. I've been in Clubhouse since I came home 2016 under Barawak Bynes. Me and you had conversations on your platform before. And I questioned you about you saying the black man was God, and you asked me, how do I know this and this and that? And I don't know anything about the Nation of Islam. So I'm going to get you on record first before we start talking about anything and ask, have you been a member of the Nation of Islam before? Yes or no?
Yes, I have.
All right. Their doctrine, they teach that the black man is God. Yes or no?
Well,
one of their doctrine.
No. They teach the white man is the devil. Hence, if the white man is the devil, the black man is God. It's in contrast, not literal. Just relax.
Hold on. Okay.
That's
so
not literal.
The reason why I'm asking you all this, because I was part of the nation. I was a 5%er, and I broke off from the nation to be a 5% in 1980. I was one of the firstborn. I know the last year that you went through. I can't remember the name of the temple, rather, that you went to, but I know some people that know you. All right. So when I was speaking about, hold on. So you saying I don't?
I'm not saying you do or you don't, brother.
Okay. So now we're gonna get into some little politics of you saying that us being Israelites and all that is silly, but the Nation of Islam doctrine of the black man being God, when you say it figuratively, that's a lie. The Nation of Islam, and I'll debate you on that. The Nation of Islam teaches that the black man is literally God. There's no heaven or hell. There's no such thing as a mysterious God. They believe that they're physically the black man is God. Now you telling me it's not, and you was part of the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? Finish what you're saying first. Finish what you're saying.
And the reason why I brought this up is because, you know, you tried to deny it at first when we got into this conversation because you thought I didn't know what I was talking about because I was under the name of Barawak Thornton. You know, and that's my whole name. My name is Barawak Bynes Thornton. That's my name legally. And you know, when we got into these topics, you first tried to deny it and told me I didn't know what I was talking about the doctrine. The reason why I called you a liar is because I asked you directly on Facebook when me and you were interacting maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and you still denied it.
you wouldn't give me a yes or no answer. And then you said I didn't know what I was talking about. So that's why I called you a liar. The other reason why I said you was a liar.
All right, time out. Let me respond to that. First
yes,
of all, when he said the white man is the devil, do you think he literally meant the white man is the devil?
No, in that doctrine they mean Yakub
Well,
was
hold on.
Okay.
Listen to the
You asked
question.
me a
Listen to the question.
Okay.
When they taught the white man is the devil from an NOI perspective, not from a 5% perspective, from an NOI perspective under Elijah Muhammad, is he saying the white man is literally the devil?
Well, when you say, okay, so this is word semantics. When you say literally the devil, we in my belief during the Bible, we look at Satan and the devil as an adversary. The Nation of Islam teaches that Yakub was literally the devil. That's what the NOI teaches. So that would be literally, yes. If you're speaking about Yakub, which they said he grafted the brown and the blue, I mean the brown germ,
right. But
brown germ and the
white people, is all white people considered devils, literally?
And in the NOI, they believe that now Farrakhan's been changing a lot of his position, but you know it's two Nations of Islam. It's one that's under Farrakhan and the other one that started off another branch. So Farrakhan has been changing his position on far as the Caucasian literally being the devil. So I can't really speak on how he see it today. But when was
Garfield involved with the Nation of Islam? Who was the leader?
Who was the leader of the nation? Farrakhan has always been a leader of the
original
NII. And then Wallace B. Muhammad.
Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. Hold on. Time out. You just said Farrakhan changed the meaning of what it was.
I said he may have. I've been hearing that. I'm not sure.
Okay. So that's who I was under when I was.
But let me ask you this: what year was you under the Nation of Islam, Garfield?
1994, around that.
Right.
Time.
They at 1994, they had that position as the Caucasians literally being the devil under Yakub.
Well, I didn't get that understanding from it.
Okay, all right. So now my next thing is, I can't debate you, Garfield, and prove to you 100% without a doubt that I'm an Israelite. I can't. I'll be. See, one thing about me, and I notice a lot of y'all on here. A lot of y'all are afraid to say the most important thing in the world is I don't know. I can't prove that. And see, me, I don't try to be Mr. Know-it-all. I don't try to claim to act like I'm a scholar. The reason why I want to present why we had Mordecai on there. We had him on there because I'm trying to chase and speak to some people over in Africa that never been over here that carry these customs, culture, identity, language, and all that. That's what I want to talk about. These people say,
hold on. I'm sorry. I missed what you said originally. You said you wanted to talk to him because of what? Say that again.
The reason why I had him on there because there's some rabbis over in Nigeria that's over the oldest synagogue in Nigeria. That's one. There's another Rabbi Kish. There's another person over there that the Malta interviewed, an elder from Nigeria, which is Igbo, but he doesn't speak English. They hold that particular tribe over there holds thousands and thousands of years of Igbos being Israelites.
Hold on. I'm sorry. You said thousands of years
of oral tradition. Yes, thousands of years.
I thought you said the synagogue was built thousands of years.
No. Okay. I'm not gonna say you ain't got to worry about me talking about something I'm unaware of. I'm saying that no, I said the synagogue is the oldest in Nigeria. That's a different rabbi I'm talking about.
Okay.
The one I want to speak to, they hold thousands of years of oral tradition. Now, I heard y'all mention DNA, right? My new DNA is in the queue right now. My new DNA is in the queue because they say I have a unique DNA or whatever the case may be. Now, my grandfather, Garfield, and I can trace my family history, my grandfather, my father's father, was born in Ghana. And I got paperwork to show who in my family.
You're official Hamite. You're official Hamite.
Well, I don't know. My DNA don't say that. So I'm not a DNA expert. You got to get Ivory in them, and you can go view my DNA yourself. The new one will be out in a few weeks. It doesn't say I'm a Hamite. If technically, from what they say, I could be from Shem and be a Hebrew Israelite. But here's the thing about me, Garfield, and Barine and them heard me say this. If my DNA came back that I was Japheth, I still would subscribe to the commandments, statutes, and laws of what I believe. So I'm not a person that's big on trying to say who is and who ain't. I can care less about those Ashkenazi Jews over there that may not be or may be Israelite. All our argument in NHIT is people are saying that we're not without doing the proper research of the people over there in Africa that's saying we are. Not the FS Cherries, not the people over here in America. We talking about the people that never been over here in this land can tell you a lot rich history about our people. There's another brother I spoke to, Daniel Yasharal. He's never been over here. And he has a lot of rich history. I did it. Y'all can look at the video of him. They're talking about a lot of stuff coming out of his area in Lagos, saying that they're Israelites and they got thousands of years of oral traditions. So my whole argument, Garfield, with you is, and my beef with you is, if you haven't done this study yourself and been to these countries, like I've been to Haiti, I've been to Jamaica, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to the Bermuda, I've been to Dominican Republic, and I've seen people, they all look like me in all these countries. So I don't view you as not being my brother, but if you haven't been over there to do the footwork, you can't take books, Garfield, that you read and just say you debunking them without doing the actual research yourself and the footwork. So you're not a scholar, man. All you are is a researcher just like us, and we disagree with each other, but you don't have no degree in anthropology. You don't have no degree in archaeologically.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. What I'm saying to you is, and I'm a researcher, a damn good one at it. I'll say this to you.
Yes,
There's no oral tradition. Let's use Igbo for a second. Let's stop for 1 second. You're saying that the Igbos have traditions for thousands of years, stating that they come from Israel?
That they got migration patterns that they speak of, oral traditions, thousands of years that are migrating from Israel into Africa.
Okay, all right. Pause. I just wanted to hear you say that. Now I'm going to say this to you. I'm going to say this to you with all due respect.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my notes right now, and I'm looking at each scholar, what I read to Remy Yona, Ese Odokuma, Toyin Falola, Ebere Chuko Afigbo. When I read these names to him, he couldn't go against them, because these are the people who have recorded all the oral traditions. Not one of them said they come from Israel. Not one of them. They all say, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Relax. I could go through every one of them, but the reason why I'm reminding you that I talked to Remy Yona, because Remy Yona is the premier guy. He don't say the Israelites, the Igbo are Israelites. He said that the Igbos went to Sumer or wherever the Hebrews were, and the Hebrews come from Igbo. Remy Yona teaches that. He teaches that. But he's the premier guy that talks about them having qualities or traditions that are similar to Israelite traditions, right? But watch this. When you look at the scholarship, right? When you look at the PhD, the PhDs like Nevbechi Emma Anazovba, we talk about the Oka people. They grew out of the soil. That's one of the traditions. When you look at the other sources, like from Suza, you look at Nawanko Nawazigwi, the politics of Igbo origin and culture. These are the PhDs and scholars, the anthropologists, the archaeologists on the ground who has done the work for the Igbo people. So when I started naming them off to that gentleman and said they went to this university, they come from that university, he's like, whoa, the history of the Aguilera by Idigo or Oweri or whatever. We're naming Igbo scholars. This is not white folks going over there and saying, hey, I'm recording this, whatever. No, not one, and I'm serious. I'll send this to you. Not one of the oral traditions before colonialism is claiming this Israel stuff. This is when colonialism, when invaders come in their area, they started to do it. Hold on 1 second. Let me make one last point. The point I'm making now is when you look at the oral traditions of the Native Americans, when they start translating the Bible into these tribes, into the Quechua language, which is the most popular language in Native American culture, you start seeing the stories of their traditions sounding like the Noah story. So all these traditions now are sounding biblical because of the people who are trying to convert the Indian, because you know what? Their ways, they're savages. The Africans are savages to outsiders. So to hell with their oral traditions, we're going to remix it and put what we want. So that's what's happening all over Africa.
Okay, so you said one thing that I wholeheartedly disagree with first. You mentioned that Remy does not teach that. You can go on my channel right now and look at the interview we did with Remy, and he gave a migration pattern from Israel into Africa through oral tradition. He gave it. So for you to speak for him, that right there I disagree with. That's not what he said on our channel, and he mentioned the areas that they came from. Now, my second thing is, some of those Igbo scholars, I'm in my car, so I don't have the notes or everything. Some of them are Christians, and some of them are colonialized, and some of them are under the teachings of some of these prominent European Christians. And I'm going to send that information to you. I can't remember. I wrote down.
How would you know that? How would you know that?
How would I know that? Because
I never told you the names.
Hold on. You asking how do I know that? You named a bunch of names. I'm going to send you one, maybe two. Don't quote me on two that I can show you that they're Christian. Now,
off my list.
Listen.
You're gonna say, hold on. Let's be clear.
You're not gonna force me. Hold on.
No,
you're not gonna force me
you're misunderstanding me. Time out. Are you saying the scholars that I'm using are Christians?
Two of them that you name are Christian.
Who are the two?
Hold on. Let me, because listen, I wrote down all of them just now.
And by the way,
I don't want to say. Hold on. One thing about Garfield is, let me say this.
Barine, real quick. Let me say something to Barine. Barine, you cannot provide any research for Israelites because you are a Christian. I just want to make that point. But go ahead.
All right, so let me say this.
Wow.
Before I misspeak, Garfield, let me get the information first, then you can refute it. Because one thing about me, I don't like to just say something and then I'd be wrong. I have to come back and apologize and admit that I said something false. So I got the names. Let me give you the one that I'm talking about, and I'll email it to you. Two of them one for sure is a Christian. Now, let me ask you this, Garfield. The argument with everybody in the world against us saying that we Israelites, right, is that we can't prove without a shadow of a doubt that we Israelites, correct? Am I right about that? Is that your beef with everybody running around saying they Israelites?
Say that. I'm sorry, my beloved. Say that last part again.
I said one of your key component arguments with us saying that we Israelites, right? And I don't believe every Black American over here are Israelites. I don't believe that. But one of your key component beefs with us saying that is that we can't prove without a shadow of a doubt that we Israelites. Am I correct?
Yes. That's a good evaluation.
So your position on the Messiah, I know you don't believe in the Bible like that or whatever. You believe he existed, right?
Say that again.
Your position, if I'm not mistaken of me watching you, you believe that Christ, the Messiah, walked the earth, he existed.
Yeah, I believe Jesus of Nazareth is a real person.
Right. Mm-hmm. So now, one of the key components in the argument about Christ is nobody other than the disciples seen him, during his walk and after the resurrection. That's biblical I'm speaking about, right? So biblical. No eyewitness. Maybe some argue that Philo the Jew was an eyewitness to the Messiah. That's up in the air, but he lived around that time, supposedly, looking at the year that he was walking the earth, Philo the Jew. Other than those factors, no one can prove without a shadow of a doubt that Christ existed or walked the earth. So my argument back to you is, and I would never take a debate because of that, but my argument to you is just because you can't prove something 100% without a shadow of a doubt does not make it false. It does not make it false. And I disagree with arguments like that.
Can I agree with you for a second? One thing I got to say though, in
you
Paul,
agree with him, Garfield. You just admitted for the record you agreed with what he just said.
Hold on. That's just a debate topic to let him shut up. That's just a debate topic to let him shut up. But let me say this: Jesus had 500 witnesses, though. You forgot that. It wasn't only his disciples. Well, hold on, beloved. So you left that out. 500 witnesses is a big deal. It's not just his disciples. So for the record, the non-Bible believer is telling you that more than his disciples saw him according to the biblical text. He had 500 witnesses who saw him. The second thing is, I don't believe anyone, white or black, can descend from Jacob, because I look at Jacob as an eponymous ancestor, as a part of etiology. I know you do. Yeah, all right. So watch this. Now, if you want to say that you descend from the Israelites, let me tell you how we could end this conversation right now. We have different routes. You are not a one-wester. A one-wester teaches Levi. Hold on. I don't know what that is. Levi, Benjamin. Yeah. Levi, Benjamin, and Judah.
Hello?
Yeah, I got you. One West teach Levi, Benjamin, and Judah, the southern kingdom, that they
came after
70 AD. I could hear you, my brother.
Let me leave out and come back in, man.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. I hope you're not trying to, because we're gonna get to the nitty-gritty now. In Jamaica, we call it we're gonna get down and dirty, because you have to prove how you ended up into West Africa and ended up on the slave ships as a people. That is the argument that I'm trying to see what Naphtali gonna come with. I'm trying to see what he's gonna come with, because these are people that don't believe in One West. One West says the 10 tribes came through Arzareth because they left from Assyria and ended up going a year and a half and ended up in Arzareth, and America's Arzareth. That's their argument, which is total garbage.
Go for real quick, just for the record, because as DNA is coming up, we also have to talk about the Samaritans.
You know, that's gonna muddy it up. That's gonna muddy it up.
Oh man, you're gonna get
we don't need the Samaritans right now. I just want anybody from West Africa over here. We don't need the Samaritans right now. Go ahead, brother Peter. Your microphone good.
All right, Barwa. This is important. This is the important part of the conversation. All that we said, we know where right now. This is where we're gonna get somewhere. We know One West. You're not a One Wester. We know One West teaches that Benjamin, Levi, and Judah left after 70 AD after that war, and they descended they went into Africa, migrated into Africa, like 1 million of them, and they ended up in West Africa. The other tribes, they think, went to Assyria, and those tribes were lost, and they read Second Esdras and said that they ended up in Arzareth, which is America. All right, so that's where the tribes went. I want you to teach me, what does NHIT teach as how did you leave from Israel and end up in the Americas?
Well, I mean, okay, so that would be, I could just send you a video, because I'll be all day trying to teach that. But here's the thing: we teach that our ancestors migrated from Northeast Africa, which we subscribe to as being Israel, and we migrated down to West Africa.
From where? From where?
From Israel. From Israel after 70 AD. We went into West Africa. We went into Asia. We went into a lot of other areas other than West Africa.
So what time period?
We don't. It was after around about now, because I don't like giving time periods of exact dates. So it would be around about after the temple was destroyed, around 70 AD.
Okay.
That's the migration pattern. And the same migration pattern that I agree with is some of the migration pattern that Remy was speaking about in our video on our channel, that you said he doesn't teach that.
All right. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
So hold on. Let me explain.
Dareen, put that on the show. Put that on the screen for me, please. Put that on the screen for me.
A lot of people don't know what we subscribe to. They assume that we subscribe to this. They pick one or two videos, play it, and then take it out of context of what we believe.
No, that's his phone ringing.
That's what I'm saying. His phone is ringing. All right, now we got something out the way, which was very important. We got him to download, to come down to the 70 AD argument. So now we could zero in on what route he's taking. Now I got it.
No, but it got to be a missing. He ain't said nothing about Spain and Portugal and none of that. Straight from Jerusalem to West Africa. That's what NHRT teaching out here.
We just needed to clarify it some more on record. So we gonna say he wasn't thinking straight. So wait, I'm gonna wait for him to come back.
Wait, let me just hold on. Let me wait. Let me just put the link out there. Nobody say nothing. Let me put the link out there. They calling him to say get off. Yeah, so they
Hepzibah is the funniest, man. Shout out to that queen, by the way. Shout out to that queen. So this is where it gets murky for everybody, because one Westers teach that 70 AD, the whole thing, right? They don't recognize that Israelites and Jews from the 2nd century BC were already in Europe. The majority of 80% of Israel or Judah or Jews were living outside of Israel before 70 AD happened.
All right, here he is.
We got grave sites in Europe.
Go ahead.
We got grave sites in Europe from 2nd century BC. We got grave sites with Hebrew writings. So they were already in Europe, and the majority of them lived in Mesopotamia. And that's based off of the exiles and where they lived and so forth. Now, Barawak, you said that after the 70 AD war, they ran. Now, look at the screen. This is the Roman Empire.
1 minute, Bruce. I got an important phone call.
Yeah, important phone call. Let him chill.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Now, look at the screen. I don't know if you can see the screen. That's the Roman Empire at 70 AD. Where did they run to?
Hold on a minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Is this going to take, like, are you doing a lecture right now? Because this is off guard. I didn't know you was going to do all this. You could have just said what you
No. I'll give you 5 more minutes. We don't need a lot of time.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the map so the people at home could see what you're talking about. Judah is on the right side below Syria. So that's where Israel is. So this is the Roman Empire and where they control.
What
map
is this?
At the time of 70 AD. This is the Roman Empire map. This is a geographic map showing where they control. All right, the Roman Empire. Anybody could Google this. This is not a special map. This is just the Roman Empire and where they controlled at the time of 70 AD, the war. So you're saying that they were in Northeast Africa and they went into, how did they get to West Africa from here?
I can't see that map like you on my phone, man. And see, that's the thing. This type of stuff here, we need to really sit down and I can be comfortable on the computer and all that. And this map needs to be
let me help you out. Let me help you out. What
I can't even always see it.
No. Forget about the map. What records do you have that is referred to outside the biblical text that talks about these Judeans going into West Africa?
Well, you said outside of what? Outside of what?
Outside of the biblical text. What do you have? Because the Bible.
Well, hold on. One thing you're gonna notice about me. See, this is what I went through with COVID. We don't. The Bible is mandatory, our primary source over everything, and the Bible speaks about beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. First of all, so biblically, it would talk about them being in Africa after 7 AD. Biblically in the Bible. So, I mean, for you to sit there and pull this map up by these Europeans, I can't really start leaning that way, Garfield, because now I go with what the Bible says, and the Bible says different. So when you ask a question, outside biblically, now you put me in a different realm of an atheist or a person that don't believe in the New Testament or the Old Testament or the Bible, period. I'm not about to sit there and argue anything against what the Bible says. No,
we're not arguing against the Bible.
Hold on a minute, Garfield. But the statement that he's asking you is extra biblical. How can you speak on anything after the Bible is closed? After John is dead and Revelation is closed, how can you speak?
Well, wait a minute, Bareen. The Bible was still in the book of Acts. The temple was up. Okay, so
all right. So you argue for all right. So you argue.
The temple was still standing. So in Revelations, the temple was gone. So I mean, you know, the Revelations was closed around about 90 AD. It was
So
complete.
until 1492, how can you know what happened in all of that time?
Time out, Barry.
Well,
Hold on. We're missing the point.
Hold on, Garfield. I want to hear a little bit. Hold on. He only got to come. Let me hear a little.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so
I
here's
want
some
to hear
things,
this.
though, Marine. Here's
Go
some
ahead.
things that there are some maps that people ain't going to agree with that has different migration patterns. And
Now, what are those maps? Where are those maps at?
I can't.
Those maps
hold
are
on,
Garfield right
Marine,
now.
Before I misspeak, again, I'm sitting in the car and you asked me to pull up some maps. I can't do that. But what I can do is track down them and get my brother to find out exactly where they are, and we can show certain maps of migration patterns.
Garfield got time today. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get on because he kept talking about I was scared to talk to him, and that's a huge lie.
All right, hold on.
Ruddy Brew telling me there's books called The History of the Jews from 70 to 1800, but that's not Bible. If they only going with Bible, Ruddy Brew.
No, Barry.
Hold on. Time out. Barawak, hold on. You're saying that they left 70 AD. Are you saying all the Jews left or some were left?
No, I'm not.
How many left in 70 AD? How many? Around how much?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. The reason why I asked that question is this, right? At 70 AD, hold on. See, now they're calling me on Clubhouse because they said Divine Prospect going ham. They want me to come beat up Divine Prospect. Damn, I'm working with Barry today, man. I'm the on-call scholar, man. Hold on, Barawak. I'm the on-call scholar. Everybody call me for everything, man.
Garfield, slow down for a minute, because I don't want you to think I'm running. I want to schedule a dialogue with you and send you a link, and we can go in about this. Now, my
before
argument.
You go. This is important. Hold on. No. Forget about that. You got Barine. I'm here every day. Don't forget about that. We good. We could talk anytime. That's not a problem. What I want to ask you is, would you agree the Roman Empire was in control of Israel at the time of the 70 AD war? Would you agree to that?
Yeah, the Roman Empire, yeah, they was in control.
All right. So if they were going to run, they would literally be running into the Roman Empire from one side to the next. So this is why I'm trying to figure out logically. Hold on. Time out. This is what I'm trying to, because right now this is a teaching moment for everybody. If the claim is that they left at 70 AD and ran into Africa, the point is we have documentation saying where the Jews were taken by the Romans. We have documentation to show where exactly they went. And remember this, ladies and gentlemen, in 45 years after 70 AD, there was another war, and they claimed that Andreas Lucas was the Messiah. And then at 132, they said Simon Bar Kokhba was the true Messiah.
So we were still under Rome. They were still under jurisdiction.
And they still were under Rome. Hold on. They still were under. Hold on, Barawak. Listen. We're still under Rome. So what I'm saying to everybody right now is, where did these massive amount of Israelites go? Because we do have historians documenting it. And what they are documenting don't make sense of them running into Africa to hide or anything, because they're surrounded and it's documented.
So can I get you on record?
Hold on. Remember they committed. Hold on. Remember they committed suicide. A lot of them committed suicide instead of being in prison, right? A lot of them went to Pella, northern Israel. But as far as running out and going into Africa, we have them going to Cyrenaica, 97,000. We have some going into Rome. But the ones in Cyrenaica got scattered into the Roman Empire because Sicarii wanted to start another war right after 70 AD. So they snitched. Those Jews snitched on Sicarii and got Sicarii arrested and captured. That's documented in history. What I'm saying, hold on. Before you go though, I'm trying to find out, where did they run to during the time they were in the Roman Empire?
All right.
That's all I
just need you to answer this. Are you saying none went into West Africa at all?
I'm trying to find out the route that they took. So
I'm asking that because you just did a whole.
I'm trying to figure out where did a master.
This is what I mean about Garfield. Now he just did a whole argument, and I pulled up a Roman map because I need you on record saying this.
Yes, I'm on record. I got you.
To West Africa.
I'm saying that the records that we have on record, what we have on record says, and I could show y'all right now. I could show
I'm
you.
not
right
asking you that, Garfield, because when
for the audience records, we can go to
get back
pages.
into this conversation.
Okay, let me answer how I want to answer.
But hold on, Garfield. You don't want him to give you that work. Garfield don't want him to get come on, because I know you got to go, brother. Give him that work before you go.
That's what it sounds like to me, because
that's what it sounds like.
Your argument at first,
I have no records.
Well, hold on, Garfield. Garfield, that's the Garfield game. Garfield don't want him to use this microphone. Let him talk.
Let me respond.
Well,
bro.
he ain't said nothing for you to respond yet.
Yes, he did. He said, "Am I saying?" He asked me a question. He said, "Am I saying?"
No, I asked you because I was trying to get to the point when you built this whole premise and you pulled this map up. Your argument in so many words, you were saying there's no record, so that is not true. That they went into West Africa at all. And now I'm asking you that, and now you're trying to say with the records that you present, you can't find it. So you being a researcher, you should be able to hold on. You should be able to tell me, you being a researcher saying, no, I'm saying that there's no records showing that they went into West Africa. I just need you to tell me that.
Okay, all right. At this point, I have not come across any records or documents.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
To say that the Jews, hold on, that the Jews in the 70 AD war ran. What we have on documentation is that they went to Pella, which is right above Galilee, and we have them being captured and moved to Cyrene. That's what we have. We did not have any Jews. Hold on, my brother. Barak, let me finish my point.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that this whole notion of running into West Africa is wrong. It's totally wrong. All right? And until you provide evidence of this, I can't.
We're gonna get you on, Barine. We're gonna get you on.
But wait, hold on. You got a video on that? So do y'all got a video on NHIT that I could play right now, where y'all walking people from the destruction of the temple in 70 AD or the Bar Kokhba revolt to West Africa, to Spain and Portugal, to West Africa, anywhere?
I'm not sure, Barine. We do got some migration videos. But don't quote me on that. But as soon as I get with my brother, because we got over 600 videos, some of them are migration patterns. And if we do, I'm going to send it directly to you for it to be cross-examined. All right? But I want to say this, Barine. I got a book that none of them has. I can't remember the name of it. And this book is interesting to me. The reason why, I want to land my plane, but I want to say something. It says, the name of the book is Israelite something, right? So I reached out to the author about the book. And I spoke with them for about 30 minutes, emailing back and forth. And I think they're out of Virginia, but don't quote me on that. But I'm going to send the book to you and all the information. These group of people that came off slave ships call themselves Israelites. So the first thing I asked them, can you prove that these people were Israelites? Because, this book is modern time. It's more recent. It's not during the slave trade. And he said no. He said he doesn't even believe that they were Israelites, but he said it's documented that they were calling themselves Israelites, right? And these were people that fought for land in this area, and they went into courts and all that, but they called themselves Israelites. I found that intriguing to me, even though he couldn't prove and he didn't agree with them being Israelites at all.
But who call themselves Israelites?
Hold on, there's a question on the screen for you too on the super chat. Thank you.
I know. One second, Barine. Barawak made a major claim. He said the guy said the people on the ships were calling themselves Israelites. Yes, what evidence was presented that they call themselves Israelites?
That's what I'm gonna get with you about when you come on the channel. See, you got a lot of talking.
This is gonna be good.
You don't like to say. You don't like to.
No. Do it right here. Do it here on Marine channel. Embarrass me in front of everybody because you're embarrassing yourselves right now. You can't
everybody gonna watch regardless. We don't do. Hey, let me make this clear. We don't do stuff for views and all that. I'm financing.
You better do it for views because ain't nobody listening to you.
No, I'm talking about everybody gonna watch it, whether it's your channel or Marine's channel. It don't matter. Marine
put it on Marine channel.
Marine can go snatch any video he want off our channel. I ain't got no problem with that.
Yeah, you get more views than Barry plays your videos anyway.
I don't care
No,
about the views,
but
man.
he's gonna if he got proof, Garfield, you're gonna examine this proof.
Hey, all I'm
You're
saying
gonna
is,
examine this proof.
hey, Marine, you know what? You're letting this guy off the hook. He said
How
that.
am I letting him off the hook and he jumped on
me?
He's claiming Israelites ran into West Africa. He hasn't provided one piece of evidence except that he believes.
I ain't gonna lie, yeah, B, they gonna talk about
on,
you.
bro.
I ain't gonna
stand on that.
This is whack,
So,
yo.
hey, Marine, so he
Send
do
somebody
stand on
else.
that.
Send some. I bet you
stand on that.
let Orthodox more sit in for him and bring an argument, because this is a waste of time right now. This guy ain't got no argument. He just
said he know. He said the only he being cautious. He said he don't want to misspeak. He just said he don't want to misspeak.
Believes.
Hey, you're not a scholar, Garfield. No matter.
I don't need to be a scholar. I'm beating the brakes off you because you ain't got no evidence.
I don't need to prove to you.
You ain't
that
got
I'm
no
an Israelite.
evidence. So why you bring it up?
I
then?
do. You don't know I got evidence. I got the spirit of Yahweh in me. That's the evidence I got.
You ain't got
Why,
no
hold on a minute. I'm sorry. Why Kobe saying they don't need proof? Wait. They don't never have proof. Just give me Bible. Question for Garfield. You said on your channel numerous times that read the screen, Garfield.
You've said on
I'm
your
gonna find one of their
that
videos
Western
right there.
Central African culture predates the Bible and that we are a pre-Adamic people. Do you believe that we are neither Shem nor Ham? No, I don't know about this pre-Adamic as far as the biblical timeline of 6,000 years. I believe we existed way before that. All I'm going to say is that we're neither Shem nor Ham. Those are eponymous ancestors. They're not real people. It's all about writing. In the Greek writings, they have their own version of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. They have their own Jacob and Esau story. It's all how they wrote. It's a part of the cultural milieu. It's all about how literature is written in the ancient Near East.
Okay, so hold on, Garfield. All right, so Brother B, I want you to have the closing words before Garfield get on here with that stuff he gonna talk. What?
My thing is, I will not take a debate, honestly, about me proving with a shadow of doubt that I'm an Israelite.
You said you would not?
No, I would not take a debate like that because there's a lot of factors that play into a debate, and just because one might lose a debate doesn't mean that they're wrong. And there's a lot of information that I use biblically that he's not going to agree with because he don't believe in the Bible. So I wouldn't take a debate like that. Maybe some
you
of my brothers will.
You believe you could trace the history with Bible alone, like you said, beyond the shores of Ethiopia, and like that's prophecy?
I believe that, and I believe DNA does play a little part. I know everybody don't agree with it, but I believe it does play a little part. If we're saying that they migrated into Africa, and we're saying that we related to the people that came on the ships, then it does have some history. But I'm not a DNA expert, so I can't. I wouldn't dare get on like a lot of y'all do on here and start posting DNA like I know what I'm talking about, because to me, I have no education on that and no research or study on that to speak to that. So you know, and again, it's things that my brother's more well studied than me, that he might take that. I don't know. I have to ask him.
But for the record, NHIT, y'all do bear witness with DNA.
Yeah. Well, I agree with it. My brother agrees with it. Yeah, definitely. If it's tying into the people that was on the ships, yeah, we bear witness to it.
Okay.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah. What about some Samaritan DNA?
Yeah, but again, I told you biblically. I told you I never argued about the Samaritans outside of not being Jews or whatever. We were talking about in the Bible. They weren't considered Israelites in the Bible. And we proved that. And we proved that without a shadow of a doubt. Now, if y'all going to sit there and argue for Kobe because y'all friend and all that, Kobe got caught lying 3 times. And I'm just going to call it the truth about Kobe. You know, because I remember him saying he's a Sephardic Jew. He could trace his DNA. And I misspoke, and let me apologize to everybody. I said that he said that he traced his DNA all the way back to Israel. I was wrong. He said Spain. That's what he said. He could trace.
Hey, can I get to respond? Can I get to respond to all of this that he's saying without being cut off?
Respond about Kobe.
Okay, let me respond to the gentleman. He had said something earlier, right? We're having a conversation, Are we talking about? I'm trying to figure out, because he's not a one Wester. I have to approach.
No,
him
he's not.
differently.
No.
Right. So I give him that respect. All right. So I want to know, how did the Israelites end up in America? He says after 70 AD, they were scattered or they were exiled or whatever word. I'm paraphrasing. He has not provided any evidence at all, right? Because he claims that he has to have the conversation another time, but he does speak about Ethiopia beyond Ethiopia, right? Now, watch this. I am saying there is absolutely no evidence I've seen in academia yet to say that 70 AD they fled into West Africa. That comes from Rudolph Windsor's book, From Babylon to Timbuktu.
That part.
There's absolutely no evidence based on the primary evidence that we are aware of for the 1st century, 2nd century, 3rd century. There's no documentation of Jews running anywhere because they already lived in the Roman Empire. 80% of them lived. Well, let me finish, bro. I never cut you off one time.
All right.
80% of the Jews or Israelites lived in the Roman Empire, especially Mesopotamia. That's where the most of them lived. This is why after the temple fell and they had the Bar Kokhba revolt, they moved Judaism or their practice of their spiritual practice from Israel to Babylon. That's when they made the move, and that's what started the whole rabbinical Judaism. So for you now to say, hold up, brother, chill out. If you want to know where the Jews went, just follow the money. That's all I'm going to say. Just follow the money. You'll know where the Jews went. There is no source.
Garfield, all right? We set up. I got your email. All right.
All right. But Taz, do me a favor, Taz. Jump on here for a minute. For a minute. I don't even want to deal with them sources. Garfield don't want this work. I only want to, Taz, if you got that you got some sources saying that alone will cut Garfield. And put him
hold on.
Now that he said, hold on.
He said, there are sources from as early as 1854 that say Israelites migrated to West Africa after 70 AD. Yes, but that doesn't make it true. All you got to do, Bereen, is look at the sources. I've done this work.
Well, let's just
there's a whole Bereen. There's a whole.
You acting like there's no source. Let's at least mention
no. Show me a primary source saying that. Don't tell me what some author says, because the Christians. Let me blame the Christians right now. The Christians is the one that started that migration argument with the Jews.
Who?
Tazara, come bring that primary source and let's go. Because all y'all do is try to push a belief that's not there. There's no sources for that. The only time they started migrating is when they started trading on the Trans-Saharan trade route. That's the first time.
Yeah, he just threw primary in there now.
Now you done threw primary in there, man. You terrible, man. You never said primary until right now.
Hold on. So hold on a second. So what sources would you use to say that?
Hold on. I need you.
What sources would prove? But hold on. What sources would prove that? Hold on.
Did you? No, hold on. Did you not say there's no sources?
Hold on a second.
Did you say that?
Hold on a second.
Nah, answer the question.
If I write a source today, if I write a source and I say that Jamaicans did not start migrating until 1930.
Rudolph Windsor is a source.
And I wrote the source, right? Is that a source you could use in an argument? That's not a primary source. That's just me saying something.
You said it wasn't no sources. That's what you said. Now,
hey, you know what? That's being petty. What source would you use to confirm it? It would have to be a primary source, bro.
If somebody gets you sources about it,
that doesn't make you see. That's because you don't have a methodology and you can't research.
Man, no. People use sources, primary sources. They use footnotes, all types of stuff to prove. So don't sit there and act like a regular source that's not primary is not credible. That don't make sense what you're saying, man. Seriously, you trying to act like you make the rules the way you want because you ain't even a scholar.
Now explain. Now Garfield, you see he caught you. Now explain why it's not right and exact.
All right. Whenever you're looking at 70 AD, right, we have scholars who document it. So if the scholars are alive while it's happening, That's the sources you would use to document what happened to the Jews.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, no. You keep interrupting. You just ask me a
Let
question.
Garfield explain it now. Let him explain it.
Bruh, come on.
You got him hemmed up. Let him explain it.
My bad.
Listen, any author can make a claim, right? What we need to find out is what the historians wrote at the time of the war. We have a Jewish historian. We have Josephus, and we have others. Look at them documenting in the first 400 or 500 years of documentation of the war. Do you see a consistency? A consistency of documentation of what happened to the Jews. What I'm trying to tell you guys, they didn't have to go into West Africa because they already lived in the Roman Empire. The majority of them, 80% of them lived in the Roman Empire, whether it's Europe, Mesopotamia, whether it's the Persian region, whether it's in Egypt, they already lived in the Roman Empire at the time. The minority amount of them lived in Judea, and a lot of them got killed off, according to what Josephus wrote. He said a million.
They on you, Garfield. Hold
on. Was the map on the screen created by someone who lived in the Roman Empire at the time, Bereen? No, no, it's not. But what happened is, this is what the geography of the Roman Empire was. It wasn't created at the time. If you want me to bring a first century map, I can. But we know that where they rule is documented. They're documenting where they controlled and rule. That's easily proven. The point I'm trying to make is, we have no sources saying that they ran into West Africa at the time. There's no source for that. There's no source at 70 AD. There's no source in the second century. There's no source in the third. Bro, I got all the stuff. It's actually
in a lot of Timbuktu is not a source, yes or no, Garfield, in Jesus' name. Father God, we can't even get no truth out of the sky. Is Babylon and Timbuktu a source or not? It's not a credible source. It's a secondary source.
It's in my book, page 176. I quoted him in my book. He doesn't have the primary sources for some of the things, not all of them. For some of the things, he doesn't put any sources. So it's hard to use his book.
Question real quick. Is Josephus a primary source?
Josephus is a primary source, yes.
Okay, so now I'm getting ready to call you a liar right in front of everybody. Did Josephus witness the actual 70 AD temple destruction?
Yes, he was around at the time. He was a contemporary, yes.
What year did he die?
I think he died either late 90s or early 100s.
Now, their sources say he died before the temple was destroyed.
No, he couldn't have died. He wrote 94. He wrote 94.
That's what I'm telling. That's what I'm
What source says he died? Hold on, Bereen. What source says he died before 70 AD?
Yeah.
Bring that out right now. Bring that out. Bring that out. I'm gonna see who's alive today. Let me put on my Bereen voice. Let me put my Bereen voice on.
Oh God, I can't.
Bring it out. Y'all going lie.
Come on, Taz. What's going on?
Leave Garfield alone with this first century history. Leave Garfield alone.
Let me take this, Bereen.
Garfield a problem.
Bereen, honestly,
go ahead, D.
I just was throwing a monkey wrench in the game to mess with him. I'm gone. I don't quote me on that, please.
Okay, no. We know that's just right.
I
got you.
I got you. Out there with Garfield, but Garfield, I got respect for you. If you wanted, welcome to come on. All jokes aside,
I'm right here. I got a contract with Bereen. You got to be on Bereen.
I'm going to get you them sources though. Don't shoot them down because you never said primary.
All right, watch this, Bereen. I know when the first time it was mentioned a Jewish exile. I got the records. I got the records for that.
Come on, Taz. Come on, hold on, because Taz at work. Come on, Taz. A source for 70.
Shalom, peace, everybody. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, everybody can.
Boy, all right. I'm at work. I'm gonna just show y'all how to read the source. It's actually two. One from the Jewish Virtual Library website. So that's the quote-unquote 1948 people saying that Israelites migrated, and also one from 1854.
No.
Let me hold on.
Jewish Virtual Library said. Oh, you're not gonna do that. What did the Jewish Virtual Library say? It said they migrated where?
To West Africa.
That's what the Jewish Virtual Library says?
I'm gonna show you the videos on my page.
No, Bereen, you can't let him get away with this shit.
You don't trust him. You think he's gonna lie? He's gonna say a source and lie about.
You gotta show that right now. No,
bro, I'm trying to tell y'all how to look at the source. Look, I'm gonna show you.
Garfield, pull the source up and stop playing. Pull it up.
Yo.
Garfield don't want the truth to come out.
Yo, these dudes is ridiculous.
Look, y'all could discuss whether or not you believe the source or not, or after. Let me just show y'all how to
More
get to
trying
it
to
so y'all
help
can read
you
it.
out. More trying to help
Thank you,
you out.
Kobe. Thank you, Kobe.
Brian,
Thank
could
you,
you
Kobe,
go?
because Garfield ain't gonna want to pull it up. Pull it up. Let's look at it. He gonna show us how to read, because this could be, because I know Taz on here. Y'all might say this is reading comprehension. Let's just all see together. Let's just all see together what he looking at.
Yeah, I'm open to correction if I'm, misrepresenting something or y'all think
And he
I am.
said
Just
he's
say
open to
it.
correction. We got to get that to him.
So yeah, can you go to my channel and I got a video. It's like the first 3 minutes shows both of the sources that I'm talking about.
What's
Because I'm on
I
my phone.
forget
I'm
the
on my
name.
phone right now. I can't pull nothing up myself.
I forget. You can put it in the back.
On the stage if you don't have the source.
Hold on, Garfield. Hold on, Garfield. I hate when Garfield want to go in here and beat people up. Hold on, Garfield. Put it in the back chat. I'm gonna click on it and open it up.
I hate when people
All right, give me 1 second.
Because from your phone, you could just put it in
got
the
the source. It's just I can't pull it up, but I got a video that shows both the sources. So I'm gonna put that in the back chat, like how Berean said.
Yeah. I forgot what your channel was. The name of your channel.
It's just Tazra, but even if you type it in, it might not show up because it's not like a big
All
channel.
right, you know what? In all fairness, Tazara, can you just get the sources? You could inbox me on Facebook and I'll put it on the screen.
Oh yeah, I could have did that, but
yeah. So why don't you do that? And we ain't got to do no videos.
Here,
I want to pull the source up and look at the two sources.
No, Garfield I want to put up in front of everybody. Garfield want to chop it as soon as he get it, before he put it out.
I'm not doing. If y'all want to show the video, I'm gonna just leave. I'm not doing this video stuff. I want the source.
He said it's only 3 minutes.
I want
it's only
the
like
source.
3 minutes. And in the video, you can see me going
Garfield
to the website
want
pulling
the
up
source.
the source.
Garfield want the source. He feels it's a waste of time. He want the source now. The source right here. Or you want to pull it up to make the words bigger to read it. Because he's reading from the source right here.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm reading right from the source in the video.
Hold on, let me see if I can see this. Or you could take a screen. You see that right there, Garfield? You can't see Jews and Jewishness?
As soon as you press play, it starts reading in the first source, and then it goes over both of them. The Jewish Virtual Library, when it goes into it right after.
By
It's
John
like
Raynell Morel.
Oh, you got
published in 1854. We're on page 335. You can see up here at the top.
All right, Garfield, you pulling that up? Kofi, you pulling that up? Page 335. You heard the source? Let me play it one again for everybody else. I'm gonna go back. He's saying before he start reading it, we gonna independently pull it up on our phones and read it.
History, Political, Social, and Natural of French Africa by John.
You see that right there? For those that are driving.
It's called Algeria, The Topography and History, Political, Social, and Natural of French Africa by John Raynell Morel, published in 1854. We're on page 335. You can see up here at the top. I'm going to zoom in. We're going to go to the footnotes right here. It says Baron Baud, Volume 3. History has recorded the date and cause of the Israelitish immigration into West Africa after the destruction of Jerusalem. Okay, so this author in these books, I don't have time to go and show the biography for each author, but I think I've only included sources from 2 Black men, if I'm not mistaken. But these are the other 3 books that we just read from. And this one, BHI did not write these books. All right. These were white men of European descent. And BHI definitely did not write the French books that we're going to get into at the end. All right. So this is a scholar from the mid-19th century writing that history has recorded the date and cause of the Israelitish immigration into West Africa after the destruction of Jerusalem. And next, we're going to take a quick look at the Jewish Virtual Library website, since what we read in another book might come as a shock or surprise to certain people. And they're like, oh, no, I don't believe it. They couldn't have migrated to West Africa. Let's check and see what the Jewish Virtual Library website says. This is a Jewish source put together by Jewish historians. Oh, and the title of this webpage is Nigeria Virtual Jewish History Tour, jewishvirtuallibrary.org. All right. We're going to jump to right here where it says persecution. Persecution and trade have been the major influencing factors in how the Jews migrated through Africa. So they migrated through Africa. Of course, they have to migrate through Africa to get to West Africa from the Middle East. So although the focus of this presentation is Jews in the Kingdom of Judah on the slave coast of West Africa, of course, there's going to be Jews scattered throughout Africa as well. During periods of Islamic persecution and for the purposes of trade, Jews moved from communities in Egypt, Ethiopia, Tunisia, and Morocco to more remote regions of North and West Africa.
All right, Taz, you want to say something for Garfield, before Garfield, for somebody to speak on that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, everybody can hear you.
I mean, y'all, that's all I had to show. And the last sentence says, trade routes may have been established to West Africa from as early as the time of King Solomon. So that's Jewish historians saying that. I don't have time to go back and forth. People could say, what they want. They can make rebuttals and all that. I'm just putting information out there that I found and came across. Anybody can do with the information what they will. That's all I got to say. Thanks for letting me on. Shalom. Peace to everybody.
Shalom, brother. Okay, anybody else want to say anything on?
Hey, let me share my screen real quick.
Okay, and then I'm gonna step away from it while you're doing that. Don't harass these people.
Let's look at the source what he's talking about. The book is called Algeria, the Topography and whatever, right? It says at the top, as always, where they muster strong, they engross almost all the commerce, bankers, brokers, and agents. They are the Rothschilds of Algeria. Remember the brother that was on here named Plummer that introduced and said to Garfield, these people know that the Rothschilds. These are not us. The Rothschilds of Algeria, nothing can be done without them. They're talking about Tuat. Those Jews lived in Tuat. They attend to all branches of industry save agriculture. The Jews are forbidden in Barbary to wear gay clothing, and they continue their partiality for the sable, notwithstanding their emancipation through the French conquest. Their dress consists of this, So the Jewish woman, All right. So now this source is from Baran Bod, Volume 3. History has recorded the date and cause of the Israelitish immigration into West Africa. After the destruction of Jerusalem, right? But the immemorial establishment of the Sinite Jews, who in the whole extent of Barbary are mixed with the Berber population. Where is the Barbary located at? Where's the Barbary at? Is that in West Africa? It would lead us to suppose that it forms the foundation of this immigration from the East and Syria, which Salos has related in these words. So it talks about the destruction of Jerusalem. And of course, if you look at the primary sources, it talks about them leaving from Jerusalem. They were taken to Cyrene, which is in North Africa. So it could be because the Barbary states are in North Africa area. That's the region. It don't say they left from Jerusalem and went to West Africa. They say the cause of the Israelitish immigration into West Africa, after the destruction of Jerusalem, but the immemorial establishment of the Sinite Jews, who in the whole extent of Barbary are mixed with the Berber population, which is true, would lead us to suppose that it would lead us to do what? To suppose that it forms the foundation of this immigration. So you don't just Google Jews going into West Africa right now and say, hey, this is what happened after 70 AD. No, they're saying after the destruction, this is what happened. You see, semicolon. But the immemorial establishment of the Sinite Jews, who in the whole extent of Barbary are mixed with the Berber population. So the Jews were mixed with the Berber population, which is some of the stuff that Orthodox more brought out, would lead us to suppose that it forms the foundation of this immigration from the East and Syria, which Salos has related in these words. Afterwards, the Phoenician, some for the sake of lessening the pressure at some at home, others from motives of ambition and curiosity, built Adrumetum, Hippoleptis, and other cities on the seashore. Numerous Jewish migrations occurred during the persecutions of Adrian. You know who Adrian is, in the 2nd century. And in the 3rd century, these immigrants formed independent tribes in the Hejaz near Medina and near Mecca, and their religion spread in Yemen. If we may believe the Arab historians, Most of the African Berbers and Arabs professed the Hebrew faith in the 7th and 8th centuries, and the preaching of Mohammedanism made no way amongst them. This would appear to explain the phenomenon of the Jews forming till lately, 1843, a fourth of the population of Algiers and more than 4/5 of that of Oran. So the Jews in the, by the way, too, it's not too much West Africa, by the way, too. It's not West Africa. Whoever write this, that's not West Africa. That's actually, he's talking about Algeria. Algeria had a very big community with synagogues and everything. Everybody's familiar with that. But they didn't come from 70 AD and people migrating into West Africa after 70 AD. It never happened. This is telling you a process of possibility mixing with Berbers and then going into different areas. So if you can't, I can't understand how Tazara, what he does, he comes on, and if you look at Moore's comment when he says Algeria, the book is about Algeria. What are you guys talking about? And Algeria is not West Africa. They are referring to Algeria like it's West Africa. It's not West Africa, bro. So whoever wrote the book don't even know geography. Y'all play too many games, man. Too many games. Yes, it says it after the destruction of Jerusalem, but it tells you after the process of why he came to that conclusion. And he said they ended up in Algeria. Algeria is not West Africa, brother. If you can't admit that, then we don't need to have no more conversation. Algeria is not West Africa. Who believes Algeria is West Africa? Yo, you slow, bro. And then you put videos out like you on point. You always come with this. That's why I say, I gotta go. I gotta go. But you in the chat typing though. You in the chat typing, but you gotta go. This is what he does. He's like to say, oh, I dropped the mic. I got this right. No, you didn't. Read the entire source first, then draw a conclusion. You saw it. Immigration into West Africa. Okay, we're in West Africa. We're in West Africa. Bro, it says right here, they ended up, this is where it said, this would appear to explain the phenomenon of the Jews forming till lately a fourth of the population of Algiers. They're talking about Algiers. As a matter of fact, they're not even talking about Algeria. They're talking about Algiers. But where is the immigration to West Africa? Where is it at?
So what are you saying, Garfield? Taz just get a source and read a source or put it out there and folk think it's one thing and it's really something else?
Yo, these dudes is just straight up liars. Yo. I don't trust none of them, bro.
Go ahead, Farrell. You wanted to say something?
I don't trust none of them.
We ain't changing the subject. This subject too good right here. We dealing with that migration. We dealing with West Africa.
I don't trust none of them dudes.
Nothing else.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, everybody can hear you.
Yes. Peace, brother Barine. Peace, Garfield. Peace, everybody on the panel. Yes, this is Pharaoh Mr. Raheem, aka Radio 1. I was listening in, and I have to agree with Garfield. It is. Let me first say that it is a privilege to study and know history. Okay, and these Hebrew Israelites, they put salt in the game, and they just ruin everything for history. And
I'm sorry, let me just you look at what Taz is saying. He said, I guess the Jewish Virtual Library website is wrong too.
Yeah,
it's wrong, or he reading it wrong. He don't understand what it's saying. Keep going.
Hold on, Barine. Look at this right here. This is Nigeria Virtual Library, right? The thing that he read, right? And
hold on. Wait. Let me put up. I want everybody to see this because this is ridiculous.
It says here, an additional theory states that North African Jews traded and traveled within West African kingdoms of Mali, Songhai, and Kona. Jews are believed to have been a prominent demographic in these empires. It is even thought that the several rulers of the Songhai Empire had Jewish roots. It appears, however, that Judaism in the West African empires came to an abrupt end when Askia and Muhammad came to power. Another theory maintained that Jews traveling with trade caravans from Northeast Africa moved through West Africa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what does this have to do with 70 AD? That's all I want to know, because if you know anything about history, the Trans-Saharan trade was funded by Jews. But they weren't allowed to go below the Sahara. A few of them did.
And this
but
is,
a lot of them weren't allowed.
And this is a couple of centuries later, correct?
Yes, exactly. This is like in the 7th century, 8th century, 9th century,
and all that
stuff.
That's a few.
What does it have to do with 70 AD?
But read what red letter is saying.
Watch this. And these
hold on,
Jews,
read what red letter is saying, because this is my man from NHIT, Brother B. Probably he might have this a little bit confused. He said they did not migrate straight to West Africa, but they migrated eventually into the West African region. That's talking about brought up Portugal and Spain. Maybe there were other places first. But that's not what you got.
Let me say this though. Remember, at one
You're
point,
trying to make these folks sound like they ain't got no sense.
Jews again. Tazara, this source, the Jewish Virtual Library, just because it's Jews, don't make it 100% correct. What we need to understand though is that Jews did trade, and they were like the middlemen for the Christians and the Muslims. Remember, they were of the Abrahamic faith. They were looked on differently. But Tazara, the first source was about 70 AD, not necessarily. They're giving a route how the people ended up in Algeria. They're talking about the Jews of Taut. Remember, Edith Bruder's source says that they were white Jews. Remember that. She said they were white. The Jews that came in, the first Jews that came in were white.
Garfield, shut your stuff.
So if y'all want me to pull that source up, I could pull it up.
Garfield,
this is the problem. Algeria is not West Africa. Yes, it said West Africa, but it's talking about them how they ended up in Algiers. Algiers is not West Africa, brother. You see, and you're not gonna admit you're wrong. So it don't make no sense to go back and forth. Algeria is where they ended up. If you notice what did Orthodox Moore post originally? He said Algiers, that's not West Africa. And by the way, to nobody doubts that Jews were in West Africa, but the Jews in West Africa you're talking about, they ain't got nothing to do with no slave trade except helping to fund and finance the slave trade. This is crazy. What was the population? I got the population numbers for Jews in West Africa over the period. What was the population? You guys need to learn how to read a source. So the author was confused and didn't know Algeria. Yes, the author was confused.
Yes, he was. So the author confused.
The author was confused.
Oh, so he ain't reading it wrong.
Tuat was a major place for Jews. Major Tamentit. That's where the guy Magele put out the thing to kill off all the Jews because they had killed off some of his peoples. Y'all got to know the history behind it. Is Moore on the panel? Moore, are you free?
More, yeah. But let Pharaoh.
Let Moore come off.
Brother, I just got on the panel. Okay.
No. I know you just got on the panel. I know, but Moore, let me ask Moore a question if he's free.
Oh yeah, I'm free.
Let me ask you this, Moore. Is the source talking about 70 AD and how the Jews eventually, how they might have ended up in West Africa, which is Algiers, and is Algiers in West Africa? So
if you go further into the footnote, can you bring up the footnote again?
Hold on, I'm gonna bring it up right now. Hold on.
I believe it starts talking about Barbary.
Hold on 1 second, my brother. I got you right here. It's page 335, I think. Let me find the page. I got you right.
And whilst he pulling that page up more, you're not arguing that nobody came over here West African or came over here with Jews. You're not arguing that.
I'm not arguing what? Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
You believe some people came over here with Israelites.
Oh, 100%. I'm just watching.
Okay, all right. So I don't want no confusion when I'm more speaking on the source, but he
because I got a question for Garfield as soon as I'm done. I got one question.
Go ahead.
Hold on. And by the way, to look at the population numbers,
don't put
the population numbers. See that? Algiers, 335, right here. They go right here. You got it on the screen? It's right there.
Yeah.
We're more. It's on the screen.
Oh, I'm over reading on mute. So it says history has recorded the date and cause of the Israelitish immigration into West Africa after the destruction of Jerusalem, but the immemorial establishment of the Senite Jews, who in the whole extent of Barbary are mixed with Berber population, etc. So I'm seeing it talk about Barbary and the Berbers, etc., Algeria, etc. So Barbary is not West Africa. That's why I first put it like, are you talking about Mauritania? Are you talking about West Africa? Like, what are you talking about? Because like there's like the Roman province of Mauritania, then there's like what we modernly know as Mauritania. People kind of get that mixed up sometimes. But yeah, I would agree with Garfield that these sort like that The previous page was not talking about 70 AD so much, although it is talking about other migrations into West Africa, of which I'm going to ask you a question in a quick second, Garfield. And I would agree that this here is not talking about, even though it's a footnote and the guy says West Africa, he's not, again, and we'll be getting into this like in great detail because Garfield wants to have a 5-part debate on some information and whatnot. When we're talking about footnotes, primary sources, this, that, and the third and whatnot, we have to understand what we're looking at and what the implications are thereof. Like, so this is a footnote, right? And this isn't being well sourced at that. So this is the opinion of a guy talking about it going to West Africa, but he's not showing you how it gets to West Africa, right? Barbary is not West Africa; it's North Africa, right? Northwest Africa, etc. However you want to look at it, right? So I agree.
It's West Africans or it's Northwest Africans? I'm just confused.
No, so let me be clear.
Remember the map that I showed?
North of the Sahara.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Finish
Northwest Africa, north of the Sahara. So nowhere in sub-Saharan West Africa.
Okay, so West Africa is just considered sub the Sahara.
I've never really heard it mentioned otherwise.
Okay, so I think for my confusion is that, is Egypt considered like East Africa or no?
Northeast Africa.
Northeast Africa. So if Egypt is considered Northeast Africa, what is like Morocco considered then?
Morocco is North Africa.
Part of the Maghreb, yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on. So Egypt is Northeast Africa, but Morocco is not Northwest Africa?
Yeah.
Morocco is Northwest, yes. Mauritania.
It's Northwest Africa, right?
Yeah, Mauritania.
So in Morocco, so that footnote you're reading says that the Jews mixed with the Berbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Berbers are indigenous to North Africa, right? Indigenous people to North Africa. Is that correct? From what I've read, Berbers are indigenous people to North Africa. That's what I've read. Would you guys agree with that?
To some extent, yeah.
Okay.
Walk me to the 7 AD right quick because I'm trying to understand the point.
No. I think the point I'm trying to make is that footnote was referencing from the War of 70 AD, right? And it's saying the Jews mixed with the Berber, the Berber populations, right?
He said they went into Egypt. That's what he said in the source.
And then he said they mixed with the Berber populations, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Morocco has a lot of Berbers, correct? And Morocco is Northwest Africa.
Morocco would have been part of what would have been Mauritania at the time.
Okay, all right. So the point I'm trying to get to is that if somebody's saying they migrated to West Africa, right? You would. I don't know why you wouldn't consider Morocco a part of West Africa because you considered Egypt. It seems like we're trying to really nitpick and say, "Oh, Egypt is Northeast Africa and it's East Africa too." But
there's not a single person in Morocco that's going to say Morocco.
Let me add a little bit of common sense to this conversation. If you look at the name of the book, right? The name of the book is called. Let me read the name of the book for y'all. The name of the book is called Algeria: The Topography and History, Political, Social, and Natural of French Africa. So they're talking about Algeria. Now, the writer, the guy who's writing the book, he may say Algeria is West Africa. He may feel that way, but technically it's not. If Bereen, if you could share my screen real quick, I'd appreciate it. So we could give the idea of what the Saharan area is. So if you look at the Sahara Desert right here, on the left-hand side where my cursor is, that's what Algeria is. It's above the Sahara Desert, although a piece of it does go into the Sahara Desert. So this is North Africa. This wouldn't be considered West Africa. Mauritania, down the bottom part, like we're near where Ouagadougou is, the ancient Ghana kingdom, you would call that parts of it is called West Africa. So and then you see Morocco.
Okay. So
You understand
and
what I'm
that
saying? So
and that
Algeria with
and
this
that
map,
like borders each other, right?
yeah,
Okay, so they border each other, bro. So you're
bro, boy,
saying, hold on. You're saying a country that borders each other's, right? One part is West Africa and another part is North Africa, but they border each other. There's
no,
no
Mauritania. We're talking about
Mhm.
Mauritania though. That's what we're
Yeah,
talking about. We're not talking about Algeria.
I know. I'm saying that I'm just showing the relevance of how close it is. You're saying one country that's considered North Africa and not West Africa borders a country that's considered West Africa.
What country? What two countries are you talking about? Just to be clear, what country borders what country?
Garfield just said to ask him. He just said that.
What two countries are you referring to?
I'm referring to what Garfield's referring to.
So tell me what you're referring to.
So ask
All
Garfield.
right,
You're on a panel with him. Just ask him so he can
Before we
clarify.
go.
So Garfield, what two countries were you referring to?
I was talking about Algeria and Mauritania. So with Algeria, we see Algeria on the map. It's clear as day. It's in North Africa. That's where it is. It's not in West Africa. But what happened is, remember, Taout, and if I wish I had another map where I could show like the trade routes. But when you look at this map, I don't know why he would say it's West Africa, because maybe at that point, from his perspective, he probably thought Algeria is West Africa. I don't know. I don't know why he would put. But remember though, it's his source though. It's not him. It's not the book's author. It's the source he's using. So the source he's using is implying that Algiers, the community that he's talking about, because the book is about Algeria. So he's talking about Algeria and how the Jews got to Algeria. That's what he's talking about. So maybe when we're Googling Tazara and you find a source that says West Africa, it might not mean West Africa completely. It's like the Radhanite Jews. For years, I've thought the Radhanite Jews were in Mali. That's not true. They have another Mali in another part of the world where the Radhanite Jews were. And it just so happens people used to always put a question sign, West Africa or the other location. So
Garfield, real quick, can you pull up that map of the Roman Empire that you had earlier?
Yeah, hold on, I got it right here.
I think people are getting a few things confused over here, right? Because we're looking at modern maps and not understanding how things are working in the ancient world, etc. And people might be getting some names confused and whatnot. So you see Mauritania there?
Yes,
that Mauritania on the top, on the bottom left, is not modern day Mauritania, right? That will be Morocco, and going into a little bit of Algeria, etc. You know what I'm saying? So people need to understand that you got people coming in from the Roman world into Africa, whatnot. Like North Africa, like what we consider to be Barbary in medieval times, etc. Whatnot. Like there's a Roman Empire in North Africa, whatnot, right? It is not going into West Africa in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form.
You got a question for me before you forget, bro?
Oh, my question was, so you keep talking about the and we'll talk about this more because I know you wanted to have a 5-part debate or whatnot. So you keep talking about the Jews in West Africa that were because in Tazra's source, like he brought it from the Jewish virtual library, does talk about the Jews going into Mali, etc. whatnot. Mm-hmm. You keep acknowledging the merchant class and denying that there's a slave class of Jews anywhere in West Africa. Do you continue to make that same denial? Yes or no?
A slave class in where?
West Africa.
It's possible. It's possible there's a slave class, but the slave class in what context? Because, say for example,
the fact that they're not the merchant class that you're talking about.
No, well, most of the Jews in West Africa that's documented are part of the merchant class. Anyone who is documented, we don't know who they are. There's really no records for us to have a solid argument of who they are. We only hear stories. So if I ask for evidence, because I've read where people talk about different people are being slaves. Of course, under Islam, anybody could be a slave. But in certain instances, we see where those slaves are being taken. And again, they're not connected to the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, to that end, we keep differing over a particular source about. I think. So I'm not done asking my question. So
okay,
we keep tanking over the source, a problem with the Judaic Berbers and whatnot. So just to be clear, what's your take on what the article is saying about Valentin Fernandez's take on there being a Jewish slave class called the Gaul amongst the Mandingo, the Wolof, and the Fulani, etc., as well as acknowledging the merchant class in Walata in Mali?
Well, there's several opinions on that. You might have read one. I've read like 8. So with Fernandez, it's kind of tricky because when you look at the sources for he talked about the Wolof and the Mandingo. I know what you're talking. I know exactly what you're talking about. But I wouldn't hold a lot on that source. I wouldn't hold a lot on it. I wouldn't.
Via what? Via for what reason is that?
I'll bring that up during our debate. I'll bring that up, but I wouldn't hold a lot on that. I really wouldn't. On a serious note, I really would.
No worries.
See, because if you find to find records of Jews in West Africa, it's not a lot. You have here and there, you probably find 20 solid sources, but a lot of sources are based off of opinions. So when someone says, "Hey, I'm a Jew," or this guy says, "Hey, I'm a Jew," and there's a Jewish kingdom there, I don't believe there's a Jewish kingdom there. It's all talk. There's no Jewish kingdom in West Africa under the Muslims like that.
When you say Jewish kingdom, what do you mean? Just so I'm clear.
Just like Israel. Israel is a kingdom. I don't.
You mean like a theological, like an actual Jewish kingdom, to like they're running everything like it's in the or are you talking about people of ethnic Jewish descent that may not be practicing Judaism?
Well, with Jews, it's very tricky in the Arabic sources. All right, a lot of opinions say that some people claim that they're Jews just to not get enslaved or mistreated by the Muslims. Then you have some Jews who are on a protected status. Then you have some Jews who are not on a protected status. Some are dhimmis. Some are different whatever. Some convert to assimilate into the cultures according to some people. So
I agree, but just to be clear in terms of what the language and definitions and whatnot. So when you're saying Jewish kingdom, do you mean like a theocratic Jewish kingdom or an ethnic Jewish kingdom?
Ethnic Jewish kingdom.
I'm sorry. I matter of fact, I do mean to cut y'all off. I agree with Red Letter. Maybe my brother from NHIT, maybe he misunderstood. I'll just say it that way. Maybe he misspoke by thinking they came straight from 70 AD to West Africa. I want to go to Spain and Portugal. J. Jack said there were conversos, those are the new Christians, who were taken from a church service and put in the transatlantic slave trade. Garfield, I want to park right there. You don't even think, Garfield, that people made it, Israelites made it from before the time of John the Baptist and Jesus, or after? What after?
Hey, you know what though?
And went into slavery, got snatched out of a service and went into slavery.
Right.
And what kind of slavery?
Wow. They were J. Jack's provide a source, and we talk about it, man.
Now he want to get. Come on, J. Jack's.
Provide a source. I mean, I can't. It's possible, but why would somebody be taken out of a church service? That means they converted. So if they converted, it gave them safe passage. So I'm reading into what she's saying, but they were they trying to be Jews in the back while the service was going on?
Wow.
But think about it though. Why would they take them out of church service? They say, "Yo, if y'all convert, man, y'all cool people. We good." So they converted. She said they're conversos, and they're in a church service, and they grabbed them out and put them on a slave ship. Where you got that from? Come on, put that source up. I gotta learn that today. I'm here to learn.
Go ahead, Pharaoh. You said he agreed. You were saying something earlier before I walked away?
Yes. Peace, brother. Can you hear me?
By the way, man. My apologies about earlier.
Yeah, indeed. Accepted. Now I've been studying this subject for a long time. Okay. And I'm damn near maxed out. Okay, on the migrations. Now, when we deal with ancient migrations, it's very limited. Okay. When it comes to real migrations. Okay, you go to the Bible, you hear about the migrations of Israelites coming into Egypt, Israelites being taken to Assyria and Babylon. You go to the ancient historians from the 4th century BCE, 1st century BCE. We hear about the Carthaginian colonies, the Roman Empire, the conquest of the Roman Empire coming into North Africa, taking place, that's what I see as real migrations, the migrations that was mentioned during that time. And after my research, I can 100% certainly say that there was never a migration from Israel to West Africa. And the migration from Israel to West Africa in 70 AD never happened. It never happened. So when these guys show 1800 sources, 1900 sources, I want to see an 1800 source speaking on somebody who lived during the 1800s or somebody who lived during the 1900s. I don't want to see a 1800 source or 1900 source speaking on a people that lived in 70 AD or 2000 years ago. Okay, so when it comes to ancient sources, I'm saying without a doubt that this migration of Israelites or Jews into West Africa, it never happened, because I connect sources, and a lot of these guys, what they're doing, they're connecting their opinions. I connect sources, and according to the sources, there was never a migration. I'm just going to flat out say that there was never migration when you stick to the real history and the valid sources of this subject.
Is there any source that said that they migrated into like North Africa, like an ancient source that you've seen? Because you said you've studied it for a while. Like, have you came across any source that says Jews migrated into North Africa?
Yeah, there's a migration into Egypt according to the Bible. Now North Africa, there's no migration mentioned, but there is mention of Jews in Cyrene, inhabiting Cyrene, but we hear nothing of we don't know when those Jews got there. When where did the migration take place from? We don't know how they migrated there, but we know that they were there during that time. But
and this is like an ancient source you're like quoting from, you're like referring to, right?
yes, ancient
And
source.
it's
Yeah,
and then so this ancient source says that Jews were in Cyrene. And where's like Cyrene today? Where that would be, where would that be today?
yeah, that is in northeast Africa, like the land bordering Egypt.
Libya, like
Yeah,
Libya almost.
yeah,
Okay.
in modern day Tripoli, in that
Okay.
region. Yeah,
Okay, so from that source you've read, right? Those Jews that were in Cyrene, right? Um, do you believe that they were like they were more mixed with the Roman Empire or the Europeans, or do you think they mixed with the Berbers, the native indigenous, like
yeah. It says nothing about them being mixed. It just call them Jews. Yeah, so
Jews? Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I think the point I'm trying to get to is that from your ancient source, there's a record of Jews being in Northeast Africa,
yeah,
right?
Northeast Africa, and
Okay.
during
But
the
you don't
70s.
see anything from your ancient source of Jews being in Northwest Africa, Morocco, Algeria, or anything like that. Okay.
No Jews in Morocco during that time. That's very later. Yeah, that's much
Okay.
later.
Okay. How
Yeah.
about like in Spain?
In Spain, no.
Okay.
The only
Those Jews, the Jews who even appear in Spain and Portugal, they eventually come there later.
later. Yeah, they're
From
mentioned
what you've
later.
seen. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. In the first century, AD, and that time period, I only hear Jews, according to my research, Jews in Cyrene, Jews in Italy, um, um, and Jews in, of course, Jerusalem, Egypt, and along the Euphrates River. But anywhere beyond that, nope. No, I mean none. Yeah, so it's like a lot of this stuff was just made up in latter times, and people taking this information and running with it. But as a researcher, I'm saying flat out that the migration never happened. And the ancient Greek sources, the Roman sources, it speaks mainly on the Roman province, the migration and a conquest of the Romans. You You know, you hear some about, you know, Phoenician colonies in Spain and Libya, North Africa, you know, those type of migrations. But yeah, but migration from Israel to West Africa. Now, when it comes to West Africa, I see West Africa as all the country or all the land that the Niger River flows through, from Guinea, the Guinea highlands to Nigeria. That's what I see with West
And
Africa.
what made you?
You know what?
And what
No,
made
hold on,
you?
hold on. 1 second, beloved. 1 second. Let me say something. We have to be fair and I have to be honest. Although I love my brother, what he's bringing, I have to be honest. We got to realize that, for example, like, I don't know if anyone in the community talked about the Jerba Island before I spoke about it years ago, right? And Jerba Island, there's a lot of good DNA they get from that. That shows those people trace back to a good time period, that they definitely are ethnic Jews. And that's off the courts, off the what do you call it, the shores of Tunisia. But they were Jews in Morocco before Islam. There were Jews there. And remember this though, the trade route with Ouagadougou goes back to 300 AD when they had gold. Who are the people trading the in-between to trade gold into Europe? Those people were Jews. So Jews were intact, involved with Africa before the Muslims came over. They just that they didn't like to travel because of the sand, because of their Sabbath. They would have to break their Sabbath. So we have records. So you see, there's manuscripts that talks about different communities within where the Jews are. So that's what I use to my advantage. I could tell where a Jew is based off of manuscripts, based off of communication, based off of letters, even beyond the whole trading and all that stuff that's going on. We have communication even without the Catalan Atlas. We know where Jews are. So the issue is not that Jews are in Africa. The majority of them, 99% of them, is involved with some sort of trade. Now, they never used to go beyond the Saharan desert. When the Muslims got involved, they didn't allow them to really travel that far because they didn't want them to go down to where Timbuktu was and so forth. But eventually the Jews ended up from Morocco. They ended up going to places like Timbuktu, to the Niger area, to Aguadas, to Taout and Algeria and all these different places. So Jews were there, but what are they doing? What they're doing something economically that's viable to them. A broke Jew is not going into Africa to say, hey, I need to go there. It doesn't work like that. And this is why there's a lot of intermixing, even with the Khazarian theory or whatever y'all talk about. Jews are in Europe and they had to sleep with the women that are there because when they're traveling, they don't bring women with them. This is how the Portuguese Jews or the Jews in Portugal start sleeping with African women because they didn't have women with them and they're not gay. So they had to sleep with women. Then they had to make a rule for women to be converted because those black women, those children weren't considered Jews because they were sleeping with people who are pagans. So there's a lot of history that's all. I don't know all the history, but I know a good amount of history and I have the documentation to back what I'm saying. All I'm saying is it's very rare you'd find a Jew that's a slave. Although if you go through Mecca and Medina and look at the Arab history, you'll see Jews that are slaves. In Taout, Algeria, some of those Jews became slaves because of the guy Mageli and what he said as far as that is concerned. But of course, you know, we have paperwork to back up what happened to those Jews. But the issue is, I don't see Jews going on slave ships as Jews going on slave ships. And I think what happened to a lot of people who are religious, they just can't fathom that the Jews had nothing to do with us. They had nothing to do with us. That's just plain and simple. People just can't fathom.
Have you ever heard of this city called what's it called? Sijil Massa before, Garfield?
Sijil Massa, that's up there in Morocco. Yes, a lot of trade went to Sijil Massa. Yes.
Yeah, and that city, if I'm not mistaken, it was like a big like merchant city, and they had a direct route from where is now Ghana, West
Not
Africa.
a direct. I wouldn't say direct.
Direct, okay, but it was a route. It was a route.
It was a route. Aguadas. If you watch Moore's presentation, he shows like the different spots for the routes and all.
It was the seated trade though. Like if you want to get into like the into like the trade in West Africa from Timbuktu
Mm-hmm.
to like Aldegas to Walata, etc. You got to go through Sijamasa first.
Yeah. So I think the connection I was just gonna build was that there was a trade route between the sub-Saharan, as they would call them, right? Sub-Saharan West Africans, the
Mm-hmm.
Ghanaians,
Mm-hmm.
and what I'm gonna call Northwest Africa, because
Yeah, the Ghana Kingdom, Songhai, and Mali Kingdom. You're talking about Mauritania, below Mauritania. That's what you're talking about here.
yeah.
Modern
So
day
and then
Senegal and Guinea and all
mhm.
that stuff. Mhm.
So and then from what you were just saying was that the when men travel, they don't bring the women, so they're gonna mingle with, whoever is in these lands. Okay, so if we're gonna use our common sense, right? There was a
Mhm.
source that said the Jews from 70 AD, right? They migrated into North Africa and they mixed with the Berbers, right? The Berbers are, like, for Moroccans, are a part of the Berbers, right?
Who
So if
mixed with the Berbers?
there's if
What's you're talking about? Tazarasaurus?
um I believe that was the
Tazarasaurus
source from earlier, right?
is really an opinion, It's not
The
factual.
foot, yeah, I know, but it's
But
just an
to be
opinion.
honest with
It's
you,
just an
hold on. Let me
opinion.
show you something. There is
Mhm.
a source that says they went to North Africa. It's right here. Favors
Okay,
Joe.
perfect.
Right here.
Perfect. Okay,
We don't
so
need to lie and play games. They're right
yeah,
here.
perfect. Okay, so the Jews were taken to North African, right? I mean to North Africa.
Mm-hmm.
The original North Africans are Bourbons or Berbers. Sorry. This is saying that
The original what?
the indigenous North Africans are Berbers, right?
Okay.
Okay, so with the Berbers, Morocco is a part of the Berber community, right? Like there's Berbers in like Morocco. So the point I'm trying to make is that if there's a trade route with sub-Saharan West Africans, let's just use our common sense. If the Ghanaians or the Ghana Kingdom is traveling up to Morocco, and this is before 1492, this is before any Jews get taken in the
More so the
transatlantic
other way
slave
around.
trade, right?
You're more so going from Sijamasa down into like to Mauritania and Mali.
But it's not modern day Ghana though. You gotta
Yeah.
remember.
I know. I'm
Key
saying
point.
it's modern day West Africa, right? It's sub-Saharan West Africa, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's Mali.
It has to be. Come on,
Yeah.
let's just be.
Okay.
It is. It's West. It's okay. So
It's Mali. It's West Africa.
exactly. So they're traveling and connecting the same way you go to the Arab store, the Arab grocery store bodega, and you have a connection with them people. If they have a daughter, you may find a liking to her. If they have this, and this and that, we're humans. You see, so these people aren't just connecting strictly business. I feel like that's very far-fetched for us to say and like conclude. The point I'm trying to make is these people more than likely are having relationships. And there's a clear reference, a sub-Saharan route going into Morocco and vice versa. So
More
the
than
point I'm
that,
trying to make is
more than
that
that, there's actually just to still make your point. More than that, there's literal records. So just so you can understand, like even the Muslims record the fact that they oppressed the Jews in North Africa because they were actually because like they were at the seat of trade going into this area to where like it's the seat of gold trade or whatnot, right? So they were oppressing them, snatching their gold, all kind of stuff. So the Jewish merchants, like in the 11th century, end up a good portion of them end up migrating back down into like Timbuktu, parts of Mali, et cetera, whatnot, right? Because of being oppressed by the Muslims in North Africa. Like so, you got more than just like trade going. You got like migrations going, like full on.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, but yeah, brother. Yeah, I just want to tell you that. Okay, now when it
Mhm.
comes to the Israelites, brother, you're gonna deal with a heavy amount of dishonesty. Okay, because these sources, they don't want them out. They don't want them entertained. Okay, because they don't want nothing to interfere with black people believing that they are the Israelites.
Okay, but hold on right quick, brother.
Okay.
Please. So I can I just want to sum this all up. Where I'm trying to get to is that we have documentation in history of North African Berbers having trade relationship with sub-Saharan Africans, right? As we know, trade can be considered many things. They could have been exchanging slaves with each other because slavery is not new to Africa. point I'm trying to make is that more than likely, these people had relations with each other. So if Jews are mixing with Berbers, right, and the Berbers are more than likely going to be mixing with the West Africans, why is it so how is it so far-fetched for Jews to be in West Africa when there's a clear record of Jews being in Northwest Africa, and we try to implement and act like these people don't travel. You see what I'm saying? And
Right.
then
Them being in West Africa is not far fetched. Them being the majority population in West Africa is far fetched. Like, so
but I'm
it's not
saying
far fetched
that
that they're there. It's not
them
far fetched that they're there.
whether I think from what Garfield has said before, Garfield believes that there was no Jews on the slave ships, right? Okay. My whole thing is that how can you say that when we have a clear history or clear documentation of Jews in Northwest Africa, right? And the Northwest Africans have a trade route with sub-Saharan West Africans. How
Okay.
can you say that one of them, two of them, three? Religion is taught. You're not born with what you believe in. You see what I'm saying? That's eventually learned. So all it takes is for one generation to not teach the next generation, for them not to know what they believe in. But that doesn't change the fact that ethnically they could have been born a Jew. So that's where I get confused when we say things like, "Oh, there was no Jews or there was no Jews on the slave ships." It's like, how can we conclude that? I don't even think you really need
All
a
right.
source to conclude
Okay.
that. That's common sense.
This is crazy. What you're doing is you're trying to impose a mindset on the information. Now, we do know there was trade. One thing we do have that's well documented is Jewish communities in West Africa. It's actually well documented. Whenever you hear about a Jew or some implication of a Jew, they're always separated. Even as crazy as the Luanga story is in Congo, they said that those people, they didn't do anything like Jews, but they were Jews, but they lived separate from the Africans. They're always separate and different. So they're always practicing. Even when you look at the ones that left during the Inquisition time, they're in the blade trade. They worked out a deal with the Senegambians, and they were under protected status because the Portuguese came for them and said, "Listen, we gonna enslave them dudes right there," and the Senegambians protected them. The Africans protected them. So you have Jews that are on protected status, whether it's under the Muslims, the Arabs, whoever, and they're in Africa for a reason. They're trading. They have a whole memo telling Jews to come to Africa because of the gold. So they're coming there for a reason, not to say, "Hey, I want to live amongst all these people and I hope this happens to me," or whatever. They are trading. They're making money. So you saying that they're trading and messing with this one? Yes, they did sleep with Africans. They slept with Luso Africans, and when they slept with the Africans, they created a Luso African class. And guess what the Luso African class did? They became the ultimate middleman to put your ass or our ancestors on the
But
slave.
not every kid is gonna
So watch this.
fit into that class,
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You know what? Let me put you to task right now. What evidence do you have of Jews going on the slave ship? What evidence do you have
Of Jews doing what, Garfield? Can you say that again?
going on the slave ship as slaves?
I don't have any evidence right now.
So why are
I'm using your evidence to make my point, which is so that way whatever source I bring can be just like refuted. So I'm using sources you guys are using to make sense of it. That way there's no excuse.
My brother, I have not seen any example of any Jews being on any slave ship as a slave. Now, Jews were on the slave ship. Some of them were hitchhiking, getting rides and going all over the world, wherever they're going. But I have not seen any evidence of them literally being on a ship as a slave.
Well, don't worry about Jews. What about Israelites? Don't worry about Jewish.
There's no such thing as nobody's calling nobody no Israelites. They're calling them Jews. That's all they're using.
Yeah, that was the term that was used. Crisis, can't get to say something. I stepped away. Did you get to come to the microphone yet?
There goes Tazara lying again. I showed evidence of Jews going on slave ships months ago, and he claimed.
Send it to me, Taz. I'll play it. Don't worry about Garfield.
Send it to me in the back chat so I can put it up so everybody could see it. I'll show it live. He's on a redemption tour.
Grace and peace.
Go ahead, grace and peace. You got the mic.
So Garfield, I got a question for you.
Who's talking?
Christ is King.
What's up, Christ is King?
So, by your logic, I guess we have to throw our Bible away.
Why would you need to throw your Bible away? Why? Who said that?
Well, because it says that they would be scattered into all nations.
Okay, when did they write that? In Isaiah 11? Isaiah 11 and 11, 12? That's what you want to talk about?
I mean, we could go back to the Pentateuch.
Yeah, but my brother, that's a people writing it for their time period. It has nothing to do with us in America. That's up to your interpretation. That's why I said earlier in the show, 2,000 years from now, 200 years from now, people are going to be having the same argument. They're going to be having the same argument.
And that's why I say we might as well just throw our book away then, right?
Throw your book away for what? Christ is coming back. What are you throwing your book away for?
Well, I mean, you don't believe that.
That's me. That's not you. You believe that. Hold on to your belief. I'm messing with nobody's God. Y'all God is y'all God, man. Do your thing. I'm just talking about it from a historical perspective. I don't see the evidence. I don't see it.
Yeah. So I mean, here's the problem, right? Like, here's the thing, right? That doesn't disprove that we're not Israelites, because we're making. I mean, at least I believe that the Jews originally were always, quote unquote, different shades of brown originally.
Don't care about color. Don't care about color.
But when they originally, so like Jacob was a Syrian. It was called a Syrian in the Bible. Before Israelites were a thing, he was called a Syrian. Abraham came from the land of Ur, of the Chaldees. Now, this is how we make sense of it, because when you say that the Jews migrated to Europe, that's not an issue at all. There's books. There's books out there. I remember seeing a book about the Hellenization of the Jews in Greece and in Rome, not in Rome, but over there in Greece and Turkey. And it showed a picture of a Hellenized Jew, and it was a black boy, a black kid, what you call a black kid, with a big nose, and it showed him walking around butt naked, and he was uncircumcised. And it said a Hellenized Jew, and he was running. There's a photo. There was a statue of it. I'm pretty sure I can find it. So the point is, like, even when we look today, are there not black people in Europe? So to say that the Jews migrated to Europe, that doesn't change I'm just imaging black people going into Europe. That's all that you're telling. That's how, like, whenever you say that statement, that's the only thing that's popping into my head. Oh, he's saying black people went into Italy. Oh, black people went into Germany. Oh, black people went into Russia. Oh, because the problem is when we look at the migration of the Hamites of Cush, do you believe that the empire of Babel existed? Babylon, ancient Babylon?
Yeah, I never said anything about anybody black going into Italy or anything. I never had any color conversation since I came out here. Color race is a part of a social construct. I don't deal with color.
Okay,
y'all fight over that all day.
Okay, so
and Babylon did exist. There is a place called Babylon that's in Iraq. Yeah,
okay.
Saddam Hussein thought he was Nebuchadnezzar reincarnated.
Okay, so during that time, Hamites lived in Iraq, and Abraham lived in Iraq. Could it be in the Bible says that the Israelites resemble Hamites? Could it be that Abraham resembled Hamites that lived in Babel and Babylon?
Say that again, brother. I didn't hear you.
According to the Torah, the Israelites are often referred to looking like Hamites. And I just asked the question if it could be possible that Abraham resembled Hamites that lived in Babylon, because Babylon was founded by Hamites.
I can't respond to that, beloved. I really can't. I'll pass on that. I'll pass on that. Oh man.
Because that's all I'm saying. I'm saying that Abraham looked like a Hamite.
I don't even know if Abraham existed, my brother.
Oh well.
I don't even know if he existed. So to have a conversation about Hamites, I think Ham is just somebody trying to interpret where the races and the people of the time come from. I don't look at Ham as a real person. Like there's a guy named Ham, and he was on a boat with Noah. I don't look at it like that.
Okay, well, okay. I would say that Abraham would it be fair that Abraham looked like Cush?
Cush as in what? What does color have to do with anything?
No,
I'm trying to get evidence that people came off a boat or was on a boat that were Jews. That's all I'm here to talk about, bro. We could do all of that, all that hypothetical about Abraham. Y'all could have that.
But how could that? How could they? Okay, so what was the basis of putting somebody on a slave ship or not? Because last time I checked, we found
why
they were black slave owners, so quote unquote black slave owners over here in the Americas. So what is the classification for a slave?
Hold on a second. Bro, you going somewhere where we need to go, man. Let's go on to the next person.
No. I think
you're
from what
putting us to sleep, bro.
no, what like I believe from where he's trying to get to is that when you speak of slavery, right, Garfield, your whole point is where's the evidence of Jews being on slave ship, right? My question to that is why would there be evidence of Jews on slave ship when you make somebody a slave? Okay, to better it, right? We've heard of the Islamic slave trade, right? And we've heard of them taking Europeans into slavery, right? How many of those Europeans that were taken into slavery were given Arabic names? So the point where I'm trying to get to is that when Europeans took slaves from West Africa, they intentionally stripped their identity. They changed their names. They told them your name is no longer this, it is now this. And if you tell me otherwise, I'll
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
So the point I'm trying to make is that if you're looking, if your whole base, let me just finish this right quick. If your whole basis, right, is like I don't see evidence of them going on slaves, my question to that is why would you? If I'm taking a slave, last thing I'll say, if I'm taking a slave, he not gonna know nothing about his history. I'm gonna make sure of that. Because why would I want him to know that?
All right, time out.
I just wanted to ask him too. Hold on, Garfield.
No. Time out. 1 second. That was a lot of babbling for nothing. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, look at this carefully right now. If Jews are practicing Jews, because remember, once you open up Christ is King, our King is Christ, once you open up and say that there's Jews in West Africa, you're saying, okay, that means they could have taken them on the ships, right? So now you're saying they put them on the ships and they took away their religion and their culture, whatever, while they're on the ships, right? Now watch this. What about the Africans who practice African spirituality? What happened to the communities in Brazil? Brazil had over 5,000 maroon communities. And guess what? When the people were in the communities, they're practicing about Yoruba culture and Orishas. So they still know their culture. The Akan, Taki in Jamaica, who said he's going to kill every white person in Jamaica. He remembered his religion and his rituals with the powder in the ear like Kevin Garnett and LeBron James, ready to go to war. So everybody else remembered their religion, but the Jews who were practicing it before they got on the ships.
So,
I don't buy it. Thank you.
Are you looking for Jews to come off of the slave ship? Or
Who's next?
Are you looking for the communities that settled to be practicing
Hold
some
on 1 second. Time out. What is this on the screen, Barine? It's deeper than slavery. Lisbon Street Project reclaims Portugal's unseen Black history. Go ahead. Let's hear this story that you have on the screen. And I'm gonna get to Tazara in a minute. Let me just pull up this slide for Tazara right now too. Because he's just the worst. He's just the worst teacher in the community. The worst.
All right, y'all see what's going on here. I forgot
3 people sent me. I'm trying to pull up the emails right now. Come on, who want to read some of this here? Oh, I don't feel it.
What are they saying though? What is it saying? That the slaves
There's a black community, there's a black church of believers.
Mm-hmm. So the black believers in Portugal were put on the ships?
Yeah, well, I ain't seen no ship part from where I was reading. This is Portuguese history right here. He points out that the very small ivory-colored plaque near the church tells of the Black Brotherhood and its efforts to advance the rights of black people living in Lisbon. This is the history that has been erased, silenced, ignored, and whitewashed. I think this is the key word you're looking for. You want to deny the Jew. When you hear about Jews in Europe, all them Jews in Europe that you think were on the top of the ships, those were the people that were running. Those were the people that were, those were the dark-skinned people, Garfield. Why would they call it brotherhood? It's a secret society. Black don't mean black.
And when you say Jews were in charge of slave ships or enslaving the West Africans, right? There's a clear history of West Africans enslaving West Africans. There's a clear history of that. So just because you say,
Barry, do me a favor. You see that comment by Sean Harris? You see that comment by Sean Harris?
Just saying, Garfield, because your points be that, oh, these people weren't West Africans, or they were Jew, they were merchants, they were just trying to. My whole point is that there's a clear history of West African kingdoms and stuff enslaving other West Africans. So just because it's labeled as a Jew who's running a slave ship or helping, how does that automatically say that this person is European or this person is not black? Like, I'm just confused.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Speak indefinite, Garfield, and I think that's the issue with me.
Okay, that's fine. But I think that's irrelevant. Again, I don't argue about color and people's skin tone, because in Europe they used to describe rabbinical Jews who were literally light-skinned Jews. They would call them black. They would call black people different colors, and they had their own little way of talking about skin tone. So I don't get into color, because you're going to find 100 people that find, hey, they said the Portuguese was black. They didn't mean literally black. All right? Let me finish my point.
Black people were in like Portuguese.
Bro, let me finish my point, man.
Go ahead.
Well, let me get to this, what Sean Harris wrote, right? Garfield stays constant on the transatlantic slave trade. There's a whole history of migration well before the transatlantic and trans-Saharan slave trades. I'm curious, what are these migration he's talking about? I'm pretty curious. I'm curious to find out what they are. I'm extremely curious. I'm not saying there's no migration now. I said I'm just curious to what migration, because trans-Saharan slave trade was more about the trade and making money. I don't think, because remember, the Jews didn't travel a lot with the caravans because of Sabbath. They didn't want to violate their religious beliefs. So that's how they ended up converting a lot of these Berbers who actually came into Africa more with the products, because they were travelers, normal travelers. So that's why they ended up converting them, because they didn't like to do business with people who didn't believe what they believed. So at the end of the day, Jews travel, because all over the world, you got Port Jews, you got Bukharan Jews, you got this Radhanite Jews, you got this type of Jews, all type of Jews trading all over the world. So there's always migration, but which specific migration are you referring to? That's what I'm curious. But moving forward, I would love to put up, Tazara put something in the back chat for you, Bereed, so you could put that up.
What was it?
He put it in the back chat for you to put up about he said Africans came over on the slave trade, black people. Do you want me to put it up?
Yeah, you could see it.
Yeah, I could see it. And
yeah,
again,
well, you put it up then. I'm here. Yeah.
These guys are determined to be right even when they're wrong. It's just ridiculous.
Nah, Godfrey, you can't say that.
It's on this. My brother, why are you interrupting? You could take that down and take off that comment when you're ready, Barry. This is the source, the comment by Sean. You could put it on the screen. All right. So a French source from the 1700s saying black Jews were being brought as slaves to America. Now, let me just say this originally, and I've been through this with Tazar already. No one is denying that the source says that. No one is denying that. What they're saying, though, it's based on the fact that they say the inhabitants of this kingdom are called Judaics, that the Jews, these people in Wida, are Jews. That's the basis of the conversation, which is not true. Wida is not Judah. And let me get to that right now and just prove that right away and get it out the way. He'll bring it back 3 months from now. He'll bring back the same source. Put it on the screen, Bereen. About to call you son. All right. So when we look at Wida, Garfield be Garfielding. You funny. When we look at Wida, right? 1847, when this map is written, there's no such thing as a Wida kingdom. So this is kind of anachronistic when the person put it up. There's no Wida kingdom at 1847 because Dahomey already took it over from, 1727 was the end of the Dahomey, the Wida kingdom. I hope I'm making myself clear. It became Dahomey. Alada was in control of Wida, and Dahomey was tired of dealing with these middlemen, so they decided they came with their drums and they defeated Alada. Then they marched on and defeated Wida. This was 1727. All right? So now it's Dahomey. Right here it's called Dahomey. But what happened is, when you look at the kingdom of Wida, I don't want to get into too much of this. If you look at the kingdom at 1724, you see Dahomey on the left-hand side, you see Dahomey. And this is located what we call Benin today in West Africa, right? You see this circle right here, that's the Dahomey kingdom. And you see the light purple right here is Alada. And down here is the Wida kingdom. Now, when Dahomey took over, you see the orange? They took everywhere over. This is where they ruled. 1727 to 1820, that's the Dahomey kingdom. It's no longer Wida, no longer the Alada kingdom over them, no longer Savi as a capital. They made a capital here. They renamed this area Wida, which was Glehu, which means the house of snakes or house of something, right? Now, this right here, Wida, that's called Oida today that you see on the maps, is a different Wida than the original Wida. So there's two Widas in the area, all right? And it's kind of confusing. I don't feel like going through all of that right now, but I want to point out something to my brother. What's his name? Tazara, and everybody who teaches that this map is about Wida or Judah, the kingdom of Judah. When the Alada kingdom had some people, the Spanish visited them. In contemporary sources, the name Hueda may have been noted first by the Spanish missionaries visiting the kingdom of Alada to the north in 1660. So in 1660, they called the kingdom not Judah, Jura or Lura. So it's more of a pronunciation thing more than Judah. So the French call it Judah. The Dutch call it Fida. The Portuguese call it Ajuda. The English call it Wida. Now, let me ask my brother Orthodox Moore a question real quick, if you're free. Orthodox Moore, are you free, my brother? I don't know if Orthodox Moore is free. All right.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
What do the people call the place that we're arguing about Judah and all that stuff? What do the English call it?
Oh, bro, I don't even get into this nonsense. I'll let you handle this thing.
All right. So the English call it Wida, right? We, as people who are descendants of slavery, we speak English. So if it really was Judah in English, the English would have written it as Judah. But it's more of a pronunciation or a transliteration. So Wida is what the English call it. We speak English. That should have put some bells in our heads like, why are they calling it Wida? Why don't they pronounce it Judah? Because it's not Judah as in the Judah in the Bible. But because the guy who is writing this article by that Tazara, he's actually like a Christian teacher or whatever. He sees the Judah, so he thinks it's Judah of the Bible. So he's right and call them Judaics and whatever. Ain't nobody there teaching that, man, but them people. The Spanish call it Lura. The Dutch call it Fida. Why don't we use those terms? And worst of all, why don't we use the English term Wida? I yield, man. I'm good.
Not more. Ruddy Brew wanted to say something to you, Garfield.
Yeah, grace and peace to everybody on the panel and those listening. I just want to jump on real quick because Garfield brought up the whiter instance again. I remember I was talking to him and I can't remember the other guy on Facebook, and he sent me to the book called Whiter or Weeder.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, and he tried to fix it just a moment ago, but Weeder is not the territory. It's a town on the slave coast. Weeder is the town where everybody went to get slaves from the slave coast in that area. But the entire territory was indeed named Yuda or Hueda or however you say it. The kingdom itself was not Weeder. So a lot of the things that, and the only reason I'm bringing this up is because Garfield is a master at manipulating.
Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen, Barry. Put it while he's talking. Put that on the screen.
Garfield is a master at manipulating his words and how he presents information to people. And you just have to watch out for these kind of people because, like one of the things he said, Robin, I can't remember the guy's last name, but in the
Robin Law.
In the very first part of his book, he mentions that there's a bird in the town called the Weeder bird, and Garfield been spewing this for the longest, that the name of the town was named after the bird, when in actuality it's the reverse. The bird, because it was found in the town, was named after the town. So the only reason that I'm bringing this up is when you're dealing with people who know how to manipulate words, you have to be careful about the information they're presenting to you, because they will take you on a long trip down a long dark road and leave you.
Don't move. Stay right where you are. Stay right where you are. Don't move 1 inch.
Pull the book up, Garfield.
Don't move. Don't tell me what to do. You do what you're supposed to do. Now watch this, family. And this is why I don't trust anyone who believes in the Bible and talk history. I'm gonna tell you why. Watch this. On the right-hand side, this is an image of what it's the Dahomey kingdom when it took over from 1727. All those areas they control. On the left-hand side, you have Dahomey at the top by itself. This is 1724. Alada kingdom, 1724. And you have Wida, which is called Hueda, right here, that gray area. What happened is, if you look at the bottom where it says Wida Gluehu, that's the name of the town today, Oida, Ouidah. The whole area was called a kingdom called Wida before. There was a kingdom there. That's called Hueda.
Put the book up.
Bro, just hold on, man. Just hold on. I allowed you to spew your nonsense.
Put the book up, bro. No, you spewing the
nonsense. No, let me finish talking. You talked already, bro. You talked already.
This whole time about nothing.
You talked already. Calm down, bro.
You like to do this little thing, this little dance where you try to bring everybody in this little circle and twist everybody up. You're lying, bro.
Ruddy Brew, I'm gonna let you pull your screen up too. Let him talk, Ruddy Brew. I'm gonna let you pull your screen up.
Watch this. This is from the book, page 18. Although Oida is the spelling of the town's name current nowadays, it occurs in European sources between the 17th and the 19th centuries in various other forms. In English, most commonly, Wida. In Dutch, Fida. In French, Judah. And in Portuguese, Ajuda. All these are attempts to render an indigenous name that would be more correctly written by modern conventions as Hueda. Strictly and originally, Hueda was not the name of the town nowadays called Oida, but rather of the kingdom to which it belonged in the late 17th and early 17th, 18th centuries, whose capital was Savi. The people of Hueda belong to the same linguistic group as the Fan of Dahomey, although historically distinct from them. That's page 18 from the book. But watch this, though. Watch this. Watch this. In the language, it's written Ex-Weda. In the phonetic script, it's pronounced Hueda. If you go back to the map that I showed, let me go back to the map that I showed. You see it's called Hueda here. It's same Wida. But today, as it said in the book on page 18, And one more thing I need to do, Berina, you could let him come on and say whatever he has to say. One more thing I gotta show. One more thing, just to shut him up. One more thing, and I'm done with this guy. Since Garfield is a liar. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Look at this right here. This is Garfield says Wida. What did Garfield says? Garfield said Wida comes from where? The bird, right? Watch this. This is Wida. This is the Encyclopedia Britannica. Wida, any of several African birds that have long, dark tails suggesting a funeral veil, they belong to two subfamilies. The name is associated with Wida, a town in Benin, where the birds are common. So ladies and gentlemen, Garfield lied when he said it come from the birds. Where is the lie? When did I lie? When did Garfield lie, my brother? Are you going to take that back?
Come on, Ready Brew.
Are you going to continue?
Would you like to pull up your screen, Ready Brew? Would you like to pull a screen out?
I can't pull.
Or you just like to get straight to the quote? Tell me whatever you want. Tell me what you want.
I'm still on my phone. So Garfield just read exactly what I said. The bird, the bird comes from Wida, but Garfield has been telling us for at least the past 2 years that Wida was named after the bird. So the point that I was making is the same way that he just tried to twist that little, the way he tried to twist that little wording just a little bit. It was just a little slight tweak. This is the type of person that we're dealing with when he comes on and he starts teaching, quote unquote, his narrative. He does this little.
So what's the beef with the bird exactly?
The bird itself is named the Wida bird because it's found in the town or the area of Wida.
Where does it say that?
There are different birds who have this long tail, and they named them Wida after that territory.
No, the town is called Wida because of the bird. What are you talking about?
Open the book.
It's right here, Britannica.
No.
I'll get the book for you right now. What page? Page?
I don't know the exact page because I'm on my phone, but go to the book and it will tell you that the bird is not the reason the town is named Wida. But Garfield, again,
hold on a second. Encyclopedia Britannica's name is associated with Wida.
Associated with
where the birds are.
Associated with doesn't mean it's named after the bird.
Okay, all right, I got you. I'm gonna give you a source. I'm gonna give you a source for that right now. I'm gonna give you a source about that right now.
Okay, but Brother Ren, again, the reason I jumped on is because we have to be mindful when we have people who do that little Brooklyn magic that he brings to the conversation. Yes. He's been doing it the whole time. Like he'll tweak just the slightest little word to try to make something, just like he was so adamant about this West African claim that Algiers was not in West Africa when everybody looking at the map can see that it's in West Africa.
Algeria is not in West Africa, bro. What are you talking about?
But if you can convince people that they don't see what they're looking at, then you can tell them just about anything you want them to know. So again, we have to be mindful of people who bring conversations and can twist and know how to manipulate words just to get you to think just a little bit differently than what your eyes are telling you. So that's
hold on a second. No, don't move. Stay right there. Let's look at this right here. This is Algeria from Wikipedia. Let's look at Algeria. What does it say right here? Algeria, officially the People's Democratic Republic, is a country in the Maghreb region of North Africa. What are you talking about?
So it's not.
Don't trust y'all believers when y'all talk.
It's not.
Y'all is liars, man. You're a liar. Algeria is in North Africa, bro.
It's not on the western coast of North Africa.
No, it's in North Africa.
So there's the western coast of North Africa. West Africa.
It's right here in the country in the Maghreb region.
It does look like it says North Africa right there.
North Africa, bro.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
It's in North Africa, but in the north,
y'all is crazy. This is your audience, Marine. Oh man, these
it's on the western coast. It's on the western coast of North Africa.
It's just not on the western coast of Africa. It's in North Africa.
So is
yo.
Hold on,
Who
Garfield.
in the audience agrees with this guy?
Is East Africa? I'm sorry. Is Egypt in North Africa, or is
It's
it just
not
East
in
Africa?
Northwest Africa. It's in
No.
North Africa.
Is Egypt in North Africa or just East Africa?
No, it's in Northeast Africa.
So if Egypt can be in Northeast Africa, why can't Algiers or Algeria
because
be
we're
in
situated
Northwest
the way
Africa?
how you know what? Why don't we go with what the expert says? Let's go to the encyclopedia.
So now we're not going to look at
Encyclopedia
the common
Britannica. Hold on,
sense.
let's go to, no.
We are to just look at.
Let's go to the Encyclopedia Britannica.
We wanted to take on the meaning we wanted to take on, so that
we want. Forget Garfield. I'm not the expert. You're the expert. So let's go to what the experts say, my brother. Encyclopedia Britannica, right here. Algeria, large, predominantly Muslim country of North Africa. That's it, bro. This is the map right here. See, that's the map. It's in North Africa.
So
what is it? What is it? What is it? What is it going to convince you to say, Garfield, I'm wrong. I apologize. What is going to say?
So let's go back to Weeder, Garfield.
No. You need to admit that you're wrong about this first.
Is it in the southern western coast of Africa? Because I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
This is not the west coast of Africa. What are you
I'm not wrong. You're just trying to control a narrative so that you can swing your point.
Bro, I even read the wider book.
You're doing everything that I'm accusing you of on this call. That's the point. That's the reason I'm still here. It's because I'm showing how you manipulate words so that it can fit your narrative, so it can mean the things that you want it to mean. That's the very reason that I'm still here.
So hold on a second. You're saying that the wider bird. You want to talk about the wider bird?
Now we're going back to the wider bird.
Yeah. No, we want to go. I want to go back to the wider bird because you made a claim about the wider bird. So I need to get to the wider bird and get to the conclusion of that, because you made a statement about the wider bird. I need to understand the wider bird. Are you saying the wider bird is named after the town, or the town is called wider because of the bird?
I'm saying the bird is named after the territory that it's found in, because there's more than just the little black and white bird. There are quite a few who have the long tails that are known as the birds from wider. It's in Robin Law's book, Garfield. I read the entire book, bro, because you sent me to the book. I went and read your source.
All right. Let me get his book and tell me the page. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I have no problem saying that. But you're still wrong about Algeria, so I don't expect for you to say you're wrong about anything else.
I mean, listen, bro. Again, I don't have the book in front of me. I can't tell you the exact pages on. You can do a search in the book. I know if you pull the book up, you can search it. It'll take you right to it. But again, I'm just stating, and for you specifically, I'll speak to you instead of just being accusatory. When you are making your claims, I get that you are a quote unquote expert in your field, but being an expert in your field doesn't mean that you come on and mislead the people just so that you can make your point stronger. If you're going to be an expert in your field, you got to admit when you're wrong, just like you want everybody else to admit when you're right. So again,
what you say I'm wrong about the wider bird, right? So the wider bird is named after the town, and not the town named after the wider bird. All right. So in the book of Robin Law, let's get to that right now. I'm going to bring that book up right now. I want you to point out to me where in that book it states that the town is named after the bird.
I don't see the book up.
I'm gonna get the book right now. I'm getting it right now.
The town was named after the bird.
No. So where did the name wider come from then?
The name wider is the name of the town.
It was the name of the kingdom, and then it was the name of the town after. It was the kingdom first.
How so the Dahomians came in and took control
of the
area, and so they named the town after the kingdom because they wanted to be known as the Dahomian kingdom.
So it's two widers, right? Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean if that's your logic, but go ahead and pull up that passage about the wider bird. Since you say that it's the bird.
Hold on,
the kingdom its name.
Find the book first. Hold on, let me find the book. I got the book right here somewhere. Wider. Here we go. Found the book. All right. So we found the book. I got the book right here. Let me share it on the screen. Yep. Let's show what you're talking about. He said I'm a liar and I miscredit information on purpose. So let's look at what you're talking about. He said wider bird, right?
You probably can just search bird because I think that was the only place it was mentioned.
All right, hold on. We have page 2 and we have page 3. So this is where the wider. All right, so let's take a look at this right here. All right, the promise of oil and slave trade is reflected. The name of the town was also commemorated in that of the ship of the pirate Sam Bellamy, the wider wrecked off. Located in
Wait, pause. So the town got its name from what?
The name of the town was also commemorated.
You make that big, let everybody see it.
The name of the town was also commemorated in that of the ship of the pirate Sam Bellamy, the wider. Talking about the wider ship.
Okay, so the town got its name from the ship, right?
No, the town didn't get its name from the ship.
That ain't what that just said?
No, the name of the town was also commemorated in that of the ship of the pirate Sam Bellamy, the wider. He had a ship called the wider ship.
Okay, I get it. So the ship was named after the town. So the ship was named after the bird too. But no, sorry. Go ahead, keep reading.
Hold on.
Let him, it might be a little confusion. Let him break it down. And then you get him a brew. Let him say what he's saying.
But became from into the wider world through wider. In English usage, the name was commonly corrupted into widow bird, whence rather than directly from the name wider, its zoological name wider, under which form.
For somebody comprehension all.
All right. So let me read the whole thing right here. Sam Bellamy, the wider wrecked off Cape Cod in what is now the USA in 1717, but located and excavated by marine archaeologists to become the subject of a museum exhibition in the 1990s. This ship, having been originally prior to its capture and appropriation by pirates, engaged in the slave trade and named after the West African town, referring to Oida. Oida's prominence in European commerce is also reflected in the application of the name wider bird to a genus of the weaver bird that is in fact common throughout tropical Africa but became familiar to the wider world through wider. In English usage, the name was commonly corrupted into widow bird, whence rather than directly from the name Ida, its zoological name Vaidua, under which form it was celebrated in a poem by Shelley. In more recent times, Oida has figured in a historical novel dealing with the slave trade by Bruce Chatwin, based on the career of the Brazilian slave trader Francisco Felix de Souza, who settled the town in the 1820s. Okay, all right. I don't think this declares that the town was named from the bird or that the bird was named from the town. It doesn't say that at all.
So it don't say. Look again. I think you just proved the point that I was making, Garfield. I get it. I respect the fact.
Where is the? You said it's in the book.
You just read it, Garfield. That the bird was named after the town. You just read it. But then you say, well, I mean, it don't say that the bird really was named after the town or the town was named. You just read it, bro. But you're still trying to spin your narrative. Everybody can see it. And again, it's one thing to be respected, but it's another thing to have a respect that is an honest respect. I respect the fact that you read books. I respect anybody that is willing to dig.
Let me ask that question. Hold on, stop. Time out. You're saying in this paragraph, it says that the wider bird, the name wider bird or wider comes from the town.
Type one if y'all understand.
Yo, I'm trying to figure out something right now.
Garfield, Ruddy Brew might got Garfield on this one.
Read it again.
Type one if y'all agree with that. Ruddy Brew is telling Garfield, read it again.
Bro, I'm trying to figure out, is he saying, and this is what I'm talking about.
Read it again, Garfield.
I'm
Don't-
gonna read.
Oh, Brother Brew,
Go
you
ahead.
read it for
Go ahead,
you read it for them and tell them, and let's see if they agree with your
I'm on my
reading of
phone.
it.
I can't see it.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You know what? I do have an actual source on this. Hold on 1 second. Where the
But
name?
just make that bigger so we could see that. Some people confused about that right there. Them
Hold on, let me
three
make it bigger. Hold on, let me make it bigger because it doesn't say that. He said it said that. I never said anything about it. He said it said that.
I said it said what?
Hold on 1 second. Let me make this bigger for everybody. Hold on 1 second. Is that too big?
No, that a little click it one more again.
Hold on.
All right, he might have to go down a little bit more.
That's too big. That's fine right where it is.
Okay, yes. Now go ahead. Go ahead. Read that slow right there, Garfield.
Hold on 1 second, Barry. 1 second.
Smitty said we can. Stupid. All right, let's head one more again.
Hold on 1 second, because I had a source on this that actually say where it comes from.
Can we just read it, bro?
This doesn't. I could read this 100 times. It doesn't.
No, just read it one more. Just read it one more time. We all looking good, close here. Read it one more time.
Waida's prominence in European commerce is also reflected in the application of the name Waida bird to a genus of the weaver bird that is in fact
Waida bird to the genus of a weaver bird. The bird is a weaver bird that was called a Waida bird because it was in the town of Waida, right? That's what you just read.
No,
right?
he let him finish reading that.
Hold on. Waida bird to a genus of the weaver bird that is in fact common throughout tropical Africa, but became familiar to the wider world through Oida. In English usage, the name was commonly corrupted into widow bird, whence rather than directly from the name Oida, its zoological name Vidua, under which form it was celebrated in a poem by Shelley. Are you saying
we all got reading comprehension over here?
It's talk about widow bird, wider? Like, where's the name? Where's it saying that?
Let Brother Bruce say. Don't say nothing.
Let him say what he's saying. I'm trying to get his point. I don't have a problem admitting this, but I'm just trying to figure out what is he pinpointing.
Make it plain, Brother Bruce.
I'll make it plain. Plainly, the reading says that the name was given to the bird, which is a genus of the weaver bird, known throughout Africa, but commonly understood or familiarized with in the area of Ouida. The town wasn't named after the bird. The bird was named after the town. And like I was saying before, when you have the gall or even the insight.
No, but don't get to the commentary yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The town was named after the bird. Say that last part again. Type of one if y'all agree with Brother Brew. From what you read, it was known throughout Africa, but it specifically became known for that one region. Say the last part again, Brother Brew.
The bird was known. It was a weaver bird that was known throughout Africa, but it was given the name Ouida bird because they became familiar with the bird in the area of Ouida. The bird wasn't the town wasn't named after the bird. The bird was given its name because of the town that they became familiar with it in.
Type of one if y'all agree with that, what y'all just heard or what Garfield just read. Garfield, do you comprehend the same thing, or is he off and you're from what he just explained?
All right. So
we do have a point there, Garfield. Can you say that?
All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me give you all a source, right? This is a source. This is very important. And you know what, bro? I appreciate the criticism. I appreciate information, and I take information what the brother said. This is from the Young Folks Cyclopedia of Natural History, right? And this is the Paradise widow bird, right? So when you talk about the weaver bird and they're talking about where the weaver bird comes from to Waida, this is what it talks about. Look at what it says in this encyclopedia or whatever it is. The Paradise widow bird of South and West Africa is sometimes called Waida bird from its abundance about Waida in West Africa. but it was named the widow bird by the Portuguese from its sombre color and long black train, two of the middle tail feathers of the male being a foot long in the breeding season. It is about as large as a canary. The head, foreneck, back wings, and tail are black, the neck orange of various shades, and most of the other parts white. This bird builds its nest in long grass close to the ground, a rough structure. It doesn't give a date, but it's saying that it don't, I mean, this is the paradise widow bird, Vidia paradise of South and West Africa, is sometimes called the wider bird from its abundance about wider in West Africa. But it was named widow bird by the Portuguese from its somber color. So the name wider bird, I don't know, bro. I don't have no information to say whether it's, I can't say definitely. I do have a source, I just need to find it, that says that the town was named because of that bird. That's why they call the small town wider the second time. So I just got to find that source. But I don't have no inference or reference to say that the name wider comes from that town. I don't have any record saying that. This doesn't say that. What we just read from Robin Law does not say that. This right here does not say that. It says the name widow bird was given by the Portuguese, but it's called the wider bird in South and West Africa. That's the best I could provide right now. I'll look it up some more. I'm sure I have it in my notes somewhere, and I'll give you a better source. But there's no, I can't conclusively say it. I know I have a source that says it. They named the town that because of the bird. That's why it's called that. That's what I have. I just got to find it. But this right here is a good source. But I'm not gonna say nothing definitely. I can't say, bro, the source that you have that's in Robin Law, it don't give you a definitive answer. It doesn't.
Brother Brew, you
speak now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the type of dishonesty that I'm talking about, because he read it clearly. We've gone over it more than twice. He just read a second source that confirmed the first source, but yet and still he's holding to his position that he knows that the town was named after the bird. When we clearly heard him read it twice, then I went back over it twice, and then he went.
He don't even want to give it to you. He don't even want to admit that.
He don't even want to admit that he was wrong.
So or at least this one thing for the whole day. Garfield been off 4 hours. He can't say he was off on this one thing here.
And it's a small thing, Beren. If he can't admit that he's wrong on a small
thing, it ain't no sense in even playing no games for nothing bigger.
How can you trust anything he says?
So you think this one of the reasons he can't see no Israelites coming on the slave ships, Ruddy Brew? You wrap the case up. Don't let me speak.
I believe specifically from everything, from all the sources out there, if Garfield was as honest a scholar as he says he is, with all the sources out there, he would never.
Hey, Barry, put that back on the screen. Look, put it back on the screen. Watch this, Barry. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you why you can't trust nobody who believes they're a Hebrew Israelite.
Listen now, Brother Brew.
Look at this right here. Look at this.
Listen to Smith.
Look at this. Wider's prominence in European commerce is also reflected in the application of the name wider bird. What is it? Wider's prominence in European commerce. The name wider bird to a genus of the weaver bird that is in fact common. No, don't do that. You got time to talk. Let me talk and get this out.
Wait.
I don't want to hear you, bro.
That first part.
I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear you.
Let's stick with the first part. Let's stick with the first part. Let's be honest.
Hold on, Ruddy Brew. Let him lay it out, and then we're gonna know if he's trying to be slick if he changed the screen.
Okay,
let him say what he's saying, and then go. And then you go back to that first part that you see right there.
Wider's prominence. Look at what it's saying now. Wider's prominence in European commerce is also reflected in the application of the name wider bird to a genus of the weaver bird that is in fact common throughout tropical Africa, but became familiar to the wider world through wider. In English usage, the name was commonly corrupted. This is in English usage. The name was commonly corrupted into widow bird, whence rather than directly from the name wider, its zoological name vidua under which form it was celebrated in a poem by Shelley. Now, this does not say it comes from the town. It doesn't say that it comes from the bird. It doesn't say either way. I couldn't draw a conclusion from that.
Ruddy Brew, can you draw a conclusion for it? Don't man make Garfield. Can you draw a conclusion for it from that? Don't cut him off, Garfield.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, so he said that he read that the prominence of the European trade is could you read that part for me again? I'm sorry. I wish I could read the screen.
Just the first 6 words.
Yeah, please. Please read that for me.
Which part do you want me to read? Which part do you want me to read?
From right where you started. Repeat yourself.
Oida's prominence in European commerce is also reflected in the application of the name White bird to a genus of the weaver bird that is in fact common.
Pause.
Throughout tropical Africa.
So it's not, in this instance, it's the Europeans. God, I wish I could, because my thoughts starting to run together because I want to say so much. The Europeans, because of their trade in this area, is how they, the prominent trade in this area is what made them familiar with this bird, with this whiter bird. It ain't got nothing to do with the name of the town coming from the bird. It's strictly saying that the Europeans are the reason. And like Bruce keeps saying, when Bruce come on, he said all the time, it's the how he said that thing. Well, basically it's how our European understanding. The winners are the authors. The people who win are the ones that get to tell the story.
Right, the history.
That they're telling you that the reason that this bird, this Ouida bird, is even a mention is because it's the Europeans who became familiar with it. It's their common knowledge. They're the ones that made it a point to make this bird prominent or make it something worth talking about. So again, when we're talking about scholarship, because that's why I came on here. I came on here to show that when you're being honest in scholarship, you don't have to twist words. You read what's there, and if it says what you say, good. If it says what you thought it said, but you were wrong, then you got to stand on your 10 and say, bruh, I was off on that. That's my bad. Let me go back and study up on this. And the point I was making before I got cut off before, where all the historical data that's out there, all the books that's written on the Inquisition, all the things, even this book by Robin Law goes into a great depth of detail about the slave trade, who was involved, and what it all consisted of. So knowing that the Inquisition was heavily a big factor in the transatlantic slave trade, and we know that the Spanish Inquisition was against the Jews initially, then I mean it ain't hard to put 2 and 2 together. But when you say the only reason the Jews was on the slave ships was the hitchhike, that's impossible in a time when everybody in the world, well, in their world, was against the Jews and were looking for a reason to molest them. So there's got to be, you have to at some point be willing to be honest in scholarship at some point. And if you're wrong, if you're right, fight for it. But when you see that you're wrong, you got to man up and be like, yo, I was off on that. And if you can't admit that for the small little things, then how can anybody trust you with the big things?
Hey, let me say this, because you're a believer, that's why you feel that way. Now I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something very carefully right now and pull out a source. I think I forgot something that's very important. Remember when Ouida was a kingdom, right? It got destroyed by Dahomey. You see that town that we're talking about, Ouida, that town was called Glehu originally. It wasn't called Ouida. So it could not be named after the people or the town. It was named from something else. And I'm going to tell you why. Remember, you had the kingdom. I said there's 2 Ouidas. There's Ouida the kingdom, and then there's Ouida the town. The town had its own name, Glehu, in Ouida. It's documented in 1681. It's in Robin Law's book. Why did the people that took over the town, why did they name it Wida? Did they name it Wida because of the people or because of the kingdom, or did they name it because of the bird? Because it couldn't, if you're going to say that the name Oida is there right now, where did that name come from that everybody took that name and ran with it? The British and everybody that came here to trade. It couldn't have come there from the people or from the town. It came from something else, because that's where they were housing those birds. They were common in that region. So they called those birds the Wida birds. The name comes from the bird. That's where the name comes from. But I'm going to do something better. Let me put this source on the screen.
You see how he doubled down?
Hold on. Let me do this. Hold on a second. And by the way, too, Ruddy Brew. Hold on. Let me. You went in your whole soliloquy because you want people to side with you because you want Jews coming off the slave ship and you can't produce it. What you're gonna learn about Garfield is this. This is why I bring scholars and experts in the field who write the books. That's who I bring on my channel. The people who write the books, the experts. I ask all of them, do we have evidence of this? What do we know about this? They're all agreeing with Garfield. So it's not like I am saying I'm making up something out the blue because you want to be a Jew so bad. You can't say to yourself, you know what? Maybe we're not these people. You can't say it because it's in your mind. It's in your subconscious. You're living that. This is our truth, man. We those people. And Garfield is saying, no, I'm not. So I'm the enemy. Now, whether the name comes from the town or from the bird, it's really, it don't do nothing for the conversation, really. So I don't have a problem admitting it comes from the town. I don't have a problem saying it comes from the bird. It's not a big deal. From my advantage point, they said there's a bird. I just need to find the source within my notes and bring it out. So that's not an issue. So to use that and say that, well, we got to watch everything you say now, Garfield. Bruh, I've been doing this for years, bro. I've been doing this for years. This is why I asked the question. Why can't you guys produce any source? You say, with all these Jews across the world, man, you mean to tell me that, yes, there were Jews hitchhiking. You can't show me a Jew that was a slave. It's a simple request. And you know why it's a simple request? Because we know the numbers of people that were actual Jews who were practicing or even were called Jews. It wasn't that much of a number. You had over 12 million people. It wasn't even more than 5,000 Jews in West Africa. So if you're going to say, as a matter of fact, if you could find 500, I would appreciate it. As far as trade and all that stuff. Come on. We're going to have to keep it real that even when they had the Inquisition, the majority went to Morocco and went to Europe, Yugoslavia, Sweden, Switzerland, all these different areas. They didn't all come to Africa. All right.
You finished?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right. So just to back up a moment. Berean has asked me in the past, do I believe I'm an Israelite? And I've blatantly said, I can't say that for sure. So you can't put that on me. What I'm going off of is the information that's written in books that existed long before, like you said, the scholars that you bring on your shows. Now, there's a lot of information that the quote unquote scholars are not saying that's written in historical sources, but because
hold on, time out. What is it that they're not saying? So there's a conspiracy? That's the evidence? What? Point that out. That's a huge claim.
You brought the term conspiracy in.
You said there's a lot of sources that they're not bringing out. What? How would you know that? Because bring it out then. Bring it out right now. You're making that up, bro. Be honest. That's being dishonest.
See, this is the thing that manipulators try to do. They try to call
manipulators because you just made that up and you got called out on it.
We don't have conversations when you're dealing with people who are trying to manipulate the conversation. You begin to have arguments and people start going back and forth instead of trying to hear out the conversation. So what I was trying to say is there are books, and many people, not only myself, have bought out books that show that the Inquisition was happening and that it was a big reason why slaves were being taken on a slave ship. J-Jax mentioned about 2 hours ago that, probably about an hour ago, that there were actually conversos who were in a Christian service.
Did you see a source?
Service and
Did
put
you
on
see a
slaves.
source? Did you see a source?
I'll have to go back into my
Did
notes.
you see a source?
There is a source, Garfield.
So bring the source out.
Like I said, when
that would end. Hold on, Bereen. That would end the whole conversation. Garfield wouldn't have to say it again. Why would you not bring that source out? That don't make no sense. I don't believe you. That could kill Garfield right now on Bereen show. And everything Garfield said. Oh, you got evidence of somebody who's a Jew who was taken on the slave ship? Conversation's over. Garfield can't say that no more. Why would you hold that back? Come on.
What do
man.
I have? J Jacks, what I have?
Y'all play
I'm trying to take care of some other stuff over there. What I have, because we got to finish Garfield and get rid of him. Go ahead, Ruddy Brew. Is there anything, brother? Is there anything?
I'm like I said earlier, Bereen, I'm on my phone. And I just came on to make that one simple point because I saw Garfield pull out his Weeder PowerPoint like he's been doing for the last couple years over here. And I just wanted to make that point because he challenged me to go to the Robin Law source. And when I went and read the Robin Law source, I found that a lot of the things that he was saying was not in the source as he claimed it to be. And so I wanted to speak to that.
For example.
But now he wants to.
No. For example, what's not in the source? You see, look at that.
Now he wants to get into another conversation. He wants to. He
no,
wants to
because you're making a claim.
In
you're
an
making a claim. That's a serious claim.
Then you can make them say one word out of context, and it'll throw their whole everything that they say off. It'll make everything they say irrelevant. And see, that's how people do in debate.
This is J Jacks. Hold on, Ruddy Brew, because this is going to help you right here. This is going to help your position right here. This is proof, right? Because you know the only thing to get me with Garfield, even leading apologists, I've heard Lisa Fields, I've heard Dr. Bantu even say that people, or it's possible, or something along those lines, that people that came over here, some of them could have been connected with Israel. Garfield's the only one, maybe outside, I haven't heard Sister Cherry in years, but outside of Sister Cherry and Garfield, who else is a holdout? Who else is saying they don't know about Neil? Nobody, not one single soul?
Yeah, I always hear the minority too, if anything. I rarely hear not one. And that
Not
was just
even
my
at
only
least the
challenge.
minority. Ruddy Brew, do me a favor and read some of this right here and make Garfield make sense of this.
Let me see if I can read it.
Or you said Garfield, you need to read this. He don't want to read what's going to go against him.
I got you, Marine. I'll be your reader. Just say read. Just say read and I'll read it. Read. It just takes a short stroll around Lisbon Sao Domingo's church to get a sense of its centuries-long history. A monument bearing the Star of David commemorates the thousands of Jews killed by a mob in 1506.
Wait a minute. Stop reading. J Jacks, what are you saying? This ain't it, J Jacks? Oh, Lord. This ain't it, J Jacks? Let me go back and see. Poems, YouTube. This has to be it. Or just send it again. I don't. Other video I have is NHIT. Let me go back and see what's going on here. Hold on 1 second. I'll email it again. Y'all don't prove him wrong. Y'all just whine. All right, maybe. All right, Ruddy Brew. Go ahead, Ruddy Brew. What do you want to say?
No, my bad. I dropped out. I missed what was being read. I didn't catch it.
Well, he could read some. He could read some of this. Let me see.
I hit the wrong button by mistake.
All right, let me just see. Hold on a minute. I'm waiting for her to She said she's gonna send it back. Let me just check one time real quick.
Hold on, Bucks.
All right, let me see. Let me close this up for 1 second. Go back. All right, this might be it. All right, pull this up, Garfield. This is it here, because I don't know why. I can see it on my phone, but I don't see it.
You could send it to me and I could put it on the thing.
All right, yeah. Let me send it to you right now. I'm sending it
I could attach it from my phone. Brother Barine, I got you right here.
Yeah. This is it. This is straight
up.
And this is the page you want right here, J Jacks. The stuff I do for Israel, boy. Y'all.
Hold on, I got you right here. I'm gonna put it on the screen right now.
And is that page 40? Say the page.
Ain't nobody hiding.
She said page 23.
Page 23.
The Library of Congress.
It's on page 23 right now.
I'm sick of this Negro here.
It's on page 23. I fall in love. As a friend, he never trusts you.
Wait a minute. No. Don't be reading all fast. There you go.
All right. Where we at? We on here? All right, cool. All right. He will turn out armed if you enter his village at an unseasonable hour. And if you are fond of collecting vocabulary, may the God of speech direct you. The fact is that the plunderings and the kidnappings of bygone days are burned into his memory. He knows that such things have been, and he knows not when they may again be. So he confines himself to the society of his native hamlet, and he makes no other intimacies, even with the fellow men whose village smoke he sees curling up from the neighbor dell. After 2 years of constant quarreling, the beautiful, some of the kidnapping tales that still linger on this coast show the straits into which at times men were driven for a cargo. At Anaban, where the people are Negro Portuguese, they are ever looking forward to hearing mass from the month of a priest. A Spaniard learning this, dressed up a pair of ecclesiastics, landed them, and whilst the function was proceeding, seized the whole congregation and carried them triumphantly to market. The following communication will show the value of Fernandian cotton, but alas, labor is at 30s per week. Cotton Supply Association, offices number 1, Newell's Buildings, Manchester, February 1864. Captain R.F. Burton, Fernando Poe, sir, your communication with the 2 samples of cotton had the due attention of our committee, and I have now to hand you their report upon the latter. Do we need to go any further?
All right, J Jack, that say he snatched them up. What that say, Ruddy Brew? Come on, Ezra the Sin. What that say? He snatched them up and took them to the market to be sold as slaves and caught them Negroes all in 3 sentences, 1 paragraph. Why you laughing? That don't mean what? Tell me what's the
Ask him why he laughing.
Yo.
Y'all still think y'all slow.
No, let him go. Let him go. Keep going.
No. I'm done. I'm not saying nothing. That's your evidence. Go ahead. Who got to respond to that?
Ruddy Brew, what do you understand from that? Type of 1 if that proves something.
So if we know that the Black Portuguese were the conversos, were the Jews, from the many sources that we've read, then why is Garfield laughing when it says that they were snatched up and sent into slavery?
All right. Now, where does it say that they were Jews? Where does it say that who these Negro Portuguese are? Because remember, when the Portuguese first started taking slaves from Africa, they went to Portugal first. So those Black people were already mixing with Portuguese. So the Negro Portuguese, how are they Jews? How did we come to the conclusion? I'm going to show you how you research properly. First, we need to find out who these people are. Where were they in Portugal? Which town? What were they doing? From the temple. Of course, they were in church. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You see, you guys can't research. That's the problem. You ain't got no methodology. You already admit they are Jews. They have to be Jews. Why? Because it makes my belief more comfortable that it might be true. Let's look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. And by the way, too, I'm really bad because usually when somebody sends a source, I read 3 pages before and 3 pages after. Why don't we do that to see the context of what it's talking about? Why don't we do that? Instead of we saying, go to page 23, you should have said, let's go to page 20. Why not go to page 20 and see what this is actually talking about? That's what we should have done. Why would you believe this has to do with Jews? Where is it in here that this has to do with Jews? Where? Let's look at the top. I don't see nothing about no Jews. Where? Where is this at? Maybe possibly these are European ideas grafted upon the African mind. He confines himself therefore to this. He makes the best tapi or palm toddy in West Africa. His habitation is a mere shed without walls. He's a Spartan in these. Nothing will persuade him to wear beyond the absolute requirements of these and anything warmer than a thin coat of palm oil. Near the summit of 10,000. Where is this fabulous source? He's not a slave.
Is
No,
there a year?
He holds them to a vanity and justly.
Is there a year related to this?
I'm looking too, bro. I'm trying to catch it. I want to learn.
Garfield could tell us who we ain't, but he can't tell us who we are.
I know exactly who I am. I know who I am. I can't tell you who you are. I can't tell you who you
come
are.
from there?
I know who I'm from.
Where you come from?
That's who I'm from. And that's where my culture is from. Because I grew up in that culture in Jamaica, so I know who I am. Next. Now you're trying to get
Jamaican. What Jamaican mean?
Trying to get
what Jamaican mean?
The land of food and water. Why? What's up?
So you water. Come on, be serious.
Thank you.
You sound ignorant, man.
I appreciate that, brother.
You a bully. Where I'm from, where I stay at, you a bully.
And by the way,
hold on, let me finish.
By the way,
talking,
bro,
I told people, but you a bully,
are
man.
you here to try to insult me or something? Are you trying to insult me?
You insulting everybody on here.
Are you trying to insult me?
You a bully.
No, I'm not. Roddy, that's how me and Roddy Bro is in the chat.
Don't argue with you can't people like Garfield. You can't argue with them because they try to twist you up.
Here we go. Brooklyn magic up in here. Here we go.
Go through your
yo. By the way, hold on 1 second. Time out. Everybody, time out. Bereen, I want you to observe something on this page, right? This is from what they gave us. This is page 24. If you look at the bottom, it has an asterisk saying the following sick list is taken from official documents compiled at Fernando Po of 30 invalids sent up from the lowlands in November 1863. They suffered from fever, dysentery, various. Now, I don't know, and I have no evidence yet when this occurred, but why are they telling us something happened in 1863 if this Fernando Po conversation is happening earlier? Why are they referring to 1863 and people lowlands in November 1863 who are sick with a fever? Why are they doing that? So I'm not saying it's attached to what we read before, but it's possible because it's below it. That's why it's important to read a source 3 pages above, 3 pages below to get an idea. So when people run and give you a source and say, oh, read the source, I got to be careful with these people, man, especially these Israelites. They be lying. And they can't read nothing. They can't read what they don't understand what they're reading. See, look at this now. Chapter 2 goes into November 29th, 1863. This ain't got nothing to do. So this is proof of Jews on the slave trade, Sean Harris. Shame on you, yap gang, yappity yap gang guy. Shame on you jumping out the window with this foolishness.
Now he trying to insult.
Shame on all of y'all.
Wait, hold on. Here, Taz right here. Taz wants to talk to you.
Shame on all of y'all, man. This is disgraceful.
Go ahead, Taz. I'm
disgraceful.
Hello, peace, everybody. Yeah, I'm at lunch right now. I just wanted to ask Garfield something very quickly, and I don't be coming in just to hop out and drop the mic. I'm really at work, bro. So I just wanted y'all to
Vereen, are we done with this source?
Yes.
All right.
Just real quick, I wanted to ask Garfield the source that Berean pulled up that I sent a little while ago. It was just talking about the blacks in Witta, how they were the most expensive Negroes in Africa, and then the passage concluded by saying that they were called Judaics. So Garfield was saying that, I'm just trying to understand, you're saying that just because the name is, for lack of a better term, the name Witta is in contention, like where it came from, what it actually means, that means that those blacks were not Jews?
All right. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna respond to you in 1 second. I'm gonna do something for you that I did before behind the scenes, but you don't pay attention. You don't pay attention at all. All right. What? Go back and ask your question now. Go back and ask your question.
Come on, Garfield, pull your screen up just in case I gotta, in case this thing dies.
What's your question, my brother?
Okay, I was like thinking back, it was kind of confusing the way I worded it. So let me say it like this. The source that I had Brian pull up, it said that the blacks of Wida, Judah, whatever you want to call it, they were the most expensive Negroes in all of Africa. And it talked about how they were well known in America because of their dexterity. And then it goes on and says all this other stuff about the Prince of Dahomey. And then it finishes by saying that those blacks were known as Judaics. So my question is, are you saying that just because the name is in contention, that takes away what the source says about them being Jews and being known as Judaics, and about them being purchased and brought to America?
All right.
For example,
Now,
if the name was Guinea or Senegal or any other name, what does the name have to do with the people being known as Jews or Judaics, and the fact that it was saying they were being brought to America?
What happened is, hey, share my screen, Barine. Share my screen. Can you share my screen, please? Is Barine still here, or Barine dropped off?
He dropped off.
He said,
"Who's in charge? Who's in charge?"
I think he said his joint was about to die, so he fell off.
Does anybody have the admin button on?
That's why he told you to he told you to do it before he jumped off.
Oh man. All right, cool. What I was about to show is that on the Jewish encyclopedia, right? When you look up Jean-Baptiste Ladvocat, he's a Christian Hebraist from France. What happened is a lot of the sources that talks about white and talk about them like they're real Jews because of that name Judah, Juda, are people who are Christians who have like a biblical background or French. So most of the sources we're going to read are going to say that those people are Jews. But the truth is, and Roddy Brewer would confirm this if he read Robin Law's book, the people that lived in Wida, what happened to the people in Wida, Roddy Brewer? Let me see if you're honest right now. This is all I'm going to show you mad respect right now. What happened to the people in Wida when Dahomey came and invaded it? What happened to them?
The people that were in Wida got pushed out of the town, if that's what you're asking.
They went to where? Grand Popo, am I correct? I think Grand Popo are one of those islands nearby, right?
They did go to a nearby island, but hold on.
Let me finish my point before you say nothing. Listen to what I'm saying, because you're going to agree with me. If you disagree with me, fine. Listen to what I'm saying carefully. The majority of them ran away with the king, and that particular king was trying to get rulership back over Wida, right? The issue is Dahomey issued an edict saying that you can't enslave people who are residents of the Dahomey kingdom. Am I correct? Yes or no?
That is true.
All right. Most of the slaves they got were from the Oyo Empire, the Oyo kingdom, which were a lot of Yoruba people. That's why the total that they have was 1.9 million, right?
The book actually said that they got all the slaves from inland. So it doesn't say specifically one particular place that they
right. So they were prisoners of wars, right? Those people who they kept.
Well, the wars that they were prisoner of were the wars that were fomented by the Europeans that came to capture slaves. They weren't just fighting each other. The wars were the people of Dahomey were given guns and told to go make war with the people and make them slaves.
All right. So now, when scholars are reading about Judah with a Juda, and they come from a biblical background, my thinking is with what I was going to show on the screen with the gentleman, Tazara, is saying that he has a biblical background. So when he reads Judah, he literally takes them as Judah, the tribe of Judah. He's not thinking about 12 tribe chart. He's not thinking about 70 AD. He's just thinking that, yo, this is kind of cool. You know, this is the tribe of Judah. He literally thought they were.
I think that's a terrible understanding of it, from the simple fact that
same here.
At the time, there was to think of someone as a Judean was for the Christians thinking of an enemy, because anyone who practiced any type of custom of the old way was considered a heretic. So they wouldn't be saying that these are Judaics as in, oh, we're celebrating Christianity here. No, they wouldn't do that. That's false.
So you're saying that he called them Judaics because they were Jews? How would he know they're Jews?
Because
can I just say this? Can I respond to that real quick?
No, hold on. Let me talk to Roddy Brew for 1 second. How would he know they're Jews?
Well,
let's say you're correct. How would he know they are Jews?
Well, specifically because when the Jews were exiled, majority of them, although you say they went to European countries when they were being exiled from all European countries, majority of them went to sub-Saharan Africa. A lot of them died on the seacoast as they traveled to sub-Saharan Africa
they did what in
because they
sub-Saharan
didn't have food.
What did you just say? I didn't hear you. What did you just say? The most of them did what?
Most of them went into sub-Saharan Africa.
Most of who?
Most of the exiles from Spain and Portugal.
No, my brother, that's not true, beloved.
It is true.
I'm not even arguing right now, bro. Most of them went
some who took up residency in Morocco. That a great many of them went into
that's not true.
Africa,
bro.
Some
all
of
right.
them died along the coast because they didn't have food and water.
I don't want to argue. Did you read that in a source?
Yes, I did read that in a source.
All right. Now, do you have a source? I'm going to write it down. I'm not going to tell you to show me. Tell me the source. Do you know the source that you read it from?
I'm on my phone. I don't have my sources
I have
on my
a slide
phone.
right here with where the majority went, bro. I could Google. I can't even show my screen, bro. The majority of the people went to Morocco and other areas in North Africa and went to other places in Europe. They never came. There's not many that came to Africa, bro.
But North
truth to that
is Africa, brother. They went to Morocco, bro. And
I
we
know.
we stressed earlier. Hold on. We stressed earlier that Morocco had relationships, right? The people in Morocco had trade relations with people in sub-Saharan West Africa. So what is so far-fetched or stretched out to believe that these people were interacting, intermingling? You just said that they went into Morocco. Morocco is still. It doesn't. There today. Look, hold on. It doesn't matter that today the people there look light skinned, right? I think that causes confusion.
Time out.
My father is from Morocco.
Just because someone just because they interact with Moroccans doesn't mean they're Moroccans, brother. Come on.
Hold on. Everybody stop.
Let me get back to the main point.
1 second.
It's that simple.
Oh man, we messing up the show, guys.
People mix when people
You gotta have some kind of order, man. There gotta be some kind of order, man.
All right. Tazara. This is what the guy wrote, right? Let me read it to you right now. He said the blacks of Judah are the best and most expensive of all the African Negroes. They are esteemed in America above all because of their dexterity and willingness to learn everything in a short time. Then he writes, the kingdom of Judah has suffered great revolutions. Dahomey, who came out of the woods at the head of 100,000 men in 1727, seized it. So you see, he's taking it as literal kingdom of Judah. That is my point. So I'm not trying to hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. I'm not arguing with you guys. My point is this simple. Almost 2 million people left from that port. There was not 2 million people that lived in Wida. There's no population numbers because they have in Robin Law's book that you read, it showed the population numbers. Ain't nobody over there like over 20,000 or even sometimes it's even 4,000, whatever. There's no 2 million people that came from Wida. That's literally from Wida. It's a town. It was like a docking port area. So
it was a town and it was a port.
Hold on, beloved. I'm gonna let you talk.
You rambling now. I'm just trying to finish the point that I was trying to make, bro.
Give me 30 seconds. The point I'm trying to make by him saying the kingdom of Judah, he's a Christian Hebraist. That's what it says on his Jewish encyclopedia. Jean-Baptiste L'Advocate is a Christian Hebraist. He achieved particular distinction as a Hebraist and a biblical exegete. This was not the only branch of scholarship in which he excelled. He was, in fact, an exceedingly versatile student and writer. What I am saying, he's familiar with scriptures. So when he saw the name Judah, and he's a guy that studies the Old Testament, he took it literally as the kingdom of Judah, just like a lot of French writers, because the Judah, Wida was spelled Juda in French. So most of the sources you have that says these are actual Jews are from French. That's why. You guys could go ahead and take it any way you want.
Okay, I just want to respond and say that there are sources from people who do not have the same background as him that say that Like LSA Recluse, for example, wrote that they were known to be Judaics, and I don't know of him having a Christian background or anything like that. And there's even other sources that call the place that and say that the people there had Judaic customs, and those people weren't always having a Christian background or a background that would make them think that they were the lost tribe of Judah. And let me also say that I don't think he was literally saying that I think the author was saying, it seems to me that he was saying that the place was called Judah, and he didn't make any links to ancient Judah. But at the same time, as him saying that the place is called Judah, he was saying that the people there were known to be Jews. And there's other sources that show the Negroes of the slave coast having Judaic customs. So that's why that information saying that there's a handful of information saying that Negroes in the slave coast had Judaic customs. It doesn't just say, oh, they're Jews, and then it leaves it at that. It talks about their rituals and stuff like that. And I've gone into sources and all that about that. So that's why when the name comes into play, I try to say, let's not, okay, the name, we can debate that. But regardless of what the name says, the people there, the blacks there, they were known to have documented Judaic customs. And then that source there, it connects the dots and says that those people were being brought.
Let me kill that
I
right
mean,
now. That's from
and then the source,
if you read Kreppel's source, and if you read the source that Dante had, what happened is it stemmed from the guy called Lobagola, who was touring America, and he said he was from Dahomey, and that they had the Torah there, and they had the 5 books of Moses and all that stuff. So what happened is the Jews here in the Americas had him touring all over, going to the Kiwanis Club, saying there's Jews in Africa and so forth. He wrote his own story and confessed that he made it up, and he was born in Baltimore. That storyline of the Jews having books there stems from Lobagola, and I could prove it. That storyline of Jews having Torah, you show me a story before the 20th century that you're not going to find it, because it stems from Lobagola lying and telling all these Jews until they figured out he was a fraud. So don't come on here and talk about, oh, they have sources. Of course they have sources that say it. I'm very familiar. This is why I study. I study everything you say, what Dante say, what Ron Dalton say. I study all y'all sources. That's why I'm so confident in the way that I talk. There's no evidence of people practicing Judaism coming off the slave ships. You can't show it. You said it's written, but where is the evidence? You can't show it. It's all talk, yappity yap, like yappity yap gang.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me, can I respond to that? And then I'll be done after that. I just want to respond to that.
Yappity yap, yap, yap.
Very
just
quick.
Like yap, yap.
You said before the 19th or the 20th century, which would be the 1900s, you're saying there's no sources that talk about the Negroes having Judaic customs in Witta or Judah?
Having the Torah, having the 5 books of Moses and the Torah and a temple.
So, okay, so even if they don't have the Torah, they can't be Jews unless they have the Torah?
No, but the issue is that's where it stems from with that. As far
I'm
as
talking about them
Torah,
purely having Judaic customs. I didn't say nothing about
where
the Torah.
is the Judaic customs? What is the Judaic customs they're practicing?
Give me a second. Let me see.
Tell me.
Hold on. Let me look at the source real quick.
Okay.
I mean, I've done video, everything that I'm,
when the source tells you, tell me what the source. Tell me what that source is, because I don't trust your ass. You tell me what that source is. Yo, none of y'all can handle me, man. I'm too much. This is just a lie that y'all believe, man. Y'all ain't Israelites. Get over it. Y'all not Israelites. Y'all pretending. Y'all are retroactive, invented. You have a retro.
Let me ask you a question. Come on,
okay, I got a source right here.
I agree.
There's one from 1885. A French source that talks about.
What's the name of the book? What's the name of the book? Give me the name of the book.
It's French. It's French. It's called.
Oh, but you can read it. It's French, but you can read it.
You know they got translators on the web. Okay,
yeah,
so you're not interested in hearing
translations.
Come on, let's be men.
Where you find these dudes at? Where you find them at, Barry?
Let's be men. Come on, bro.
1885. What it says, bro? Is it the source that you gave me in the Facebook back chat?
Yeah. So, okay, so you know about it. So why are you trying to say there's no sources that?
No, there's no source. There's no source saying that they have the 5 books of Moses before Lobagola.
Look, nobody said nothing about the 5 books of Moses. I'm talking about their customs, their rituals,
that they're practicing
like
customs. What customs were they practicing? What does it say they practicing?
Why are you trying to red herring?
I'm asking you. What were they practicing?
when I respond and tell you what they're saying, you're gonna make another straw man argument.
I'm
It's just gonna go
asking
in
you a
circles and
simple
circles and
question.
circles,
You said
bro.
they were practicing Torah in 1885. A
I didn't
guy's
say
walking.
nothing about the Torah. I didn't say nothing about the
He
Torah.
didn't say that, bro. He
Okay,
said they're
what did they
practicing
say?
Judaic customs, bro.
Okay, in 1885 they're practicing Judaic. Okay, what is it they're
That's
practicing?
when the source was published. I'm not saying they were doing
Okay,
it.
what
That's when it
what what are
started.
what are they practicing, my brother?
Hold on, let me see. It says the origins. I'm gonna read this, and if y'all want me to send it so y'all can pull it up yourselves and try, or I sent it to you. You have it in your messenger. But it says the origins of the peoples of the slave coast are still covered with a thick veil. Without pretending to remove the veil, I would be happy to help lift it by a corner. In this hope, I collect there are some observations which I offer to the reader as mere notes. The peoples we are talking about have, to all appearances, peacefully enjoyed from the beginning the country they occupy. The clash and mixture of two peoples leave traces in the language. Now the Nago language offers very few foreign words. It has preserved its roots, its own genius. It admitted into its constitution no heterogeneous element. The Sur de Anvil map says that the land of Nagos was formerly populated by Jews. This information is drawn from Idrisi, an Arab traveler of the 11th century. We find among our blacks Let me say that again. We find among our blacks several Judaic customs, such as circumcision and the impurity of women at determined times. We have already seen it. Language and the admirable conciseness of names, the tradition in these instructive proverbs preserves clear and exact notions on God, on the devil, on creation and providence. So it referenced several things that speak on the people of the slave coast in that area having Judaic customs. It mentioned El Drisi.
Hey,
It
Marine.
mentioned the Anvil map, and then it goes on and talks about their customs and things like that.
Hey,
So
Marine. You know
that's
Garfield.
before the 20th century.
You know Garfield is a beast, right? Garfield is a beast at this, right? I'm like an answer to all the foolishness that people hold on to, right? I'm going to show you something right on the screen real quick.
Before you do that, Garfield, can I ask you a question?
Who's asking the question?
This Ruddy Brew. Can I ask you a question?
Of course, Roddy. Anytime, beloved. Anytime.
So since we're talking about the customs of the Jews, how many Jews were practicing their Jewish customs during the time of the temple being destroyed?
Hey, I gotta go. Peace, everybody. I love everybody. I love
You
you.
always
too,
gotta
Garfield.
run. Ain't nobody paying you.
Hey, Garfield, I love you, bro.
I love you, bro. I love you. You're still my bro.
Let me rephrase the question.
You know what you're asking? Tell me if I understand you. Tell me if I understand you correctly. You're saying at 70 AD, how many people were practicing the religion?
Let me rephrase it. Would you say that some, most, or all of the people known as Jews, even during the time of Christ and up until 70 AD, were practicing the customs of the Jews, and they took those customs with them into Europe? Would you say some, most, or all?
Were practicing Jews during the after 70 AD, right?
Right.
Majority of the Jews already lived in Europe, Mesopotamia. 80% of the Jews lived outside of Jerusalem. So it doesn't matter. They already lived within the Roman Empire.
No, that's not the question. That's not the question.
You're saying if they're practicing Judaism?
Yeah, were they practicing?
No, not all of them.
So if they weren't practicing, how can you say that we should look at the customs that they practice coming off the slave ships to determine that they were Jews?
Very good question. Because you guys are making the claim. No.
Don't do
West
that.
Africa, hold on. West Africa, they're practicing Jews in West Africa. So if they're already practicing Jews in West Africa, if they went on the slave ship, they should be practicing the same Judaism that they're practicing.
Nah, that doesn't really make
But they
sense.
forgot who they were.
Yeah, they forgot.
Hold on. Let me answer, Big Mouth guy. Relax. Yo, Joseph, chill out, man. Brother Barine, they forgot who they are because of Jeremiah 17:4, right? But watch this. How is it that everybody else who was on the slave ship remembered what they were doing in Africa? All the Akan, all the Igbo, all the Yoruba, all of these people are practicing their religion because during the rebellions, a lot of the rebellions, they were practicing African spirituality. So they remembered. Bro, hold on, Roddy, come on, give me a chance to answer, bro.
Let them cook.
Now, as far as, and this is a problem for more too, because whatever practice that we're pointing out, you just brought up a very, very good. That's a very good question, Roddy. What are they practicing in West Africa that I could show? I don't know. I can't show. All I could show you is the people in Senegambia, how they set up a synagogue in Senegambia, bro, and they was practicing the religion. They even had a butcher there to practice kashrut, the dietary law. So I could show that in West Africa.
Okay. Okay. So you have one instance.
No, I got a couple.
Hold on. Okay, you got a couple.
Mm-hmm.
You got a couple. So, and you made me lose my train of thought. Basically, what I'm trying to get to is, we understand that a lot of the exiles from Spain and Portugal and from the European areas, they weren't practicing Jews. Many of them, like you said, were merchants, and they were bartering. They were known because of who they were, not because of necessarily what they did, because not all Jews were merchants either, just like not all Jews practiced the Hebrew customs. So there had to be something distinctive about them that made people know that they were Jews. Now, when we get to that, we also know from sources that when the Spanish and Portuguese set up their forts within Ouida and along the coast of Africa, of the southern portion of West Africa, that they were also baptizing and renaming Africans Christian names and sending those African Christians back into Spain and Portugal to be taught the quote unquote Christian customs. So
you're on point.
So what I'm getting at is there's no way to be able to distinctively say just because of someone's practices, we can tell who they were, because when we read these sources about the Africans who were sent back to Europe to practice their customs, if we find a European source that doesn't mention that they were African before they came back to Europe, we would automatically assume that they're just Spanish. So what I'm getting at is you can't continually say, well, nobody was a Jew because they weren't practicing customs coming off the slave ships, when we understand that there were a lot of Jews who did in fact get exiled and end up in West Africa. In fact, there's a source that says that many of the Jews who came out of Spain and Portugal had a disease known as the French disease. And the ones who made it to sub-Saharan Africa were the ones who were cured, and they believed it was by the wholesomeness of the air. So there had to be a lot of them going into West Africa to be healed of this disease. So again, what I'm getting at is you can't continue to make distinctive or definitive assumptions.
You just made an assumption. That's a horrible assumption. I'm trying to tell you, show me the numbers. This is all you got to do. Let's Google on your phone right now. Inquisition, how many people left from Spain and Portugal? They said in Portugal alone, it was around 30,000 Jews.
Some sources say that it was upward of 800,000. So it was anywhere.
That's in Spain. That's in Spain.
Well,
I'm talking about. All right, what happened to the Jews when they left? Where did they go? That's the key, bro. And once you research that, you're gonna come back and say, Garfield, you were right, bro. You were right.
There are a lot of sources, Garfield, and specifically, there are sources that speak on the events or that transpired under the rulership of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand. There are a number of sources about how they exiled the Jews.
That's nothing to do with the slave trade.
Hold on, bro. And they had passed a decree that made all Hebrews slaves for perpetuity before the exile. So again, this you can't say that they made a decree to make all Hebrews slaves for perpetuity, but then say, well, they put that one to the side and they just went and got some Negroes.
Hold on. You said they did what?
They passed a decree.
Who passed this decree?
Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand in Spain. They passed a decree that that pretty much damned all Israel to be slaves for perpetuity.
All right. I think you're mixing up two different things.
No, bro. No. No.
All right. Let's
right before the exile in 1492. So again, just because there's information you don't have, we can't make definitive statements, is what I'm getting at.
I don't support what you're saying 100%. I got to see that source. I think I know what you're talking about, but I think it's being mixed up with what the Spanish did with their decrees. But let me ask you this though. Let's move forward a little bit here. All right. And this is let me respond to Tazara real quick about what he talked about, the woman menstruating and circumcision. This is a book called Race, Culture, and Identity in the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. Menstruation, childbirth, war hunting, any activity that involved blood required strict rules of behavior on the part of the Cherokees. Always a powerful substance, blood took various forms, and Cherokees made distinction between its different types or states. Blood could be fresh and healthy with a bright crimson color, gigaje, or it might become spoiled or exhausted, at which point it would be described as wadi, meaning it was dull brownish. To keep their blood from becoming exhausted, Cherokees would engage in periodic rites of bloodletting as a prophylactic measure against illness. For example, a young ball player before a game or war before battle would be subjected to ritualized scratching over much of his body. This rite not only purified and strengthened the recipient, it also provided a deeply symbolic meaning by which Cherokee would appropriate the fearsome of But let me add this though. In some historic cultures, a menstruating woman was considered sacred and powerful with increased psychic abilities and strong enough to heal the sick. According to the Cherokee, menstrual blood was a source of feminine strength and had the power to destroy enemies. In ancient Rome, Pliny the Elder wrote that a menstruating woman who uncovers her body can scare away hailstorms, whirlwinds, and lightning. If she strips naked and walks around the field, caterpillars, worms, and beetles fall off the ears of corn. Menstrual blood is viewed as especially dangerous to men's power. In Africa, menstrual blood is used in the most powerful magic charms in order to both purify and destroy. Mayan mythology explains the origin of menstruation as a punishment for violating the social rules, whatever. But anyway, one of the cultures actually say that menstruation is where the world come out of menstruation or origin because of menstruation. And what these men used to do is they used to separate the woman when they're on their menstrual time and have them live in a hut. Now, when the Hebrew Israelites read this, the One West guys, they say, oh, you see, they separate women because of the menstrual, but they don't know the culture. It has nothing to do with Hebrew Israelism. So when in Africa, somebody see women are separated because of their menstrual time period, that is the norm. Circumcision in Africa is not proof of Hebrewism's tazara, because, what do you call it? Let me just show you a quick picture. Hold on one second. Let me just show you all a quick picture of circumcision. This is on the walls of Algeria.
I don't think you need to do that, bro. I think you made your point.
Okay, yeah, that's male circumcision in Africa. I just want to make the point about that. And I'm going to get back to you right now. Hold on. Let me just get back to you right now. Let me get this out of the way. I just had to get that just to respond to him. So anybody who watches it.
So
now you are saying that as far as the people off the slave trade, I'm saying that it's not that many people who were Sephardic ran into Africa. That's what I'm saying. I'm actually going to give you a source. I'm going to show you something that talks directly regarding that. I don't know if it should put it to rest, but
while you pull that up, let me just say before we move on, saying that multiple cultures shared the same rituals doesn't also negate that the rituals that these people were performing in Africa weren't Hebrew customs. I mean, that really doesn't, that's not a one-to-one association. So I appreciate the point, but that doesn't negate the point.
Why does everything that happened in a culture have to be Hebrew?
You said what?
That's my point. Why does everything have to be Hebrew? Like Hebrews were all over the world.
No. See, that's
I mean, they are.
That's not what was said either.
No,
what
they're not.
The point was what the book that was read said that these were Hebrew customs from the people that were on the ground firsthand. So
no. You don't know from the book from the first hand. It's not that. It's an 1885 book. He's writing from a distance. We don't know where he got it from, so we can't make.
But his distance is closer than the distance that we have today. Making this assumption.
1885. I don't know.
So let me ask you this question, then, Garfield. If your son
let me go even further. Say in 400 years, your fourth great grandson is say America has been taken over by Japan, and everybody's speaking Japanese and following Japanese customs. Can anyone in that time look back to our time and say, well, I don't believe his father was actually Jamaican, because why was he in America if his father was Jamaican? That would be a bad association to make, just because he's that far removed and he's practicing a culture that's different from the custom that you practice today. So again, we can't just say that these are one-to-one assumptions when it was so long ago. All we can go off is the writings that existed during that time. And if the writers 200 years ago wrote based on the writings that were present at the time these people were on the ground, then in our time, 200 removed from that, we can't go back to that incremental period and say, well, because these people were talking about it, that means that the people before them were not real. I mean, it's like we do a whole lot of mental gymnastics just to try to make a point, instead of coming to a definitive conclusion based on what was actually being said during the time. There are a lot of sources that exist from the time that they were exiled from Spain and Portugal. There are a lot of sources.
All right, cool. Let me show this source real quickly. This is encyclopedia.com, and this is about the Jewish expulsion. Encyclopedia.com. Jews. Let me just scroll to the top. Let me see if my brother share the screen so y'all could see where I'm reading from. I'm not playing any games or anything. All right. The Jews' expulsion of Spain, Portugal, the Iberian kingdoms were neither the first nor the last to expel the Jewish population. All right. The causes. Let me see if I want to read something here. Jews who converted to Christianity, conversos, the expulsion in Spain. All right. So we say here, exact numbers of those who stayed and those who left are difficult to ascertain, but Henry Kamen estimates that there were no more than 70,000 Jews in Castile and no more than 10 Jews in Aragon. Of those, the best evidence suggests that most converted rather than immigrated. Over 10,000 Jews left via the Mediterranean coast, and possibly as many as 40 to 50,000 left overall, traveling to Portugal and north to Navarre, as well as south to Africa, east to Italy, and over time to Ottoman territory in the eastern Mediterranean. All right, hold on. Let me be clear about where they went to Africa, because I know they went to North Africa, but it doesn't say that, so I'm not going to assume that right now. I'm just going to leave it as it is. All right. The expulsions in Portugal and Navarre. Portugal received the clear majority of Spain's exiled Jews. Its proximity, cultural similarity, economic ties made it an ideal destination for the unwilling exiles. When October 1497 arrived, the thousands of Jews assembled. They were forcibly converted. Portugal's mass forced baptism precipitated another exodus, this time of Spanish Jews returning home. All right. Let me see. All right, that's the primary source for that chart of the expulsion. All right, that's not too revealing at all. Hold on, let me see if I find something else. All right, let's look at the Wikipedia article, what they say. Is this still being shown on the screen? All right. Let's see if the Wikipedia article is more definitive. All right, so it says, due to continued attacks, many 50,000 more had converted by 1415. All right, the expulsion led to mass migration of Jews from Spain to France, Italy, Greece, Turkey, and the Mediterranean basin. One result of the migration was new Jewish surnames appearing in Italy and Greece. All right, let me see what else. Trying to see the numbers. That's what I want to see, the numbers. After the massacres by the Unitarians who continued to practice their religion in the crowns of Castile and Aragon. I don't see anything definitive. Was it this decree you were talking about, the Alhambra decree?
I don't think it was the Alhambra. What year was the Alhambra decree?
From Ferdinand and Queen Isabella.
What's the year?
1492, around that time.
Yeah, that's possibly it.
All right, let me see.
But I think the Alhambra decree is just the decree that they had until I want to say around the end of May to leave. But prior to that decree, there's a decree passed that all Hebrews were sentenced to a perpetual slavery.
This is a resettlement map, right, of the Jews. So 1492, see, they went to the Maghreb, which is the northern parts. Portugal, they went to the northern parts. Portugal, they went to some of the Atlantic islands, like Sao Tome and all that stuff. Let me see, 1492, 1495. Some of them end up in Lithuania, Poland, Egypt, Sicilia. I don't know how official this is, but see, they're showing right here. The Kingdom of England did it in 1290. The Kingdom of France in 1394 were expelled from Vienna.
You gonna read any of that for us, bro?
Yeah, historic accounts of the numbers of Jews who left Spain are based on speculation, and some aspects were exaggerated by early accounts and historians. Juan de Mariana speaks of 800,000 people, and Don Isaac Abravanel of 300,000. While few reliable statistics exist for the expulsion, modern estimates by scholars from University of Barcelona estimated the number of Sephardic Jews during the 15th century at 400,000 out of a total population of approximately 7.5 million people in all of Spain, out of whom about half, at least 200,000 or slightly more, remained in Iberia as conversos. Others who tried to estimate the Jews' demographics based on tax returns or population estimates of communities are much lower, with comments stating that of a population of approximately 80,000 Jews and 200,000 conversos, about 40,000 immigrated. Another approximately 50,000 Jews received a Christian baptism so as to remain in Spain. Many secretly kept some of their Jewish traditions and thus became the target of the Inquisition. The Jews of the Kingdom of Castile immigrated mainly to Portugal and to North Africa. The Jews of the Kingdom of Aragon fled to other Christian areas, including Italy, rather than to Muslim lands, as is often assumed. Although the vast majority of conversos simply assimilated into the Catholic dominant culture, a minority continued to practice Judaism in secret, gradually migrating through Europe, North Africa, and the Ottoman Empire, mainly to areas where Sephardic communities were already present as a result of the Alhambra decree. I don't think this is definitive enough.
All right, Garfield, that's enough.
Yeah, I don't think
they ain't do what I planned for them to do to you, but don't worry, another day.
No, I love my brothers.
You live to get it another day.
Sure. Hey, I love my brothers, man. It's all good.
Hold on, Israel Descent. You want to say something to Garfield before he get up out of here? Would you like to have the closing words?
Oh, he jumped off.
All right, he jumped off. All right, man. I appreciate you, bro.
All right, peace and love. We did
chop it up later. All right, I was supposed to go back to the hospital. I came out messing around with y'all. Really, when I seen the brothers from NHIT drop the video, I slid. I was supposed to go back. I still got this band on my arm, messing around with y'all folk here. Stuff I do for y'all. All right, BereanTeach@gmail.com. If y'all got some videos, if y'all got some else, y'all had a whole day to get a Garfield. I'm gonna see if I can find some timestamps from the Mother Brothers video. I got the video lined up with Remy and them. Yeah, I'm going back, man. I got to go back, man. I mess around. I said I was gonna be a few hours, drank that coffee, and man, listen, 7 hours later, 6 hours later. $ Berean Teach. If y'all want to put $1 on the Cash App, we appreciate y'all and support and everything. All right, we'll do it again. We appreciate you, Sun Powers. We'll do it again.